it going. All right, come on. Okay, the VP's here. We'll be back out in a minute.
When the day that lies ahead of me seems impossible to face, and when someone else instead of me always seems to know the way, then I look at you and the world's alright with me. I just one look at you and I know it's gonna be a lovely day.
There's so many of you girls, I hear you've been running from the beautiful queen that you can be becoming. You can look in my palm and see the storm coming. Read the book of my life and see I've overcome it. Just because the length of your hair ain't long, and they often criticize you for your skin tone. Gonna hold your head high, cause you a pretty woman. Get your runway stride home and keep it going. Girl, live your life. I just wanna be myself. Yeah. Girl, be yourself. Follow me, follow me, follow me. Girl, be yourself. That's why I be myself. And I wanna love it. Let them get mad. They gon' hate anyway, don't you get that? Doesn't matter if you're going wrong with their plan. They'll never be happy cause they're not happy with themselves. I'm talking about things that I know. It's okay, show yourself some love. Don't worry about who's saying what. Work what you got. Feeling great because the lights on me. Celebrating the things that everyone told me would never happen, but God has put his hands on me. And ain't a man alive could ever take it from me. Working with what I gotta keep on. Taking care of myself, I wanna live long. Ain't never ashamed what life did to me. Wasn't afraid to change cause it was good for me.
All right, for those of you just tuning in, we are waiting for this Joe Biden event to begin in Tampa, Florida. Vice President Joe Biden campaigning for Hillary Clinton in Tampa, Florida. Also scheduled to start momentarily, Donald Trump holding a rally in Miami. Obviously, everyone in Florida right now, all eyes are on Florida, an important swing state in this 2016 election.
It's okay, show yourself some love. Don't worry about who's saying what. Work what you got. Yeah. Work it out, lady. Work that. Don't hold back.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Vice President of the United States, accompanied by the Mayor of Tampa, Robert Buckham.
We take care of their own. We take care of their own. Wherever the flag's flown, we take care of their own. We take care of their own. We take care of their own. Wherever the flag's flown, we take care of their own.
Tampa, I told you I was bringing a friend with me.
Go Delaware!
Tampa, I don't think I have to introduce this guy who's standing behind me, do I? If ever there was somebody who embodied what it meant to be an American, it's Joe Biden. If ever there was someone who understood those small town values, those values that matter as an American, those small towns where we lift each other up and we hold each other up and we celebrate with each other and we never divide each other, it's Joe Biden. Tampa, he's come a long way to be with us. But I can tell you this, he's not tired. He's not tired. Nobody ever told Joe Biden that this route was going to be easy. But there has never been a vice president who has been so engaged, so involved, so supportive of President Obama, and he's here to talk to us about why it's important that we continue that legacy. We can't stop now, Tampa. We're not going backwards. We're going forwards. Now, you heard me earlier. You got a job to do. We can't just leave here and go home and say, my job is done. Your job has just begun. Your job is to go get everybody you know to go vote early. There's plenty of polling places around that you can do that. I need you to pick up the phone. I need you to tweet. I need you to post on Facebook. I need you to post on Instagram. I need you to Snapchat. I need you to get after it like you've never got after it before, because I can promise you this, he wouldn't be here if this race wasn't close. And he wouldn't be here if the road to the White House didn't come through Tampa. So, fellow Tampanians, it's my privilege and my honor to introduce a fellow Irishman, the Vice President of the United States of America, Joe Biden.
Hey, folks, how are you? Well, as my grandfather would say, here we go again. I don't know how the heck you guys work this out, but it gets down to Florida, Florida, Florida. Not a joke. You all do your job. We all get to go to bed early Tuesday night. And by the way, big guy, if I say anything you don't like, you tell me right away. I don't want to make you mad, all right? I just don't want to make you mad, all right? I want to make sure. I got a couple of blank checks. I'm listed. You should read the paper. When I filed my campaign finance reform or finance statement with the Washington Post as vice president, swear to God, you can Google it, as my wife would say. Lead paragraph in the Washington Post said, quote, "It's probable no man has ever assumed the office of vice president with as few assets as Joe Biden." You got the wrong guy, man. I don't know. I made a big mistake. I was poor and I got elected. I promised I'd stay poor, and damn it, I kept my promise. I don't know. But I get paid a good salary now. I'm going to be looking for a job, though. I may need to come down and talk to you, man. Hey, look, it really is amazing. It's amazing that here we go again. I mean it. It's going to be decided. You guys win Florida. It's just done, over. There's no path. There's no path for it. And folks, the mayor's become my friend, and it's not just because of the Irish, although that helps a little bit with my grandfather Finnegan. But all kidding aside, you know, what you don't want to do, and you know, I don't have to tell you guys this, you don't want to wake up on Wednesday morning and say, if I'd only made 2 more.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of Joe Biden and take you live now to Iowa. Police are having an update on the shooting that took place there. 2 officers ambushed and killed.
That
Suspect
deputies
has
from
been
Dallas
caught.
County Sheriff's Office and troopers from the Iowa State Patrol responded. Mr. Green was taken into custody without incident. He did complain of some kind of flare-up related to an existing medical condition, so he's been taken to the hospital just as a precaution. There were no injuries of any officers or Mr. Green during the arrest. As explained to me, it went without incident. At this time, that's really all we know. He's going to be eventually brought here. He'll be interviewed by our detectives once he's well enough to make a statement. And then we'll move forward from there. Like I said, if there are any formal charges that come today, we'll update you right away. The officers that were involved in this tonight, we're ready to identify those folks. On the Des Moines Police Department side, that was Sergeant Anthony Beminio. He goes by Tony, and he's been with us since 2005. He had some prior service at another local police department prior to that. He was promoted last year. He's a great guy in this department, a good friend to a lot of us, a fantastic family man. It's just really hard to lose Tony. Chief McCarty will speak a little bit about the Urbandale officer killed. I'll give you his name, is Officer Justin Martin. It's my understanding he's been an employee of the Urbandale Police Department since 2015. And Chief McCarty will speak a little bit further about him. The last piece that we absolutely wanted to address up front is we have received a ton of questions about a YouTube video out there. We're not going to talk about it right now. We don't know if it's a relevant piece to our current investigation. We don't know if it has any value to our current investigation just yet. Once our detectives get a chance to look at it, examine it, see what's in it, and then we'll be a little bit more in a better position anyway to speak a little more educated about that video. We don't have time right now to take a look at it. They're going to take a look at it. They'll go through it, see if it's relevant to what's going on right now. I know that it's a little historical piece, so we can't confirm if that's even Mr. Green in that video or not right now. And I think that's it, unless you have any questions about what I just said. Beminio, and it's Anthony. Not right now.
Did you say Dustin or Justin?
Justin, Justin.
Martin, the way you would spell Martin?
Yes.
The officer went by Tony?
Yep, Tony.
Okay. Beminio?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us a little bit more about Officer Beminio?
Well, like I said, he was promoted last year. He served on our First Watch Patrol. I worked with him on Midnight Patrol for several years. He was on our tactical unit. He was a school resource officer for quite a while. And his last stop before being promoted, he was a robbery homicide detective up in our persons section. So, very popular officer, like solid performer. Yeah, Alex.
There was a truck found in the woods near where
Don't know anything about it.
arrested.
Don't know anything about it. Sorry. They haven't updated.
Mr. Green had any weapons on him when he was arrested?
He did not.
So he was just walking along the gravel road. Can you talk to me more about the circumstances under which?
That's all of it we were explained to us right now. He was just walking down the road, flagged down a DNR employee. I don't think it was a DNR officer. Flagged down a DNR employee, presented his driver's license to him, told him to call 911. From there, the responding deputies took him into custody without incident.
Does he have priors?
I haven't had a chance to look.
I think earlier you said that these were ambush-style shootings. Can you say anything more about that? I guess that leaves a lot to, what one might think occurred. Is there anything you can say more specifically?
What we can tell by looking at the scene is that it doesn't appear that either officer had an opportunity to interact with the suspect. It doesn't look like there was an exchange of conversation. It doesn't look like there was an opportunity. There definitely wasn't an opportunity for these officers to defend themselves or respond to the attack. Both officers were seated in their cars and were shot while they were sitting.
Were they shot from the front or back?
They were shot while they were sitting in their cars.
Do you know who recorded the first one or how you first came to know it occurred?
The Urbandale incident was called in by neighbors in the area who heard gunfire.
Were the cars in the process of being driven?
Where you asked me if they were moving at the time?
Yeah.
We know that Sergeant Beminio's car was stopped. We don't know, or I don't know right now about Officer Martin's car.
Was Sergeant Dominio in the area for any particular reason, or was he just on normal?
Just on patrol.
Can you give us any more idea on the proximity of Mr. Green to the officers when this happened?
You mean physically where he was when he did this? No, we don't know that yet.
Is there any feeling that the first officer or one or two was targeted specifically?
I think both of them. Are you talking about was Officer Martin targeted because he was Officer Martin?
Exactly.
There's nothing to indicate that, but if that comes out as we move forward, that'll be definitely something we talk about.
Do you know if either of these officers had interaction with this person?
There's nothing to indicate that at all.
And do you know, I don't know these officers, but was race an issue that you believe at all? Because
Everybody involved is white.
Okay, thank you.
You mentioned the way that they've attacked was from the side. They didn't have a chance to defend themselves. Any weapon that you can mention at this point?
I didn't say anything about the side. I said they were seated in their car and they didn't have a chance to defend themselves. So are you talking about the weapon used?
Yeah.
No, we can't talk about that.
Based on the shell casings, do you know how many shots were fired at each?
There's plenty of physical evidence there that will tell us later how many shots were fired. Some of it we're going to have to take a look at. You know, we might have a hole in a car and an unaccounted for shell casing that might be in a vehicle or a pocket or something like that. We don't know.
Are we talking about a few shots, though?
Several shots at both scenes.
Multiple shots.
Did the DNR employee that he approached recognize him?
I haven't had a chance to understand exactly how their conversation went, but it's my understanding he presented his ID, so I don't know if he knew that we were looking for him or not.
Was there any video that you were able to look at, either from in-car or body camera video?
That we haven't determined that yet either. That's all evidence at the scenes is still being gathered.
Can you talk a little bit how you focused in on Mr. Green originally? How
He's just somebody that was known to law enforcement. The leads that we started developing at the scene pointed us in his direction. The more leads came in, the more the detectives determined that he was definitely somebody we wanted to talk to.
You referenced a YouTube video, but was there just any other kind of warning that, you know, Green might have planned to do this in terms of other online threats or letters or phone calls or anything of that nature?
We haven't discovered anything yet, but again, we're only about 7 or 8 hours into this.
What kind of leads were you talking about to law enforcement? Sergeant, what kind of leads were there? Witnesses?
We can't talk about that. Be critical to his prosecution if it gets to that point.
Do you believe he was acting alone, or are you looking for possible accomplices?
There's nothing to indicate right now that there was anybody else involved.
Was there any recent domestic charges in his past with any relatives?
I don't know anything about his criminal past.
You said Tony was a school resource officer. Do
Yes.
you remember where?
I believe he did both East and Roosevelt.
Knowing how quickly you guys were able to come to this conclusion today, what is the sense that you guys have right now being able to have this suspect in custody?
Well, it's a great sense of relief, not just for us. I mean, obviously he was targeting police officers, is what we believe, but it's a sense of relief for the community. I mean, we don't want... Des Moines is a safe city. I mean, we've had some instances where we've had some spikes in crime. We've had some high-profile things happen. Overall, this is a very, very safe community. You know, I raised my family here. I'm sure most of the people in this room raise their families here, and none of us are getting up and moving. We got through this investigation fast because this is what we do, and we do it well. But yeah, we're very, very relieved right now that he's in custody and that there were no other police officers or civilians hurt in this incident.
Is there any fear of copycatting?
No, I mean, I don't know how to answer that. You look around the nation, we're not the first ones that this have happened to. You know, it's definitely something that's happened in other cities, other communities have had to deal with this. We absolutely did not think that it was going to happen here. It's always something that's in our back of our mind. We try to be as vigilant as we possibly can as we go about our business, but our community has a perfectly justified expectation to expect a certain level of service out of us, and that service be personal and you know, polite and not like an occupying army. So we do think about it, but we try to be as vigilant as we could. I can tell you that based on what I've seen so far, there was absolutely nothing either one of these officers could have done to prevent this or to save themselves once it started.
Sergeant, were these officers lured by a suspect?
There's nothing to indicate that. Neither one of them were on calls for service.
I understand you paired officers up as a precaution. Is that going to continue now that Mr. Green has been caught?
That all really depends on staffing, our staffing resources. You know, if we put officers together, in Des Moines we have a mix of 1 and 2 officer units. If we put them all together in 2 officer units, we're going to kind of diminish our presence within the city, and we don't want to neglect one place to take care of another. So we look at our numbers and we see how that's going to play out, but I don't know if it will continue for a long period of time.
About the personal lives of officers, families, children, married?
Officer Beminio is married with children, yes.
School-age children?
I don't know.
When you face the grieving process, which doesn't happen immediately because you had the man done, how does this, what kinds of things do you have in place to help each other and, psychological resources, personal resources, chaplain, whatnot?
That's a good question, Dan. Unfortunately, we've got some experience in this. We went down this road in March with Carlos and Susan. I think we saw then that we had one heck of a great support system in place with our peer support team that we have within the department. There were some resources from Red Cross that they shared with us with debriefings. The other agencies reached out. The city has a program in place, obviously through EAP. There's a lot of things there in place to help us when we need this. The best thing we have is that we've got a tight-knit police department with a lot of good employees who take care of each other. The peer support team is probably the best thing, and they were here as soon as I was here this morning, and they've been here all day, and they're going to continue on. So there's a lot of mechanisms in place.
When you deal with this, one of the things that happens is the contract that you have with the public is broken, in the sense that you don't want to be an occupying army, you don't want to be at odds with the public. But is there concern, or how do you get past the feeling of reticence if someone's walking up to me as a police officer, because these were just guys doing their jobs, and that somebody comes up to them that's not supposed to be an alarm?
Yeah. What happened today, unfortunately, is something we know is a possibility when we sign up. We know that could happen. You can't let that be your guiding light as you go on about your day. Most of us trust our sixth sense. I can't even imagine what if that kicked in with these guys as fast as this happened. I don't think that it taints our officers to the point where they are not going to provide the same level of service. I don't think that this is going to impact their delivery at all. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay. Kind of a tough one, but a good one.
You mentioned the chief might talk about the Urbandale officer.
Yes, he will. If you're done with any other questions pertaining to the investigation as it stands right now or the arrest?
So he won't appear before a judge today, or?
I don't know.
And you'll let us
Typically
know?
arraignments in the morning, but we could still charge him.
Do you know if he'll be charged with first-degree murder?
We need to continue. He's in custody. He's not under arrest. He has not been charged yet. We need to have the opportunity to interview him. We're going to continue on with our investigation. Like I said, there's a lot of little pieces that put this puzzle together. Speaking with him is going to be a huge part of that. Gathering the rest of the forensic evidence at the scene. The scene of his arrest is something we're working on right now. So once we get all those pieces put together, if there's probable cause for a charge, then that charge will be filed. And then most likely, Kathy, arraignment will be in the morning.
But he's suspected of murder.
He's suspected of doing this. I don't want to speculate. He's suspected of doing this, yes.
Does he have a military background?
I don't know.
You mentioned earlier that he complained of a previous condition when he was placed under arrest. Can you expand on that?
No.
Do you know if it was mental or physical?
Physical.
You said he didn't have a weapon.
Not.
He was taken into custody. Have you guys found the weapon?
We're searching right now.
Did you say where he is now?
He's at a hospital.
Do we know his condition in the hospital?
Sick. I don't know.
Is he being guarded at the hospital.
Yes.
So once he gets released.
Yes.
you see you folks.
Yes. No more investigation questions? So I'll turn it over to Chief McCarty for now.
Thank you, Sergeant. You did a very good job. I'm Chief Ross McCarty with the Urbandale Police Department. As you all know, at this point, we've lost an officer overnight from these shooting incidences. Our officer's name, as the sergeant gave you, is Justin Martin. Justin is hometown is in Rockwell City, Iowa, where he had obtained the rank of Eagle Scout before going on to college at Simpson, where he got his degree in criminal justice. Shortly thereafter, he pursued employment with us, and we were fortunate enough to hire a very good young man. We hired him August 10th of 2015. He started his academy shortly after there, graduating last December from the academy. He spent the next 4 months going through field training with us, and this summer he is put into a one-man probationary unit. At the end of this summer, on August 22nd, we released him from probation and turned him into a one-man unit with full civil service rights to the city. We had high expectations of his future, and it's tragically been cut very short here.
How old was he?
I don't have his exact age, but I'd say he's 24. But I could certainly get you that age.
Married or?
He's a single person, no significant others in his life. His parents and his siblings are probably the most important people next to him in his life.
Are they still in Rockwell City with his family?
Yes.
What time did you start his shift?
He came in at 7 o'clock. Our patrol works 12-hour shifts, so he would have been on until 7 a.m. when he would have been relieved.
Is there any communication between Officer Martin and dispatcher? Any indication that something is wrong?
No, that was a puzzling thing about this, is that he didn't get out any idea there was any warning or fear or anything going wrong, or that he was going to make a stop or go out with anybody. It was basically stopped. It was going to proceed through an intersection when he got confronted by this gunman.
Can you give us any more information on that confrontation that you've been?
I wouldn't call it a confrontation in that I don't think he may even ever been aware that there was a gunman next to him during that situation, but we're sorting that out.
As far as you look at this man just walk up to the car on foot, or was it drive-by, or do you know?
Yes, we're assuming he walked up on foot.
When you say next to him, can you talk a little about the
Yes,
proximity?
our officer took fire from the side of his vehicle, and we can't tell you how many rounds he had taken through his vehicle, but I'm pretty sure it's over 15 and under 30. DCI has been called out to do our crime scene processing for us, and they're in the process of making those determinations.
Does Mr. Green live in this area?
Mr. Green is an Urbandale resident.
Have you been called to his residence?
We're familiar with Mr. Green from our years of service. Most of the officers that have been in the city have some understanding of Mr. Green, yes.
What do you mean have some understanding?
They've taken trips to his house or delivered service to him, never to anything of this extent, though.
Was he involved recently in the domestic with?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, it is unclear why we lost that press conference. You are looking at a live image now, though, of the suspect who has been arrested. This is a picture of Scott Michael Green, the suspect wanted in connection with that shooting. Okay, it looks like we got the press conference back.
That's
Let's
a
go
student at
there
Urbandale
live.
High School.
You live with his mother?
Complaints made possibly by Urbandale?
No.
Sorry. Any complaints made by Urbandale schools to the Urbandale Police Department regarding Mr. Green?
Yes, there's been some issues with the Urbandale school system lately, and we've issued trespass warnings to Mr. Green, and the school system is in the process of working out what those would be, being he also had a daughter who was a student in the school, so they were setting the parameters, working through that.
Was school dismissed for the day then because of concern that he was still on the loose and could cause more problems?
Yes, that was my recommendation to the superintendent and the principal, that because we did not know his whereabouts, where he was at, and we have not been able to eliminate him as a potential suspect, that we should do our due diligence and not have school for the day.
Have you ever made threats towards the school?
Not directly, but I believe that some of the threats were indirect and gave an overtone that it was threatening.
Did this Officer Martin have any connection with that YouTube video that he was?
No, I don't think Officer Martin, with his tenure with us, really had an opportunity to interact with Mr. Green at all.
Okay. When you say indirect threat towards the school, what does that mean? What kind of threats are you talking about?
I'm talking about we're going to get a lawyer and we're going to get this worked out, and if you don't abide what I want to do, that we're going to take this and you're going to end up in litigation, those types of things. Sometimes the threats are veiled within the request for an attorney.
Do you know if Mr. Green had any permits for weapons?
I do not know the status of that, nor do I know how he acquired the weapons that we believe he had, but we'll be looking into that, yes.
So you think he probably had more than one weapon with him at the time of the shooting?
There's indications that we believe he may have had access to more than one weapon, yes.
Was Sergeant, was the Des Moines officer also, was his vehicle also, were there rounds, like between 15 and 30 rounds? Was his car found at the same place?
I'm not sure how the sergeant from Des Moines was found. I made the scene for our shooting and was informed by a Des Moines officer who was assisting us that they had experience at shooting as well. So there was some heightened concern of whether we were setting ourselves up as coming in as a secondary units that we could be ambushed as well.
Do you know anything about Green showing up at the Urbandale Ankeny football game, supposedly with pit bull and causing problems there?
I don't know which football game it was, but a couple of weeks ago he did show up at a football game, but I don't recall anything about a pit bull being present with him at that game.
Is that where the trespassing charges stem from?
We never charged him with trespass. We gave him a trespass warning. So initially, if someone's not wanting a property, you got to give them a warning to cease and desist. And he left the property at our request, but he had issued the trespass warning if he would return. And in the process, he was working out through with the school officials of what are the parameters of when he could be on school grounds or not, because he obviously has a daughter who is a student there.
Do you know what he did at the game that caused him to be brought to your attention? It's understanding he had some sort of a flag, or maybe he was doing something in the stands.
I understand it was a Confederate flag, and he was waving it during the national anthem, and he had picked some people of color to wave it in front of, and although they didn't complain to us, there's people in the crowd that felt that was offensive and that he should be removed from the stadium.
Were you the officer in the video?
I don't know what video you're talking about.
Were you the officer, though, who had interactions with him at the game, or one of the officers?
No, I wasn't working the game. Those are...
Has anybody been able to search Mr. Green's home yet?
We're in the process, and the detectives are applying for warrants to go in and do some searching, yes, and probably some other places as well. Those are some things we're not really wanting to discuss of where we're going, but we want to make sure that we have something to support our allegation that he may be involved in this.
Can you tell us whether Mr. Green had a military background, or do you know anything?
I have not seen his records to know specifically, but I've heard, secondhand that he may have had a military background.
Do you know what type
but I haven't confirmed that.
Do you know what type of weapon might have been used?
In the Urbandale incident?
Yes.
We think it's possibly a .223 caliber weapon, so there's many weapons that could shoot that round, and we're trying to determine what he may have had access to with that weapon.
Can you give us his address?
I do not know his address as I stand here, but I do know it's somewhere around Roseland and 70th Street.
Did your officers who were at that football game who encountered him, did they give you kind of a blow account of the nature of the encounter with him? If he was aggressive or violent or angry or made any threats to them, did they tell you what happened that night?
He said he was invoking his First Amendment rights and that we were trampling on them. We told him that, the officers told him that he's on private property, and the people who were in charge of that property did not want him on there, so he left the school grounds but used the public sidewalks to continue his demonstration.
But he left willingly after asked by officers?
Yeah, he did, yes.
Use any force?
Yes. In the past, he's been pretty compliant to our officers and what their requests are.
I think there was an incident in court records in 2014 in which he apparently had a weapon. Do you know of that incident at all? Are you aware of it?
I have not looked through his entire history lately, and I'm not denying what you're saying, but I haven't had a privilege to sit there and actually look at his record or our old trips of what it is. But
Chief, you're a small department. How do you get your 50 people in a position to continue to do their jobs while facing this level of grief?
Well, it's definitely difficult to us. One of the things that we have done that the sergeants talked about already was we've emulated Des Moines PD's peer support system, tried to put that in place. But we also have Red Cross services for these types of incident managements, as well as some local psychologists that are willing to come in and give of their time. And then, of course, as he mentioned, EAP services.
Have you ever in your career, whether Urbandale or beyond, lost an officer in the line of duty?
No. I was hoping to finish my career without having to go through this.
To be clear, he was an officer or sergeant?
He was an officer.
Do we happen to know who the weapon was registered to?
Pardon me?
Do we know who the weapon was registered to?
No, we haven't run it. We're in the process of reviewing what weapons he could have had and whether they're registered weapons.
And just to be clear, no weapons have actually been recovered at this point, right?
Correct.
Will you and Sergeant Prezick be able to provide us with pictures of these two officers?
I've got him.
Sergeant Prezick has those, and probably enough background that I've just given to you to supply that. And our intention is to release at the same time together. Thank you for coming here today.
Frank County Mayor of the City of Des Moines. I want you to know it's, with a lot of sorrow and heavy heart that I'm here, but I want you to know that we as elected officials, our city council members, are all here and trying to stay up to date. There's sort of a relationship that we have as a family between our public safety individuals and our city staff, our elected officials, and the citizens. And there's an expectation that our citizens have that they're going to be safe. And I've got to tell you, this police department performs to the highest level and the highest standards. And we're very, very proud of them and their work. But we're very sad today. This has been a tough year. And the most important thing, I think, for our citizens to know is public safety, not only in the city of Des Moines, but regionally. We collaborate directly with other public safety departments, in this case, Urbandale. We jointly worked to try to come to resolution on this particular issue, and we'll continue to do that. That's what we do as a region. We want Iowans to be safe. We certainly want people in our metropolitan area to be safe, and we work very hard to collaborate and make sure that that happens. We now, I don't want to say stand down. It's going to be tough for our officers to continue the rest of the day, but they know that they have a job to do, and it doesn't stop because of an incident. They've got to be here 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. It's an expectation of our citizens, and they do an exemplary job of maintaining that. And I don't know that I want to take a lot of questions. I think Sergeant has covered it, but I would like to offer an opportunity for the mayor of Urbandale to make a quick statement, if you will, Bob.
Yep. Thank you, Frank. Bob Andeweg, Mayor of Urbandale. Again, we stand in support of our officers and our department. Tragic day for our community, for our department, but I can't say any better than Frank just said. We're here. We're a family in Urbandale. As you said, we're a small department. But our department knows that they have our full support, and our community has the expectation that they'll be safe. So we're just here to help support our department, and we will grieve, but we will move on. So thank you.
Anyone else got anything? At this point, we're going to go ahead and conclude this press conference. Sergeant
Prizek and myself will update you guys with more information as it comes along and keep you informed. We plan on having another press conference tomorrow around 10 o'clock. We'll keep you all posted of that as well. At this point, unless there's any pressing questions, we're going to go ahead and wrap things up. Thank you for coming.
All right, everyone, that wraps up the press conference. I want to go ahead and show you guys an image of the suspect in this deadly ambush, multiple shootings. Suspect Scott Michael Green approaching these officers in their vehicles. There's a video going around believed to be shot by the suspect himself. It's titled Police Abuse. I'm going to go ahead and pull this up for you guys on a YouTube page from someone named Scott Green. Again, this is a video believed to be of the suspect speaking with officers after he felt his civil rights were violated at a high school. The suspect apparently waving a Confederate flag at a game.
So we're asking you to leave.
Have I committed a crime?
We're asking you to leave. You just don't.
Have I committed a crime?
Yeah.
Everything from the get-go has been recorded, sir.
Have I committed a crime?
You're on private property, you're on school property, we're asking you to leave at this time.
You're causing disturbance in the stands. So yes, we're asking you to leave this property.
We're asking you to leave, and if you don't leave, then you'll be arrested for trespass.
What kind of disturbance have I caused?
Huh? We're asking you to leave the property.
What
Sir?
kind of disturbance have I
Sir,
caused?
do that, sir.
What kind of disturbance have I caused?
You got a car coming?
Yep.
Mr. Tyler, is Bill... Yeah. Dr. Watson come up here?
Huh? Yeah, I can go grab Bill. Huh? Can you grab Bill?
I think I've been assaulted by you.
No.
You grabbed me.
I escorted you outside the stadium, sir.
You grabbed me.
I escorted you out of the stadium, sir.
You grabbed me and shoved me around.
No, I escorted you nicely outside the stadium.
Have I committed a crime?
I asked you to walk outside the stadium, which is private property.
Have I committed a crime?
I'm asking you to leave this property.
Have I committed a crime?
Sir, I'm asking you to leave this property.
Have I committed a crime?
Sir, I'm asking you to leave this property.
Pretty soon it's going to be trespassing, sir.
What crime have I committed?
Trespassing. They've asked you kindly. Yeah, they've asked you kindly to leave. This is private property. They can do that.
Who has asked me? No one has asked me to
This
leave.
uniformed officer has, sir.
I asked you multiple times to leave this property.
And you've recorded every minute of it.
Okay. I'm going to go on the sidewalk.
Perfect.
And I was assaulted in the stands, and my belongings were stolen. I would like them back. I'm a citizen of the United States of America.
You can go over here.
And I would like my property back that was stolen from me.
Please walk over here, sir. I'm asking you to leave this property.
Okay, I will go to
You're
the
on
sidewalk.
private property, so let's walk over here and get off of the property.
I want to report the theft of property from myself. I was actually assaulted. I would like to report as an assault.
Okay, this is public sidewalk. You can stay here if you like, sir. Do not step back in the property.
I'd like to report an assault.
can I do for you, sir?
Please step over here somewhere on the roadway. Speak with you.
I was assaulted.
Okay. How were you assaulted?
Someone behind me hit me, and they stole. It was almost like a mugging.
Okay.
Because I had my property.
Okay.
And I was holding it.
Okay.
And they stole it from me.
What did they steal from you?
The flag that this officer right here is holding.
Okay, and he's going to give that back to you, so it's back. It's back in your possession.
Okay.
You're going to have that back.
But the person that assaulted me, I would like to press charges against.
Okay, and how did they assault you? That's what I'm asking. Did they hit you?
Yes.
What did they do? How did they hit you?
From behind.
Okay, like how? I mean, can you explain better? I mean, to say hit, I guess, like a closed fist, open
Smack.
fist?
I couldn't tell, it was so fast.
Okay.
It was a smacking motion.
Okay.
That glanced off the side of my head.
Okay, were
and
you-
then grabbed the flag out of my hand.
Were you doing anything that maybe caused them to react that way? I'm not saying that that made
No,
it right, but...
I was standing there and I was holding a flag
Okay.
during the national anthem.
Okay. We can take a report, but I'm not I mean, do you know who hit you or who did this, or?
No, I would hope that you would investigate and find out who it was.
Okay. Well, if we don't know who it is, then I guess we don't have a lot to go on, so.
Well-
And
You don't
that's-
know who it is, we don't know who it is.
Right.
Well,
How are we, I guess
I
we
was-
can take a report for you. I'd be happy to do that, but if we don't know the people involved, I mean, I guess, are there people in there that would know who did it? I mean, that's my
Yes,
question.
I mean, if
Can you
we
tell us
could
the
go,
names of the people who would know who did it?
if we could go back in there, I could point them out to you.
We're not going to let you back on the property.
Oh, well then I can't point them out.
Okay, well, then how do you want us to... Can you describe them to us? What
Yeah,
were they
were
wearing?
African American people that were behind me.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you
And
know what section you were in? And maybe we can
yeah,
go-
I was
Okay.
about the 40-yard line.
Okay.
So I'd like to identify them and press charges because I was actually assaulted and property was stolen from my person.
You're going to get that property back, so the theft kind of doesn't really, I mean, at this point, you're getting your property back.
Well, I know, but the action of the person, that's illegal.
How did they take your flag? Did they knock it out of your hand?
Yes.
Rip it out of your hand?
Yes. You cannot do that. I was standing there as a peaceful person.
You weren't disruptive in any way.
Absolutely not. I was standing there.
Mr. Green, I've got several individuals that came down and said you were causing a disturbance inside of the stadium. That's why we asked you to leave the stadium.
I walked down and I stood there and I held up a flag.
Okay. Said I wasn't present at the time. I've got several individuals came down and said you caused a disturbance, and that's why we asked you to leave the stadium.
Okay. I did not cause any type of disturbance. I was standing there and I was assaulted. And I'm asking you to take a police report and file charges against the person that assaulted me and stole my belongings.
Okay.
I think it's illegal for someone to assault someone like that.
No,
Okay. So, I mean, you willing to take a assault report or?
We can get a basic report started, sure. Do you want to go, can you go maybe walk along here and point up where you were sitting maybe so we can get an idea where you were at? This officer
Yeah,
right here,
I can
mean, she
walk
can get your
along with you
information.
guys and
Well, we're not going to go back in there. 'cause
No,
we've
we're
asked
not,
you to
we're not
leave.
going in there. You're
Okay,
not
can
going
you
to
walk
be
along the
allowed on the
sidewalk
property
here?
anymore.
Okay, so this is just a portion of that video. It's about 10 minutes long. I also want to show you another video that's uploaded on his channel as well. It's just a picture of him in a video that was uploaded on his YouTube page. What is believed to be his YouTube page, excuse me. An image of him in the crowd, in the stands. You can see there that the flags he had were an American flag and a Confederate flag. This video also titled similarly to the video we were just watching, Civil Rights Violation at Urbandale High School. This one says Police Abuse Civil Rights Violation at Urbandale High School. Same date, uploaded by someone with the username Scott Green. published a few weeks ago, October 21st. So that's the update there. Again, if we get any new information, we'll bring that to you. Here is the mug shot of the suspect. I believe he has some previous arrest history. We'll bring you more information on this story later in the day as we learn additional information. In the meantime, though, we're going to take you live now to Miami, Florida, Donald Trump holding a rally.
President, I will go into the poorest communities and work on a national plan for revitalization. We will replace decades of failure with generations of success. Florida has lost 1 in 4 of its manufacturing jobs since NAFTA, a deal signed by Bill Clinton and supported by Hillary. And here's a number that you should remember because it's not even a believable number, and it's correct. America has lost 70,000 factories since China entered the World Trade Organization. Another Bill and Hillary-backed disaster. We are living through the greatest jobs theft in the history of the world. Our jobs are going to Mexico. Our jobs are going to other countries. China and others are making our product. We don't make it anymore. A Trump administration will stop the jobs from leaving America, and we will stop the jobs from leaving Florida. My second home, you know that. I'm here all the time. My second home. Great place. The theft of American prosperity will end. So they are stealing our prosperity, horribly stealing our prosperity. A Trump administration will renegotiate NAFTA and will stand up to foreign product dumping all over the place. Currency manipulation by China and many other countries, and all of the unfair subsidy behavior that's going on all over the world against us. We will also immediately stop the job-killing Trans-Pacific Partnership, a disaster. And Hillary wants it to happen. She called it the gold standard. Then she rejected it, but she's going to approve it. Then she lied during the debate, right? She lied. She lied during the debate. She said she never called it the gold standard. She lied. And she lied about the line in the sand, right? She lied. As part of our plan to bring back jobs, we're going to lower taxes on American business from 35% to 15%. We will also cancel billions in global warming payments to the United Nations and use that money to support America's vital environmental infrastructure and natural resources. We're spending hundreds of billions of dollars. We don't even know who's doing what with the money. We're going to spend the money here. We're going to work on our own environment. That includes repairing the Herbert Hoover Dike at Lake Okeechobee and protecting the Florida Everglades. We will become a rich nation again. But to be a rich nation, we must also be a safe nation. A terrible tragedy today has occurred in Iowa. You read, you saw. Early this morning, 2 Iowa police officers, outstanding people, were murdered, ambushed violently while sitting in their squad cars. We send our thoughts and prayers to the family of the fallen. I just left Iowa. Most beautiful place. The treatment was so incredible. The crowds, the police officers were so incredible, the job they did. Now 2 of them are dead. An attack on our police is an attack on all of us. Law enforcement is the line separating civilization from total chaos. You have to remember that. According to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund, firearm-related police deaths are up 48% this year, the highest they've ever been. And there have been 14 ambush-style attacks this year alone. Never had anything like this. And what it is a lack of respect for our nation It's a lack of respect for our leadership. To all the great men and women of law enforcement, I want you to know we're with you, we support you, and we will stand by you. We will restore law, order, and justice in America. Justice. Thank you. Thank you. So good luck to the people of Iowa. We will also work with our federal and local law enforcement to keep America safe from terrorism. Hillary Clinton wants a 550% increase in Syrian refugees pouring into our country. Her plan would mean generations of terrorism and extremism spreading in your schools and all throughout your communities. When I'm president, we will suspend the Syrian refugee program, and we will keep radical Islamic terrorists the hell out of your community. Now, we all have heart, and we're going to build safe zones, and we're going to have some of the Gulf states that have nothing but money. They'll put up the money, we'll lead it, we'll build safe zones. But we have enough problems in our country. She wants to increase the thousands and thousands that are pouring in right now. She wants to increase that number by 550%. And then you wonder why Podesta says she has bad instincts. And you wonder why Bernie Sanders says she's got bad judgment. They're right. She's got bad judgment. Personally, I think she's a very unstable person, if you want to really know the truth. And we're going to repeal and replace Obamacare. But you want to know something? Honestly, I think for herself, she's got much bigger problems right now than Obamacare. She's got bigger problems. Let's see what's on all those emails that they just found. See what's on those emails. Thank you. It's too bad those cameras aren't turning around to see this incredible group of people with thousands more outside. Isn't it too bad? They don't do it. But you know, if Hillary speaks and there's 30 people in a line, they say, oh, the crowd is massive. She's never had a crowd like this in her life. President Obama shouldn't be campaigning for any longer. It's really a conflict, right? He ought to be working on jobs, on the border, on building up our military, instead of campaigning for crooked Hillary Clinton. That's what he ought to be doing. He's in North Carolina, but we're going to North Carolina right after this, so. But we have 2 more today in Florida, and we have massive crowds. There's something happening. They're not reporting it. Katie, you're not reporting it, Katie. But there's something happening, Katie. There's something happening, Katie. A Trump administration will also secure and defend the borders of the United States. And yes, we will build the wall. Thank you. We've received the first ever endorsement from our ICE and Border Patrol officers. First time they've ever endorsed a presidential candidate. They tell us the border crisis taking place right now is the worst it's ever been. Now, in all fairness, people probably figure that I'm going to win. So they're racing across the border. I don't know. I'm sorry to do this to you, folks. Hillary has pledged totally open borders, meaning you don't have a country anymore. And she strongly supports sanctuary cities like in San Francisco, where Kate Steinle was killed by a 5-time deported illegal immigrant. The immigration officers warned that Hillary's plan is the most radical immigration proposal in U.S. history, and that it will lead to the loss of thousands of lives, and I believe that. As Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton allowed thousands of the most dangerous and violent criminal aliens to go free because their countries would not take them back. Countless innocent Americans have been killed by illegal immigrants. Last year, as an example, 17-year-old Starlet Pitts, her boyfriend and her mother were stabbed to death in their Lehigh Acres home by an illegal immigrant. The killer had been convicted of assaulting a police officer and was wanted for double murder and robbery, and the people that knew him were begging that he be incarcerated. They were begging. He was released from custody pending his court appearance, enabling him to commit murder. A Trump administration will stop illegal immigration, deport all criminal aliens, and save American lives. And I want to thank, by the way, I see all these signs, Cubans for Trump, Cubans. Love Cubans. So they gave me, last week, the Bay of Pigs Association, right? You know. They gave me their award last week, and it was a great honor. And we're going to fight very hard for the Cubans, and we're going to fight very, very hard for the Hispanics, because they have not been properly taken care of. What's happened with the Hispanic population in our country is not right. What's happened with the inner cities of our country, the African-American community, the Hispanic community, is very, very unfair. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to take care of it. The crime is horrible. The education is terrible. And you can't get a job. We're going to fix the inner cities. We're going to fix the inner cities. Thank you, fellas. That's so good. Blacks for Trump. That's so nice. We will also repeal the Obama-Clinton defense sequester and rebuild our badly depleted military. That includes total support for Homestead Air Reserve Base. A Trump administration will stand in solidarity with the suffering people of Cuba and Venezuela, all surrounding Doral, against the oppression of the Castro and Maduro regimes. You know what I'm talking about. We will cancel Obama's one-sided Cuban deal made by executive order if we do not get the deal we want and the deal that people living in Cuba and here deserve, including protecting religious and political freedom. All right? I'm honored to have the endorsement of over 200 top admirals and generals and 22 Medal of Honor recipients. You know, it's really called peace through strength. Peace through strength. That's what we're going to have. We're hopefully have to get rid of ISIS. We're going to get rid of ISIS. Don't worry. We're getting rid of ISIS. But we have to get to rebuild our country. We've spent $6 trillion in the Middle East. $6 trillion. And it's in far worse shape by a factor of 10 from when we started. $6 trillion. We lost lives. The most incredible, great people. Our new foreign policy will put America first. Hillary brought disaster to Iraq and Syria and Libya. And she empowered Iran. Remember, she's got bad judgment. And she unleashed ISIS, came right out of the vacuum. Now she wants to start a shooting war in Syria in conflict with nuclear-armed Russia. Frankly, it could lead to World War III. And she has no sense. She's got no instinct. Podesta said it. Hillary and our failed Washington establishment, they've spent that $6 trillion. I mean, I'd love to have that money back, but I'd much rather have all those lives back. Rather have all those lives. Love to have those lives back. But the Middle East is in bad shape, folks, and it's getting worse. It's only getting worse. They've dragged us into foreign wars that have made us less safe. They've left our borders wide open at home, and they've shipped our jobs and wealth to other countries. And these are foreign wars that we don't win. We don't win. We don't win anymore. We don't win with trade. We don't win with wars. We don't win anymore. We're going to start winning again. You watch. We're going to start. To all Americans, I say it's time for new leadership. Just think about what can be accomplished in the first 100 days of a Trump administration. We are going to have the biggest tax cut since Ronald Reagan. And she is going to raise your taxes very substantially. I think you know that. We will eliminate every unnecessary job-killing regulation, cancel every illegal Obama executive order, rebuild our military, and take care of our great veterans. Provide school choice and put an end to Common Core. We're bringing our education local. Support the men and women of law enforcement. We're going to save our Second Amendment, which is under siege, and appoint justices to the United States Supreme Court who will uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States. Clinton wants us to think small, wants us to believe things can't change, and wants our lives to revolve around Washington, D.C. I wonder if she's going to be there much longer. What do you think? I don't think so. I don't know. I'm not sure she's going to be there. But she wants our lives to revolve around Washington, D.C. I'm asking you to dream big, to push for bold change, and to believe in a movement powered by the people and by their love for this great country. I'm tired of politicians telling Americans to defer their dreams to another day when they really mean another decade. America is tired of waiting. The moment is now. All we have to do is stop believing in our failed politicians and start believing in each other and in our country. There is no challenge too great, no dream outside of our reach. Don't let anyone tell you it can't be done. The future lies with the dreamers, not the cynics, not the critics, certainly not the media. Hey. Hillary has been there for 30 years, and she has accomplished nothing. She's just made things worse. Look at her record. She is the candidate of yesterday. We are the right? Is that right? We are the movement of the future. Our movement represents all Americans from all backgrounds and all walks of life. We are asking for the votes of Republicans and Democrats and independents and first-time voters. And believe me, there are a lot of first-time voters that are standing on line right now. We're asking for the vote of every American who believes truth and justice, not money and power, should rule the day. And I understand the other side very well. I've been there for a long time, but I love our country, and I understand what has to be done. We are going in the wrong direction, and if we keep going in this direction, we won't have a country any longer. We're fighting for every citizen who believes that government should serve the people, not the donors and not the special interests. We're fighting to unlock the potential of every American community and every American family who hope and pray and yearn for a better future. With your vote, we are just, think of it, 6 days away. This started on June 16th of last year. It's a long time. Seems like a long time ago. But we're 6 days away from the change you've been waiting for your entire life. It'll never happen again. It'll never, ever happen. It's not going to happen in 4 years. When I see Cubans for Trump, it'll never happen again. I'm telling you. This whole thing will never happen again. There's never been a movement like this in the history of our country. There's never been a movement like this. Thank you. Thank you. There has never been a movement like this in the history of our country. It's never happened. Even the pundits, even the ones that truly dislike Donald Trump, have said it's the single greatest phenomenon they've ever seen. We have to close the deal. We have to close. Get out and vote. November 8th's fine. Better if you vote now. Maybe you don't feel good on November 8th. You don't want to get out of bed. You got to get up. You got to vote. Together, we will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Get out and vote. God bless you, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, that is the end of this Donald Trump rally in Miami, Florida. All eyes are on Florida. The election is just 6 days away, and Florida is a crucial state. Donald Trump holding multiple rallies in Florida throughout the day. We'll have nonstop coverage of his appearances here on News Now. Speaking of the Donald Trump campaign, Mike Pence, Governor Pence here in Arizona. Here is a live look at that event in Arizona. Governor Pence will be taking the stage momentarily. In the upper right-hand corner of your screen, I'll continue to show you the end of that Donald Trump rally. Meanwhile, Pence and Mesa. And looks like they have cut it at Trump event, showing us the White House. The question is, who is going to move into the White House come 2017? We'll find out the answer to that question in 6 days. That's right, Election Day is just 6 days away. We are waiting for this Mike Pence event to start in Mesa. That's right, Governor Mike Pence, Trump's running mate, live here in the Valley. Danielle Miller is at the event. We should be speaking with her in just a sec. Again, guys, you're looking at a live feed from Mesa, Arizona, where Governor Mike Pence is scheduled to speak any minute now. He was scheduled to take the stage at 10 o'clock, running a couple minutes late. I do know that Sheriff Joe has already spoken, as well as a number of other speakers prior to Mike Pence taking the stage. Fox 10's Danielle Miller is live at the Mike Pence event, and we'll be checking in with her in just a few minutes. Joining me live from the Mike Pence rally is Fox 10's Danielle Miller. Danielle, you've been there all morning. What's the vibe like at this Mike Pence event in Mesa?
You know, Tanya, there's actually a lot of people here. There's hundreds of people here. We were here about 8 o'clock this morning, and there was people already lined up to get into the Mesa Convention Center that early in the morning. As you can imagine, security is extremely tight here. They have Secret Service, a lot of Mesa police officers here on hand. They're checking everybody who comes in the building. Everyone has to go through a search. They have dogs out here, you know, sniffing everybody and things like that. So looks like most people are already in the building. We heard from several people so far, including Sheriff Joe Arpaio. He spoke just not too long ago. We're waiting right now. They just have music playing, a lot of supporters standing up and talking amongst themselves, waiting for Mike Pence to hit the stage here. So hundreds of people here. There's a lot of people everywhere wearing their Make America Great hats. Again, they're also passing out T-shirts here, so everybody has that. And a couple times, especially when Sheriff Joe Arpaio was taking the stage, these supporters out here were chanting, "Lock her up, continuously.
Right.
They were also chanting that same thing early this morning when they were outside waiting to be let in. So a lot of support here and a lot of fired up supporters.
Ryan, I saw that video of the Lock Her Up chant. I know you posted that on Twitter. Any viewers tuning in, you can find it on Danielle's Twitter, at Fox10Danielle. That's true. That's something about Donald Trump events and I guess Mike Pence events as well. A lot of people in the Make America Great Again gear. People really connecting with this campaign and, you know, going all out, spending the money to show their support for the GOP ticket.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of people here, as you mentioned, you know, in their gear here, a lot of fired up people, especially even just when everybody was taking the stage. All these speakers here today, you can just hear the supporters out here. They're extremely passionate about everything, every point that these people are up on the stage talking about. You know, a lot of things about Hillary and the recent FBI coming out with the emails and things like that. So a lot of people here, and you know, not sure what Mike Pence is going to be hitting on today. You know, he has been very vocal about the Hillary Clinton things that have come out in recent days. Also, you know, obviously Arizona being a battleground state now, this is extremely important. He's coming to the Valley on the same day that Hillary Clinton is coming here, trying to rally her supporters. So Donald Trump has made it to the Valley 7 times during this campaign. Mike Pence has been here 4 times. So it just goes to show you just how important, you know, they're coming here and talking to their supporters truly is. You know, Donald Trump Jr. was just in the Valley last week. Donald Trump was in the Valley this weekend. We're also getting confirmation that Donald Trump Jr. is going to be back in the Valley, I believe, on Friday.
Wow.
No set scheduled date or appearance or anything like that. But, you know, these people, they're just coming to the Valley continuously up until Election Day. You know, we're 6 days out, and it just goes to show you just how important the Arizona vote is truly going to be.
Right. Arizona is a battleground state. All the polls show that, you know, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump are neck and neck. It's crazy to think of Arizona as a battleground state.
Absolutely. It's been red for so long. It's, you know, it's these supporters out here, they were even saying, I believe, don't quote me on this, but I think it's 20 years ago, a Democrat won the state.
Yeah, the last one was Bill Clinton, 1996.
Right. So, I mean, it just shows you just how important, you know, they're making this campaign because, and, you know, and a lot of people hear these supporters and even the people taking the stage here, a lot of people are talking about that. They're saying, you know, don't let the Democratic Party get our state back. You know, we've been red for so long all these years. Don't let it change now. They're hoping that it doesn't change now. So we're going to see Election Day, but up until then, obviously they're making their mark here in the Valley, a pretty important mark.
Right, Danielle, you've been there for a couple hours now out in Mason. You've spoken with some of the supporters. Have any of the supporters said anything that surprised you, or what's a theme that's come up over and over again as you've spoken with those Trump supporters out there?
You know, a lot of people that I've talked to have been talking about Obamacare. That's kind of a big topic of conversation out here. A lot of people are, you know, obviously considering the premiums and things like that. I spoke with one woman, and she says that, you know, although she's not 100% for everything that Donald Trump stands for, she says there's just no way that she can support Hillary Clinton and what she stands for. And her main point was Obamacare. You know, talking about her premiums increasing the way they are, she's terrified. Just, you know, if it does go to Clinton, what could possibly happen in the future? Trying to think of some other things that people have said out here. You know, I spoke to a lot of women. There are actually a lot of women at this event dressed up. They have all their same gear on out here. They're pretty fired up. And, you know, obviously Donald Trump has been viewed negatively in terms of women and things like that. And they just say that, you know, he has daughters and he has so many women of high power positions in all of his companies. And that's something that appeals to them, you know, regardless of anything that's come out in the media. It's just they look at him as loving women and viewing women as high-power people and an asset to people's lives. And, you know, as I mentioned, Donald Trump has daughters, his wife, and things like that. Mike Pence himself has constantly talked about his wife and how important she is and the role she plays, and, you know, she's his best friend and things like that. So the women voters out here, I was kind of shocked to see just how many women there actually were.
Right, right. Well, that's the thing. We carry Donald Trump events on News Now every single day, multiple times a day, and there are a number of women in the crowd holding the Women for Trump signs.
Right, Tommy, right. And actually, it looks like Robert Grant is taking the stage here right now. He's the chairman of the AZ Republican Party, so I'm not sure if you want to take that live or not.
All right, we're going to take that live. Danielle, thanks again for calling in.
You're welcome.
Fox 10's Danielle Miller live on the phone. Let's go ahead and listen into the event now.
Before Governor Pence speaks, I have the great honor to introduce to you somebody who's leading our state in a meaningful way. Look, Arizona has become ground zero for this campaign. A lot of the policy discussions, people are looking at our state for education funding, the civics bill that has been passed where we actually have to have people that understand civics in order to progress to get out of high school. He's been leading us. As far as jobs and economic growth, every time I call, they say, hey, Governor Ducey's in this state or this country or doing this, and he's recruiting people back here as far as corporations to put us to work to make sure Arizona's story is heard by everybody. So I want to welcome the greatest governor, our Governor Doug Ducey.
How about Chairman Robert Graham? Has he done a great job? I want to thank you for the warm welcome, and I want to tell you how excited I am to be at the Mesa Convention Center to introduce the next Vice President of the United States, Indiana Governor Mike Pence. Next Tuesday, we get to decide which way America and Arizona will go. And I'll tell you the direction I want to head. It's the way that conservative governors like Mike Pence are leading. Much like the man that Mike Pence will serve as vice president, he is a man of action. As governor of Indiana, he did something that Washington politicians cannot do. He made government live within its means. He balanced the budget. He lowered taxes. And Mike knows that government does not create jobs. So he got out of the way and let the free market thrive. In Congress, Mike was a strong advocate for the value of all life, for our God-given right to keep and bear arms. For our security, our military, our law enforcement, and our veterans. And without question, in a Trump-Pence administration, our men and women in uniform will respect the honor and care they have earned. Mike's past is a proven indicator of what's to come. As a governor, Mike knows full well that Washington, D.C. does far too much and is good at very little. He recognizes the ingenuity of our states and our local leaders, and he will stand shoulder to shoulder with Donald Trump to ensure that our voices are heard. Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton would only continue to grow the federal government by appointing agency heads handpicked by Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren and Supreme Court justices who share her failed liberal ideas. It's time for a change. It's time for new leadership in Washington, D.C. But it won't happen unless you act. Whether you drop off your mail-in ballot or vote at the polls, I'm asking you to cast your ballot for Donald Trump, for Mike Pence, and for Republicans across the board, including the Corporation Commission, Joe Arpaio, and vote no on Prop 205. Together, we can win. We can win next Tuesday and start making America great again. Now I want you to give it up and give a warm Arizona welcome to my good friend, the great governor of the state of Indiana and the next Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence.
Hello, Arizona. I'm Mike Pence. I'm from Indiana. And a little more than 3 months ago, it was my great privilege with my family at my side to accept my party's nomination to run and serve as the next Vice President of the United States of America. And I'm so honored. I'm so honored to be with all of you today. So honored to be with you today. 6 days away from a great victory all across the state of Arizona and all across the United States of America. And I'm so honored to be introduced before you today by one of the great governors in the United States of America, Doug Ducey, a businessman who went to a chief executive office just like we're going to do in Washington, D.C. in 6 days. Doug and I are great friends. We really are. Fellow governors, and I admire him so much, but he knows me well enough to know that the introduction I prefer is a little bit shorter than that one. I'm a Christian, a conservative, and a Republican in that order. And I have to tell you, I joined this campaign in a heartbeat because you have nominated a man for president who never quits, who never backs down. He is a fighter. He is a winner. And until very recently, it seemed like he was out there fighting all on his own. But now this movement is coming together. This party is coming together. Arizona is coming together. We're going to make Donald Trump the next president of the United States of America. You know, people ask me all the time, what is it about Donald Trump? I tell them, Donald Trump just gets it. You with me on that? I mean, I think Donald Trump literally embodies the spirit of America. Strong, freedom-loving, independent, optimistic, and willing to fight every single day for what he believes in and for what will make America great again. All right? I mean, the truth of the matter is you saw that fight in those debates, didn't you? When a week and a half ago he beat Hillary Clinton in that last debate, hands down. We got our turn at debating. We had a little vice presidential debate over in Farmville, Virginia, not too long ago. You know, You know, I want to apologize for being a few minutes late because I stopped for brunch and Senator Tim Kaine called and interrupted me 10 times. So, you know, some people think that we won that debate in Farmville, Virginia, and I'm very humbled by that. But let me tell you, from where I was sitting, Donald Trump won that debate. Donald Trump's brand of leadership won that debate, and Donald Trump's vision to make America great again is going to win all the way to the White House. You know, it's not like it's exactly been a fair fight out there. You know what I'm saying? I mean, ever since I joined this ticket, I mean, I get up every morning, I got to turn on the television with a stick. You with me on that? I never know what's going to be on there. You know, I mean, it's like the media's out there, you know, it's like 2-on-1 every day with the media doing half of Hillary Clinton's work for her. But the amazing thing is Donald Trump is still winning hearts and minds every day, and he's going to win all the way to the White House. You know, it was kind of funny to watch the media, though. Remember about a week ago, the media, Hillary Clinton and her allies were trying to say this campaign was all but over. You know, like they were measuring the curtains in the Oval Office, isn't that right, Trent? I mean, it's like making cabinet appointment announcements and this and that. But I'll tell you what, Arizona was never confused. Make no mistake about it. Make no mistake about it. This race is on. We are 6 points ahead in early ballot returns. It's all knotted up and we're leading in national polls. Let me tell you something. We know a little bit something about racing in Indianapolis. So I'll tell you where this stands. It is wheel to wheel. We are coming out of the fourth turn. It is hammer down. And Donald Trump and I are going to sprint to the checkered flag here in Arizona and beyond. You know, Hillary Clinton may have the media, the money, and the special interests on her side, but Donald Trump and I got something a little more powerful. We got a basket of Americans that are saying enough is enough. And we're going to make America great again. You know, the truth is that people all across Arizona and all across this country are coming to conclude that this election is not so much just a choice between two people. It's a choice between two futures. So let me tell you where I stand. I choose a stronger America. I choose a more prosperous America. I choose an America that upholds our highest constitutional principles. So I choose to stand with Donald Trump and every American who knows we can make America great again. You know, I heard that Hillary Clinton's going to be in Arizona a little bit later today. Going to be in Tempe. So let me tell you though, I mean, she's going to be up in Tempe giving a speech. I'm sure she'll show up with that campaign of insults against my running mate that they've been running from the get-go. But if you take time to watch her speech, there's a few things you might look for. Okay? I'm just saying. Here in Arizona, you might look for, you know, whether or not, I mean, will she mention her call for open borders like she did when she gave that speech in Brazil? I'm just wondering, her speech here in Arizona, will she mention her support for Obamacare now that average premiums are going to go up 116%? And, you know, with her newfound calls for transparency, will she finally release the 33,000 emails she refused to turn over to the FBI? You know, the truth of the matter is the American people are getting tired of the fast and loose ethics of the Clintons. And it sounds like the Department of Justice is starting to feel that way too. You know, it's a very serious thing. After concluding last summer that Hillary Clinton had classified documents on a private server, that she was just extremely careless with handling those documents, they concluded their investigation. But you all heard about it. Last Friday, the director of the FBI sent a letter to the Congress informing them they'd learned of the existence of emails pertinent to the investigation, and the FBI has reopened the investigation into Hillary Clinton's handling of classified documents on her server. It's a serious matter. It's a serious matter. And look, we commend the FBI for reopening the case, following the facts, because here in America, no one is above the law. We're confident the FBI handle this investigation in a professional and a timely way, but as facts come to light in the days ahead, let's talk about what we already know, okay? I mean, because there's literally been an avalanche of information that's come out. You know, I like to say truth is a force of nature. And the truth has been coming out about Hillary Clinton's years. And here's the thing, that while she was Secretary of State in charge of all the foreign policy of the United States of America, her family operated a private family foundation that accepted money from foreign governments and foreign donors. And then she had in between those two things what was found out by the media to be a private server, presumably to keep communications about what was going out of the public reach. I mean, it really is extraordinary. But let's talk about what we already know. I mean, we found out that at least a dozen companies that gave money to the Clinton Foundation also lobbied the State Department at the same time, and they used lobbyists who were raising money for her presidential campaign to do it. I mean, we found out that from the FBI that officials at her State Department actually offered the FBI a quid pro quo if she'd let them change the classified status on emails that made their way onto her private server. We found out that even though she said it never happened, that aides of Hillary Clinton at the State Department actually said that friends of the Clintons should be flagged for business in rebuilding Haiti after that terrible earthquake back in 2010, and everybody else would be just sent to the website, right? And lastly, we learned in the newspapers about what the media even called a circle of enrichment around the Clintons, where literally the major corporations would contribute large donations to the Clinton Foundation, then those same corporations would be approached for personal income contracts for former President Clinton, $66 million over a 9-year period of time. You know, let me just say something. If only for their decades of self-dealing, conflicts of interest, the politics of personal enrichment, and outright corruption, Arizona, we must ensure that Hillary Clinton is never elected president of the United States of America. You know, the American people are sick and tired of pay-to-play politics benefiting the favored few, and that's exactly the kind of politics that's going to come to a crashing halt the day that Donald Trump becomes president of the United States. Because I got to tell you, Donald Trump's got a plan. We're going to work with the newly re-elected Congress, and in the first 100 days, we're going to reform the ethics laws in Washington, D.C. We're going to change the direction. We're going to have government as good as our people. We're going to drain the swamp. But the truth is, for all the roiling scandals around the Clintons that continue to come out virtually by the day, the truth is, you in Arizona know, this election is about a lot bigger things than their small ethics. And so we need to talk about that. I truly do believe this election is about our security. It's about our prosperity. And it's about the destiny of the Supreme Court of the United States of America. And we need to talk about it. We need to talk about it. On security, despite traveling millions of miles as our Secretary of State, it's undeniable. The world is more dangerous today than the day that Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama took over managing America's place on the world stage. 7.5 years of Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama's form of foreign policy has weakened America's place in the world. Our allies are less secure, our enemies are more emboldened. I mean, you look at wider areas of the Middle East today and compare them to what it looked like in January of 2009, it doesn't even look like the same part of the world. You know, history teaches us that weakness arouses evil. And I would submit to you that the weak and feckless foreign policy of this administration, the architect of which was Hillary Clinton, of leading from behind, of moving red lines, of feigning resets with Russia and paying ransom to terrorist sponsoring states, is emblematic of a failed foreign policy. Hey, let me make you a promise. When Donald Trump becomes president of the United States, we won't be paying ransom to terrorist sponsoring states. They'll be paying a price. I mean, it was Hillary Clinton who actually initiated that disastrous agreement with the radical mullahs in Iran. They got $1.7 billion in cash, $150 billion. And all we got was a promise of a delay in the nuclear ambitions of the leading state sponsor of terrorism in the world. And remember this, it was Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State who failed to renegotiate a status of forces agreement with the sovereign government of Iraq. I mean, it's important to remember, men and women, that through great hardship and extraordinary sacrifice, by the end of 2008, the American soldier won the peace and won security in Operation Iraqi Freedom. They got the job done. In fact, before I go one step further, I'm positive there are men and women who wore the uniform in that conflict and in other conflicts throughout our history here with us today. If you're able to stand, or if you could just raise your hand, would you just give us a chance? Stand up, raise your hand if we can thank you for serving this country. Thank you for your service from the bottom of our hearts. But it was Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama who made the decision to pull all American forces out of Iraq by the end of 2012 and literally created a vacuum in which the monstrous terrorist organization ISIS was able to be conjured up out of the desert to overrun vast areas that the American soldier had already won in Iraq. I mean, today as we stand here, there's more than 5,000 special forces back in harm's way in Iraq. They're in our hearts. They're in our prayers. We think of them today. But they're there because of the failed policy and failed judgment of this president and his Secretary of State. And lastly, it was Hillary Clinton. It was Hillary Clinton who left Americans in harm's way in Benghazi. And after 4 Americans fell, she told the families of the fallen, as their caskets were quietly carried off the aircraft at Dover Air Force Base, that it was because of a filmmaker here in the States, even though she had emailed her daughter on the night of the attack that it was a terrorist-style Al-Qaeda attack. It's important to remember, because I've talked to some veterans of that battle just in the last week as I've traveled this country. You heard that movie entitled 13 Hours. It's a strong film. People that were there say it's an accurate depiction. But you might have the wrong impression from the title of the film, like we sent help in 13 hours. Truth of the matter is, Hillary Clinton's State Department never sent help. Never did. soldiers were never wheels up to go render aid to those that were in harm's way. And after it was found out the conflicts between what had really happened and what Hillary Clinton and the administration had said happened for days after the attack, she sat before the Senate when confronted about it, and she spoke words I'll never forget. She said, quote, "Of those 4 fallen Americans, quote, what difference at this point does it make?" Well, let me tell you, as the proud father of a United States Marine, anybody who said that, anybody who did that should be disqualified from ever serving as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the United States of America. You do not leave Americans in harm's way, and after they fall, you do not ask what difference does it make. Why? We cannot have 4 more years apologizing to our enemies and abandoning our friends. For the world to be safe, for America to be safe, America needs to be strong, and Donald Trump will lead on the world stage with American strength. We will rebuild our military. We will restore the arsenal of democracy. We will give our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines the resources and training they need to accomplish their mission, and we will hunt down and destroy ISIS at its source so it can no longer threaten our people or inspire violence in the homeland. You know, that's probably why more than 200 admirals and generals retired, and more than 20 Medal of Honor winners have endorsed Donald Trump to be the next president of the United States. So it's about security at home and abroad, but it's also about safety for our families in our communities across this country. You know, our hearts are heavy this morning as we all woke up to the news of 2 police officers in Des Moines, Iowa, who were literally ambushed and killed last night, sitting in their cars. As my running mate said this morning, an attack on those who keep us safe is an attack on us all. Could we just have a brief moment of silence for these officers and their families? You know, it's been a very challenging time for those who serve in law enforcement in this country. My uncle was a cop in Chicago for a whole career. I grew up, every time we'd go up visiting my grandparents and see him, my 3 brothers and I would wait in the living room before he'd come out in uniform. Police officers have always been my heroes. And they still are. But it seems like lately, every time tragedy happens in the wake of a police officer performing their duties, there's too many in politics, too many in the media that are prepared to use a broad brush to demean all the men and women that wear the uniform on the thin blue line. You hear people talking about law enforcement as a source of division in our communities. Hillary Clinton talks about institutional bias in the wake of a tragic event. Well, Donald Trump and I know that the men and women who serve in law enforcement are not a force for division in our communities. They are a force for good. They are the best of us, and they deserve the support of the rest of us. There's a lot of police officers with us today. Would you all just mind showing them how much you appreciate what they and their families do each and every day? Now, let me promise you, when he becomes the chief law enforcement officer of the United States, a President Donald Trump will support our law enforcement community at every level with the resources and the training that they need to protect our families and go home safe to theirs, and we will restore law and order to every city and every community in this land. You know, that's probably why more than 330,000 members of the Fraternal Order of Police have endorsed Donald Trump to be the next president of the United States. So it's about security at home and abroad. It's about safety in our streets. But this election is also about our prosperity. I mean, despite all the happy talk on the other side of the aisle, right? People here in Arizona know what people in Indiana know. It's a very challenging time in the life of millions of American families. Here's some numbers. When I read these numbers, please think about faces and families. Don't think about statistics. Here's the economy we have today, the weakest economic recovery since the Great Depression. Nearly 1 in 4 Americans in their prime working years doesn't have a job. 1 in 4. 1 in 5 American households has nobody under the same roof with a job. 1 in 5. 45 million Americans on food stamps. 47 million Americans living below the poverty line. Hillary Clinton's plan? More of the same. Not the same, more of the same. More taxes, more regulation, more of the same failed policies that have increased the cost of American energy, and more Obamacare. It's true. Let me tell you, they tell us this economy is the best that we can do. But I think here in Arizona, you know better. With great leadership like Doug Ducey, the progress you've made, which in spite of what's coming out of Washington, D.C., you know it's not the best that we can do. It's just the best they can do. And when Donald Trump becomes president of the United States of America, we're going to put common sense, conservative principles into practice, and we're going to get this economy moving again and put America back to work. Because Donald Trump's got a plan. Donald Trump's got a plan. Working with newly re-elected majorities in the United States House and the United States Senate, we're going to roll our sleeves up. In the first 100 days, we're going to cut taxes across the board for working families, small businesses, and family farms. We're going to get rid of death taxes once and for all. And we're going to lower business taxes so that companies in Arizona can compete and keep jobs here in the United States and not see them shipped overseas. Because Donald Trump and I know that that avalanche of acronyms coming out of Washington, D.C. is killing American jobs. You all know what I'm talking about. You got your EPA, you got your OSHA, you got your A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So day one of a Trump-Pence administration, Donald Trump's going to sign a moratorium on new federal regulation, and we're going to repeal every single Obama executive order that's stifling jobs and growth in the American economy. And you know, I pulled the statistics this morning since NAFTA and since the China trade deals that the Clintons put into effect. Arizona's actually documented that you've lost 12,649 jobs. Your Department of Labor Trade Adjustment Assistance Program confirms that 27,000 jobs have been lost. The statistics are dramatic. It's remarkable. So I'm going to make you a promise. When Donald Trump becomes negotiator-in-chief, we're going to have trade deals that mean American jobs first. We're going to renegotiate NAFTA. We're going to get out of this TPP thing, and we're going to negotiate trade deals that hold our trading partners accountable to the citizens of the most powerful economy on earth, and we're going to grow an American economy. And lastly, there's a whole bunch more in that. Go to the contract with the American voter. Look it all up. There's a lot more, but there's one thing I want to promise you, that in the first 100 days we re-elect these Republican majorities, great congressmen and women, great leaders in the House and the Senate. In the first 100 days, we're going to hold Washington, D.C. accountable for all the lies of Obamacare. All of them. You remember? You remember what Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama told us? They said, if you like your doctor, you can keep him. Not true. They said if you like your health insurance, you can keep it. Not true. They said that health insurance costs are going to go down. Not true. I mean, the Obama administration announced a week ago that across the country, the average premiums are going to go up 25%. But you here in Arizona, I mean, I caught my breath when I heard that the average premiums were going to go up 116% in the state of Arizona. You know, it's like just the other day, our opponent's husband said, you know, costs are going up, coverage is going down, it's the craziest thing in the world. I guess even with the Clintons, sometimes truth happens. But let me tell you something. Don't be deceived by Bill Clinton's newfound skepticism about Obamacare, okay? All right? For real. Hillary Clinton earlier this year, she said this, quote, before it was called Obamacare, it was called Hillary Care. And I'm old enough to remember that. She actually spoke to a group up in Canada. I mentioned it a little bit earlier, you know, I mean, these speeches she's been given. She spoke to a group up in Canada, and she actually said that she wanted to have a healthcare system in America like the Canadian healthcare system. Well, folks, Canada's pretty far from Arizona, but I mean, they got socialized medicine in Canada. But my favorite quote in all of this, it was very, very illuminating. My favorite quote came from President Obama himself. And about a week ago, he was down in Florida celebrating the 3rd anniversary of the launch of Obamacare. Did you hear about this? Yeah. He said, he actually compared Obamacare. He compared Obamacare to the Samsung Galaxy 7 smartphones that spontaneously burst into flames. I'm serious. Here's what he said. Here's what he said, and I'm quoting. President Obama said, when one of these smartphones has a few bugs, they don't pull it off the market. They upgrade it, they fix it. Unless it catches fire, then they pull it off the market. Here's what he said. Here's what he said. I'm quoting. President Obama said, when one of these smartphones has a few bugs, they don't pull it off the market. They upgrade it, they fix it. Unless it catches fire, then they pull it off the market. Well, what a coincidence, Mr. President, because that's exactly what we're going to do with Obamacare. We're going to pull it off the market so it stops burning up our wallets. I'm telling you. When Donald Trump becomes president of the United States, we're not going to do what Hillary Clinton wants to do, is import health care from Canada, right? Socialized medicine. Here's an idea. We're going to repeal Obamacare lock, stock, and barrel. And we're going to replace it with health care reform that gives consumers more choices to purchase health insurance across state lines, the way you buy life insurance, the way you buy car insurance. We're going to respect the doctor-patient relationship. We're going to harness the power of the free market to make health care affordable. That's the American way to meet the health care needs of our economy. So it's about security at home and abroad, it's about safety, and it's about our prosperity. But maybe of the greatest consequence of all, when I think about the implications of this election, is the fact that while the next president will be elected for a 4-year term, the next president will probably set the course and direction of the Supreme Court of the United States for the next 40 years. And we better think about that. I mean, elect Hillary Clinton as president of the United States. You better get used to more unelected judges using unaccountable power to take unconstitutional actions. Did you hear her in that debate the other night? I was there up in Las Vegas, had a real good seat. I was like me to you. Right. First question. Hey, man, good to see you. First question was about the Supreme Court. She was asked a question. And she actually answered it by saying, go look it up. She answered it by saying that she wanted to appoint people to the court that would represent a particular point of view. Well, look, before I was governor of the state of Indiana, I was a member of Congress. and served with the likes of the great Congressman Trent Franks here. I served in the representative branch of government. We have a representative branch that people represent states or represent districts. The president arguably represents all the people of the United States of America. What Hillary Clinton doesn't seem to understand is the Supreme Court is not a representative branch of the government. It's there to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America and resolve disputes that arise between the American people and our laws. So I would just say to all of you, for the sake of the Constitution, for the sake of the rule of law and limited government, for the sake of the sanctity of life and the unborn, for the sake of the Second Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, for the sake of all the God-given liberties that are enshrined in our founding documents, we must decide here and now in the state of Arizona that the next president to make appointments to the Supreme Court of the United States will be President Donald Trump. It's that important. It's that important. So it's about security, it's about prosperity, and it's about the highest court in the land. But, you know, I think we just need to all recognize we've got 6 days to go, and we've come to another time for choosing in America. And it's a dramatic choice. I can't imagine in my lifetime that I have ever or will ever be a part of a more important election in the life of this nation. And so, men and women, I got some assignments for you. I got some work for you to do. We've got 6 days. Okay? So 3 things. Number 1, vote. All right? And vote early, for heaven's sakes. Early voting is underway, and I want you to bring a friend, bring a family member. Friends don't let friends vote alone. Are you with me on that? Get it done. And I checked when I got off the plane. I got off the plane last night. Mesa City Clerk's Office, 20 East Main Street, Mesa, Arizona. Open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. It's only 5 miles from right here. So when we're done, go vote and bring a friend. Go get it done. Okay. And after you get done voting, we got some other work that needs to be done. That is, go tell somebody. Okay? I mean, I said at the beginning of this speech that it's been 2-on-1 out there with the national media doing half of Hillary Clinton's work for her every day. But the amazing thing is Donald Trump is still winning hearts and minds every day. There's tremendous momentum because the American people have decided to make America great again, and they're talking to their neighbors and friends, so you got to go tell somebody. Over a backyard fence, worship at work, just pull somebody aside and say, I ran into Mike the other day, he told me to go vote, I did that, let me tell you how I voted. And let me tell you why. Tell them why. And for me, and here's the way I put it when people talk to me. I say, look, this isn't even an election so much between left and right or between Republican and Democrat. I think it's as Ronald Reagan said in 1964, this is a choice between up and down. And here's the way I see it. Whether we're going to continue to go down the hill to a weakened America on the world stage, a weaker American military, abandoning our allies, emboldening our enemies, to an America that's more stifled by more taxes, more regulation, more Obamacare, and trade deals that ship jobs overseas, and walking farther away from our highest constitutional ideals, or whether we are going to stop plant our feet, turn around, and march back up the hill to a stronger America at home and abroad, an America that is prosperous for this generation and the next, an America that stands without apology for our highest constitutional ideals. It's a choice between up and down. And that's what you got to tell people. And lastly, so if you're taking notes, vote. Go tell somebody. And on that tell somebody thing, you know, I have to tell you, it's so inspiring to campaign with Donald Trump. And can I just say to you, I know I'm not the main event, so thank you for coming out today. Thank you very much. I'm very humbled that you're here. I'm very humbled. I'm very humbled that you're here. I truly am. But one of the things, when I'm campaigning with Donald Trump, and he has tens of thousands of people, wow. I'm in the car next to him. You know what he always says to me? He'll always poke me in the arm. He'll look at those crowds, and he'll have this look on his face where I can tell he's so moved. And he looks at me and he says, Mike, you know, this is not about me. It's not about us. He says, it's not even about our party. He says, this is a movement of the American people, and the American people have decided to make America great again. That's what he says. It's true. And we're so inspired. We're inspired by the fact this is a movement that's drawn independence to support Donald Trump for president because they're tired of the gridlock in Washington, D.C. and a nation's capital that seems to be lost in that swamp of a different set of ethical standards than the rest of us live by. It's inspiring to see the number of Democrats around America that have come alongside Donald Trump because they're tired of liberal policies. Tired of liberal policies coming out of Washington, D.C. and tired of trade deals that are shipping jobs out of our countries. But I want to say specifically, as you go out, vote, and then you go tell somebody. If you're of a mind, if you're a fellow Republican, I'd like you to go out there and talk to some of our fellow Republicans. And I think it's time to say with one voice to our fellow Republicans across Arizona, it's time to come home. It's time to come home and elect Donald Trump as the next president of the United States. It's time to come home and re-elect Senator John McCain to a Republican majority in the United States Senate. It's time to come home and re-elect Congressman Trent Franks and strong conservatives to the House of Representatives. And it's time to come home to make sure that Hillary Clinton is never elected president of the United States of America. It's time to come home. So as you vote, as you talk to your friends, especially some of our Republicans that aren't quite there yet, and that number is shrinking by the day, I'd like you to do one more thing, and that is have faith. Okay? Have faith in the American people. I mean, go out there and talk to your neighbors and friends. Wherever you do that in Arizona, I mean, out on the ranch, is it cool enough outside? Go find them. Go talk to your neighbors and friends. But when you do it with confidence. Because I think you look through the long and storied history of this country, every single time the American people have been given a clear choice for a stronger America, a freer America, and an America that celebrates our highest constitutional ideals. The American people choose strength and freedom and prosperity and our constitutional liberties every single time. So have faith in the American people and go talk to your neighbors and friends. And then lastly, And lastly, have the other kind of faith if you're ever mine. if you do what Mrs. Pence and I do on a regular basis, to bow the head and bend the knee, it'd be a good time to do it in the next 6 days. I mean, these are very challenging times in the life of our nation. We have new and widening threats abroad, unknowable threats in the homeland, frustrations in an economy that's got a majority of Americans thinking that our kids aren't going to have the opportunities to prosper at the level that we have. We've got more division in this country than really any time. Anxiety over our borders, anxiety over the crisis of illegal immigration, and an inability of our nation's capital to solve these things. So I think this is a good time. It's a good time to pray. But when you do, I rather think Abraham Lincoln got it right in his time. He was asked whether he thought God was on his side. And Lincoln said, you know, I rather concern myself more with whether we're on God's side than that God's on our side. So pray for our country. Just pray for America, because America matters. We're the last best hope of earth. We're a beacon of freedom. So pray for our country. And lastly, I would say pray with confidence. Because for all the challenges of these days, they pale in comparison to trials and tempests through which America has passed through in our history. And from the first day that they stepped off the Mayflower onto Plymouth Rock, in challenging times of hardship, Americans have always claimed that truth that we could claim again today. That if his people, who are called by his name, will humble themselves and pray, he'll do like he's always done throughout our history. He will heal this land. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. So Arizona, we got work to do. We got 6 days to do it. So I need you to roll your sleeves up and go after it. And I'll make you a couple promises before I leave. Number one, if you do all you do and need to do here in Arizona, bring home a great victory come November the 8th, I'll promise you, that man is ready. This team is ready. This movement is obviously ready. Arizona is ready. We will elect Donald Trump to be the 45th president of the United States of America, and we will make America great again. Thanks, Arizona. Let's go get it done.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. You see there Mike Pence just wrapping up here in beautiful, sunny Arizona. It looks like our very own Danielle Miller is going to have a one-on-one interview with Mike Pence coming up shortly. We will take that and go to that when they are ready and when the interview is being conducted. So stay right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We'll get you all caught up on campaign 2016 coverage here. It is, we are 6 days away from Election Day. And today, Donald Trump will be in all Florida events today. 3 events in Florida. We saw one of those events earlier today. He's going to be in Orlando in about 2 hours. We'll take that live for you as well right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. And Hillary Clinton will be in Arizona tonight starting at 6:30 Arizona time, 9:30 out on the East Coast. Love to have you part of that stream as well. We'll be here all day and all evening as we get ready for Campaign 2016 coverage overload, or overdrive, I like to call it, because this is the final push, everyone. This is when all candidates, they're putting all their chips in now. They're putting them all into the center of that table, because we only have 6 days to go before Election Day, and we'll have a live Mike Pence rally for you in just a little bit here. I do want to show you a little bit earlier, like I was mentioning, Donald Trump was in Miami. I'll show that to you guys in just a little bit as soon as we get that down on our stream here. But you guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. I'm monitoring right on my left screen here, waiting for Mike Pence to do his live interview with our very own Danielle Miller, who is out there covering it early this morning. And folks, if you haven't already done so, now would be the perfect time to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know when we are covering breaking news for you right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, as well as, obviously, we're going to have a special show for you on Tuesday, on Election Day. We'll be giving you full coverage of not only the national conversation going on in tight races nationally, but also, of course, here, Arizona, Prop 205, Prop 206, all in the mix here, as well as some of the big races, Maricopa County Sheriff, as well, of course, everybody wants to know who will be the next president of the United States. Of course, we will have full coverage for you on Tuesday, Election Day. Not going to want to miss it. Appreciate everybody watching also on Facebook Live as well. It's going to be a good couple of last couple of days here. This is for a lot of people. They're saying, I just want this election to be over with. And when you think about it, they've been going since June of 2015. That is a long time to campaign for both candidates, all across the country, sweeping in and out. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this all wraps up here. But let me give you guys some of the latest Campaign 2016 news that I am able to bring to you here, guys. And then we'll wait on for the Mike Pence. Let's show you a little bit, the little behind the scenes here. This is our crew just getting ready. This is right outside that Mesa venue where Mike Pence was just at. And right now we are waiting for Mike Pence for a little one-on-one interview. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We always appreciate when you guys join us here. I'm your host, Mike Page. I'll be with you for the next 90 minutes or so here. And right now, Donald Trump is urging some early voters for Hillary Clinton to change their ballots for him. But it's unlikely enough will heed his call to affect the presidential race. Trump urged early voters in Wisconsin, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, and Michigan on Tuesday to change their ballots for him if they're having a, quote, bad case of buyer's remorse after voting for Clinton. Those states do allow early voters to change their ballots. Only 4 states in the country that allow people to change their ballots, but the deadline was Tuesday in Minnesota, and deadlines in the other states are fast approaching. Election officials say voters rarely change absentee ballots. University of Wisconsin-Madison political scientist Barry Burden says he doesn't expect large numbers of people will change their minds this year. He said early voters tend to be especially enthusiastic about their favorite candidate. In other Campaign 2016 news, a group of 62 retired senior military officials is raising concerns right now about potential links between Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin. They are calling on the Republican candidate to release his tax returns to determine if there are financial ties to Moscow. Officers who range in rank from 1-star to 4-star generals and admirals question whether a Trump presidency would serve national security interests or his organization's bottom line. In a letter, they say Trump has taken actions to benefit Russia, including his refusal to acknowledge intelligence conclusions that recent cyber attacks into the Democratic National Committee were tied to the Kremlin. The letter was signed by a number of combat decorated officers, as well as several who have been involved in politics in recent years, including retired General Wesley Clark. And right now, folks, if you are still with us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com, we just saw Mike Pence wrap up right here in Mesa, Arizona, and we are expecting a one-on-one interview with our very own Danielle Miller outside right there. So once we get that, of course, we will bring that to you here live. Of course, campaign 2016 coverage right here in the Fox 10 News Now stream. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Let's continue to give you a little behind-the-scenes look here as we are waiting for Mike Pence. All right, folks, so you can see a little behind the scenes right there as we are waiting for that live interview to take place. Once that happens, we will, of course, show that to you. Got some other campaign 2016 related news as we do wait. Donald Trump is urging his supporters to pretend we're slightly losing in order to drive up enthusiasm in the crucial battleground of Florida. The Republican presidential candidate claimed we're way up in Florida, but then urged his voters to not get complacent. Trump said, okay, ready? Pretend we're down. Pretend we're down. Most polls show a close race in Florida between Trump and Hillary Clinton. The downtown Miami rally, held under a blazing noon sun, was the first of 3 rallies Trump was holding today in Florida. It's a state he must win to capture the White House. He's made repeated visits to the Sunshine State in recent weeks and is slated to have another rally in Jacksonville on Thursday. A newly released hacked email from the Clinton campaign shows that a State Department aide appeared to coordinate with campaign advisors hours before Hillary Clinton's use of private emails were first detailed in a news account. The email released today by WikiLeaks shows the aide provided Clinton staffers with the agency's official response to a New York Times reporter. That was ahead of the newspaper's March 2015 story that Clinton had used private email to conduct all of her work-related business as Secretary of State. WikiLeaks has been releasing thousands of emails from campaign chairman John Podesta. State Department spokesman John Kirby said the department would not comment on, quote, alleged leaked documents, end quote, but he noted that the department has had to communicate with Clinton's representatives to ensure accuracy. Donald Trump's wife, Melania, will make a rare public appearance, delivering a Get Out the Vote speech in the Philadelphia suburbs tomorrow. The speech will focus on her husband's vision for American women, children, and families. Trump's campaign says Mrs. Trump will also speak about the former model and immigrant's, quote, real American story. She will also talk about the kind of dedicated, strong, and committed First Lady she would be. The visit will be Mrs. Trump's first solo appearance of the campaign. It will be her first speech since she has addressed the Republican National Convention back in July. The speech is scheduled for 2 p.m. local time there tomorrow in Philadelphia at the Mainline Sports Center in Berwyn, Pennsylvania. Hillary Clinton is making a surprise stop at an early voting location in a Caribbean-American neighborhood in South Florida. Clinton was mobbed by the enthusiastic crowd gathered today in the parking lot in the town of Lauderhill. Caribbean music played in the background as Clinton shook hands and took pictures. Clinton's campaign is pushing hard for supporters to cast ballots early, particularly in Florida, the biggest battleground state up for grabs. Folks, if you're still watching here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com, let us know how you think Florida will shape up. Will it go for Clinton? Will it go for Trump? Let me know. I'll read some of those comments here while we do wait for a live one-on-one interview. Mike Pence right there in Mesa. You guys watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, now would be a perfect time to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know when we're covering breaking news for you. Let's take a little behind the scenes, continuing to wait for Mike Pence to leave the venue so they could talk to our reporter out there, Danielle Miller, as she continues to wait for Mike Pence. All right, folks. Stacy says red, red, red. Florida is going red. Thanks so much, Stacy, for your comment. You could keep those comments coming right here in the Fox 10 News Now stream. If you're on Facebook, let us know in the comment section, or if you're on fox10phoenix.com, we'd love to have those comments come through as well. We're trying to monitor them both here. We appreciate everybody joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, just 6 days away from Election Day 2016. Hard to believe here, folks. It's almost here. These candidates have been going across the country for about last year and a half. So we'll see here as we get a little bit closer. Let me continue to read some campaign 2016 news here. Hillary Clinton's campaign has canceled a Des Moines rally with vice presidential candidate Tim Kaine and former President Bill Clinton in the wake of the overnight killings of 2 area police officers. The Clinton campaign announced today that the event at the Des Moines Social Club was canceled. Musician Ben Harper was also scheduled to perform. Bill Clinton and Tim Kaine were still campaigning in Iowa today. Kaine was set to appear in Dubuque, and Clinton had stops planned in Waterloo. The officers were shot while sitting in their patrol cars today in what authorities described as separate ambush-style attacks. Police said they captured a suspect this morning. Donald Trump tweeted Wednesday that he was praying for the families of those officers. President Barack Obama says Hillary Clinton made an honest mistake by using private email that is now being blown up into some crazy thing, he said. Obama is offering his first public comments on revelations that the FBI is looking into more emails. Obama said in an interview posted today with the online news outlet Now This that he's trying to avoid looking like he's meddling in an independent process here. And it looks like we are having Mike Pence approach the cameras here. Let's take this live for you right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. So you can kind of see he's going to be doing a reporter line here, some one-on-one interviews with reporters in the Valley. You guys are all watching this all unfold live right now, part of the Fox 10 News Now stream, fox10phoenix.com. As soon as Mike Pence gets to our reporter Danielle Miller, we'll take that live for you in full right here. But you can see Secret Service around. There's Danielle, all waiting here. We'll check back in just a little bit. I'll be monitoring that for you right here as we continue our coverage here. Fox 10 News Now stream. I do want to show you just a little bit of the Miami rally for Donald Trump. And once I do see Mike Pence talking to Danielle, we'll take that live for everyone here. You guys are all watching this all unfold live right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
Everybody. Thank you. Thank you. I love that sign, Blacks for Trump. I love that sign. Thank you. There are a lot of those signs. Thank you. Women for Trump. Hispanics for Trump. There's one, women and Hispanics for Trump. Thank you very much. In 6 days, We are going to win the great state of Florida, and we are going to win back the White House 100%. We're on the cusp of an incredible historic change that transfers power from a failed political establishment and returns that power to our families, communities, and citizens, to you. The system is rigged. Remember that. The system is rigged. Right now, it's rigged.
In 20 years. Why is it so important for you guys to be here? Obviously, Hillary's going to be here. Donald Trump was here Saturday, his sons, things like that. Why is it so important in Arizona this year?
Well, the people of Arizona have an opportunity really to bring real change to Washington, D.C., to say no to policies that have weakened America's place in the world, stifled America's economy. And the fact that people of Arizona are facing an average increase in Obamacare premiums of 116%. They have an opportunity now to elect in Donald Trump someone who will repeal Obamacare and replace it with health care reform that will lower the cost of health insurance without growing the size of government. And the people of Arizona have long known about the impact of the crisis of illegal immigration. In Hillary Clinton, they have someone who's committed to open borders, has spoken about that when traveling around the world. And Donald Trump will end illegal immigration. He'll secure our borders. He'll remove dangerous criminal aliens first from our country and set us on a pathway to resolving this issue. I think all of those issues are resonating, and I think it's why we're seeing so much momentum and so much support across the state of Arizona. And we're going to continue to carry our message directly to the people of this great state.
And you spoke in there that this campaign is the choice between two futures, your guys' future versus the Clinton, which you have said in recent days, personal enrichment. Can you kind of speak to that, and also about the FBI director reopening this case, and kind of what do you foresee with the future?
Well, I think what we know about the Clintons' careers over the last 30 years, it's just been a pattern of personal enrichment in and around their political careers. We now know through revelations that have come out through emails that while corporations were giving millions of dollars to the Clinton Foundation, they were also being approached to sign personal contracts for President Bill Clinton in the amount of $66 million over the last 9 years. We know that while corporations were contributing and governments were contributing to the Clintons' private family foundation, many of those same companies were lobbying the State Department while Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State. I think the American people are tired of the pay-to-play politics that's been characteristic of the Clintons' entire career, and it's exactly the kind of politics that's going to come to an end the day that Donald Trump becomes President of the United States.
And last question,
we got to go. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right there, Mike Pence there wrapping up that interview. Now we're going to take you to Miami, Florida, where Trump did his rally there. Take a look.
This is a movement like we have never seen in this country before. These crowds, the enthusiasm, the love. Got to get out and vote. Real change begins with immediately repealing and replacing Obamacare. And Hillary is not going to be the answer because she wants to make it more expensive. She's doubling down. It's just been announced that the residents of Florida, sorry to tell you this, folks, are going to experience a massive, massive double-digit premium hike. Now, I know what that hike is, but I want you to leave here happy. I want you to be happy people. I want you to think about the future after we take back the White House. So I'm not going to tell you what your hike is, but let me just say it's going to be very substantial. And Obamacare doesn't work on top of everything else. As an example, in the great state of Arizona, which I just left, premiums are going up more than 116%. It's out of control. Over 90% of the counties in Florida are losing Obamacare insurers next year. Lots of luck in your negotiation. In Minnesota, where the premium increase will be close to 60%, the Democratic governor said the Affordable Care Act is no longer affordable. Premiums are surging, companies are leaving, insurers are fleeing, doctors are quitting, and deductibles are absolutely through the roof. Wasn't supposed to be like this, but I said it was going to be like this before it was passed because I understand how business works. Obamacare never had a chance. It's a catastrophe. Yet Hillary Clinton wants to double down on Obamacare, making it even more expensive. It's going to go up a lot. People aren't going to be able to afford it, so I'm not sure that it matters. They're just not going to be able to pay. I'm asking for your vote so we can replace Obamacare and save health care for every family in Florida and the United States. Real change also means restoring honesty to our government. As you know, the FBI has... Did you hear about this little event? The FBI reopening the investigation. They're reopening the investigation into crooked Hillary Clinton. Crooked Hillary. She's crooked. She is a crooked one. There's no question. Crooked Hillary Clinton. You know, that term is really stuck. Everyone's calling her. Has anyone seen crooked Hillary Clinton today? That's going to be a great term for a president, right? Boy, oh boy, what a mess. This is the biggest scandal since Watergate. And now it's been reported that there are FBI inquiries probing virtually all of Hillary Clinton's inner circle and many of the things she's done over the years. It's about time. Remember, it's a rigged system. Remember, it's about time. She wants to blame everyone else for her mounting legal troubles, but she really has no one to blame but herself. Hillary is the one who set up the illegal private email server to shield her criminal activity. The woman screaming, exactly. It is exactly. Hillary is the one who engaged in a corrupt pay-for-play scheme at the State Department and who ripped off the people of Haiti. The people of Haiti were ripped off. And I met with the people of Little Haiti. Anybody here? These are great people. Great. Thank you. Hillary is the one who endangered national security by sending classified information on an insecure server. Hillary is the one who lied so many times to Congress and the FBI. Hillary is the one who made 13 phones disappear, some with a hammer. And she's the one who destroyed 33,000 emails after receiving a congressional subpoena. She also accepted debate questions given to her in advance by Donna Brazile. And then used those debate questions to cheat. It's cheating, the worst level. Instead of reporting this breach to an ethics committee or whoever would listen to the breach. So she got the answers, cheating. She got the questions, cheating. And then she, rather than reporting them, rather than saying this shouldn't be happening, she used them against Bernie Sanders. She probably got them against me too, except we won the debate so easy, I don't think it mattered. We won those debates. Did you see her at the end of the debates? Folks, she was exhausted. You know what she did? She immediately went home and went to sleep. Hillary is not the victim, and the American people, frankly, are the victims of this rigged and corrupt system in every way. But this is your chance, finally, to change it. November 8th. Now, in Florida's case earlier. Now, just so you understand, record turnout, unbelievable numbers, unbelievable. We're doing great with the African-American community. We're doing great with the Hispanic community. And the lines are 4, 5, and 6 blocks long. They've never seen anything like it. And the polls have just come up. We're way up in Florida. I shouldn't say that because I want you to go vote. Okay, ready? We're going to pretend we're down. We're down. Pretend, right? We'll pretend we're down. Now, we got to win. We got to win big. We got to beat her. Got to beat her. We're up in Ohio. We're up in Iowa. We're up in North Carolina. I think we're doing great in Pennsylvania, from what I hear. Folks, you're going to be so proud. You're going to be so proud. We're going to make America great again. You're going to be so happy, and you're going to be so proud of your country again. If Hillary Clinton were to be elected, it would create an unprecedented and protracted constitutional crisis. Haven't we just been through a lot with the Clintons? Right? Remember when he was impeached for lying? He can't practice law. He doesn't have the right to practice law. Didn't we just go through this? And the last thing we need is another 4 years of Obama. It's the last thing. And this will be worse. That means ISIS. That means high taxes. That means bad health care. That means no border. Without a border, we don't have a country. The work of government would grind to a halt if she were ever elected. She'll be in court for her entire tenure. And she'll be convicted. Because look, the first time, I mean, frankly, forget about this time. The first time, she gets a subpoena from the United States Congress and she deletes everything. There shouldn't have been a second time, but I have respect that the FBI has given it a second chance. And this time, I have no doubt that in that 650,000 emails, did you see where they said, oh, we're not worried, they're duplicates? How can there be duplicates if there are hundreds of thousands more than you started off with? So today, I guess WikiLeaks, it sounds like, is going to be dropping some more. And if we met tomorrow, I'll tell you about it tomorrow. But one beauty that's been caught was, and this was just recently, newly released, where they say, we're having a dump of all of those emails. In another communication, Bill Clinton's chief of staff says foreign government, right? This should be another one, just like swamp, you know, the swamp little statement that everyone, listen, this one, you remember what it is? Right. All the money is in, right? They said all the money is in. They're talking about foreign money pouring into their pockets. They said all the money is in. This is what is running for office. Honestly, she should be ashamed of herself. She should be ashamed of herself. My contract with the American voter begins with a plan to restore honesty to our government. That includes a ban on foreign lobbyists raising money for American elections. Makes sense. I want the entire corrupt Washington establishment to hear and to heed the words we all will be saying right now when we win on November 8th. We are going to Washington, D.C., and we are going to drain the swamp. Going to drain the swamp. We're going to drain the swamp, folks. We're going to drain that swamp. Another important issue for Americans is integrity in journalism. These people are among the most dishonest people I've ever met, spoken to, done business with. These are the most dishonest people. There has never been dishonesty. There has never been dishonesty like we've seen in this election. There's never been anywhere near the media dishonesty like we've seen in this election. Don't worry, they won't spin the cameras and show the kind of massive crowds. They won't do that. The very talented Michael Goodwin of the New York Post just wrote today that 2016 presidential race will mark the low watermark of journalism that is worthy, think of it, of the First Amendment. Never before have so many media organizations, old and new, abandoned all pretense of fairness to take sides and try to pick a president. It's unbelievable. It's honestly, for instance, we'll have a great story. We'll give it out to the media. They'll make it look as bad as possible. As bad as possible. Parenthetically, so sad. Parenthetically and very sadly, earnings for the New York Times are down 97% this year. They just announced it. So bad. I feel so badly for them. Just announced. 97%. Oh, they're doing great. And then they tell you who to vote for. You know? Who to vote for. They want crooked Hillary. This isn't about me. It's about all of you and our magnificent movement to make America great again all over this country. And they're talking about it all over the world. At the core of my contract is my plan to bring back jobs. Right now, 70 million American women and children live in poverty or near the brink of poverty. 43% of African American school-age children live in poverty. 32% of Hispanic school-age children live in poverty. This is America. This is the United States. This is unacceptable. As your president, I will go into the poorest communities and work on a national plan for revitalization. We will replace decades of failure with generations of success. Florida has lost 1 in 4 of its manufacturing jobs since NAFTA, a deal signed by Bill Clinton and supported by Hillary. And here's a number that you should remember because it's not even a believable number, and it's correct. America has lost 70,000 factories since China entered the World Trade Organization. Another Bill and Hillary-backed disaster. We are living through the greatest jobs theft in the history of the world. Our jobs are going to Mexico. Our jobs are going to other countries. China and others are making our product. We don't make it anymore. A Trump administration will stop the jobs from leaving America, and we will stop the jobs from leaving Florida. My second home, you know that. I'm here all the time. My second home. Great place. The theft of American prosperity will end. So they are stealing our prosperity, horribly stealing our prosperity. A Trump administration will renegotiate NAFTA and will stand up to foreign product dumping all over the place. Currency manipulation by China and many other countries, and all of the unfair subsidy behavior that's going on all over the world against us. We will also immediately stop the job-killing Trans-Pacific Partnership, a disaster. And Hillary wants it to happen. She called it the gold standard. Then she rejected it, but she's going to approve it. Then she lied during the debate, right? She lied. She lied during the debate. She said she never called it the gold standard. She lied. And she lied about the line in the sand, right? She lied. As part of our plan to bring back jobs, we're going to lower taxes on American business from 35% to 15%. We will also cancel billions in global warming payments to the United Nations. and use that money to support America's vital environmental infrastructure and natural resources. We're spending hundreds of billions of dollars. We don't even know who's doing what with the money. We're going to spend the money here. We're going to work in our own environment. That includes repairing the Herbert Hoover Dike at Lake Okeechobee and protecting the Florida Everglades. We will become a rich nation again. But to be a rich nation, we must also be a safe nation. A terrible tragedy today has occurred in Iowa. You read, you saw. Early this morning, 2 Iowa police officers, outstanding people, were murdered, ambushed violently while sitting in their squad cars. We send our thoughts and prayers to the family of the fallen. I just left Iowa. Most beautiful place. The treatment was so incredible. The crowds, the police officers were so incredible, the job they did. Now 2 of them are dead. An attack on our police is an attack on all of us. Law enforcement is the line separating civilization from total chaos. You have to remember that. According to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund, firearm-related police deaths are up 48% this year, the highest they've ever been. And there have been 14 ambush-style attacks this year alone. Never had anything like this. And what it is a lack of respect for our nation. It's a lack of respect for our leadership. To all the great men and women of law enforcement, I want you to know we're with you, we support you, and we will stand by you. We will restore law, order, and justice in America. Justice. Thank you. Thank you. So good luck to the people of Iowa. We will also work with our federal and local law enforcement to keep America safe from terrorism. Hillary Clinton wants a 550% increase in Syrian refugees pouring into our country. Her plan would mean generations of terrorism and extremism spreading in your schools and all throughout your communities. When I'm president, we will suspend the Syrian refugee program, and we will keep radical Islamic terrorists the hell out of your community. Now, we all have heart, and we're going to build safe zones, and we're going to have some of the Gulf states that have nothing but money. They'll put up the money, we'll lead it, we'll build safe zones. But we have enough problems in our country. She wants to increase the thousands and thousands that are pouring in right now. She wants to increase that number by 550%. And then you wonder why Podesta says she has bad instincts. And you wonder why Bernie Sanders says she's got bad judgment. They're right. She's got bad judgment. Personally, I think she's a very unstable person, if you want to really know the truth. And we're going to repeal and replace Obamacare. But you want to know something? Honestly, I think for herself, she's got much bigger problems right now than Obamacare. She's got bigger problems. Let's see what's on all those emails that they just found. See what's on those emails. Thank you. It's too bad those cameras aren't turning around to see this incredible group of people with thousands more outside. Isn't it too bad? They don't do it. But you know, if Hillary speaks and there's 30 people in a line, they say, oh, the crowd is massive. She's never had a crowd like this in her life. President Obama shouldn't be campaigning for any longer. It's really a conflict, right? He ought to be working on jobs, on the border, on building up our military, instead of campaigning for crooked Hillary Clinton. That's what he ought to be doing. He's in North Carolina, but we're going to North Carolina right after this, so. But we have 2 more today in Florida, and we have massive crowds. There's something happening. They're not reporting it. Katie, you're not reporting it, Katie. But there's something happening, Katie. There's something happening, Katie. A Trump administration will also secure and defend the borders of the United States. And yes, we will build the wall. Thank you. We've received the first ever endorsement from our ICE and Border Patrol officers. First time they've ever endorsed a presidential candidate. They tell us the border crisis taking place right now is the worst it's ever been. Now, in all fairness, people probably figure that I'm going to win. So they're racing across the border. I don't know. I'm sorry to do this to you, folks. Hillary has pledged totally open borders, meaning you don't have a country anymore. And she strongly supports sanctuary cities like in San Francisco, where Kate Steinle was killed by a 5-time deported illegal immigrant. The immigration officers warned that Hillary's plan is the most radical immigration proposal in U.S. history. And that will lead to the loss of thousands of lives, and I believe that. As Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton allowed thousands of the most dangerous and violent criminal aliens to go free because their countries would not take them back. Countless innocent Americans have been killed by illegal immigrants. Last year, as an example, 17-year-old Starlet Pitts, her boyfriend and her mother were stabbed to death in their Lehigh Acres home by an illegal immigrant. The killer had been convicted of assaulting a police officer and was wanted for double murder and robbery, and the people that knew him were begging that he be incarcerated. They were begging. He was released from custody pending his court appearance, enabling him to commit murder. A Trump administration will stop illegal immigration, deport all criminal aliens, and save American lives. And I want to thank, by the way, I see all these signs, Cubans for Trump, Cubans. Love Cubans. So they gave me, last week, the Bay of Pigs Association, right? You know. They gave me their award last week, and it was a great honor. And we're going to fight very hard for the Cubans, and we're going to fight very, very hard for the Hispanics, because they have not been properly taken care of. What's happened with the Hispanic population in our country is not right. What's happened with the inner cities of our country, the African-American community, the Hispanic community, is very, very unfair. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to take care of it. The crime is horrible. The education is terrible. And you can't get a job. We're going to fix the inner cities. We're going to fix the inner cities. Thank you, fellas. That's so good. Blacks for Trump. That's so nice. We will also repeal the Obama-Clinton defense sequester and rebuild our badly depleted military. That includes total support for Homestead Air Reserve Base. A Trump administration will stand in solidarity with the suffering people of Cuba and Venezuela, all surrounding Doral, against the oppression of the Castro and Maduro regimes. You know what I'm talking about. We will cancel Obama's one-sided Cuban deal made by executive order if we do not get the deal we want and the deal that people living in Cuba and here deserve, including protecting religious and political freedom. All right? I'm honored to have the endorsement of over 200 top admirals and generals and 22 Medal of Honor recipients. You know, it's really called peace through strength. Peace through strength. That's what we're going to have. We're hopefully have to get rid of ISIS. We're going to get rid of ISIS. Don't worry, we're getting rid of ISIS. But we have to rebuild our country. We've spent $6 trillion in the Middle East. $6 trillion. And it's in far worse shape by a factor of 10 from when we started. $6 trillion. We lost lives. The most incredible, great people. Our new foreign policy will put America first. Hillary brought disaster to Iraq and Syria and Libya. And she empowered Iran. Remember, she's got bad judgment. And she unleashed ISIS, came right out of the vacuum. Now she wants to start a shooting war in Syria in conflict with nuclear-armed Russia. Frankly, it could lead to World War III. And she has no sense. She's got no instinct. Podesta said it. Hillary and our failed Washington establishment, they've spent that $6 trillion. I mean, I'd love to have that money back, but I'd much rather have all those lives back. Rather have all those lives. Love to have those lives back. But the Middle East is in bad shape, folks, and it's getting worse. It's only getting worse. They've dragged us into foreign wars that have made us less safe. They've left our borders wide open at home, and they've shipped our jobs and wealth to other countries. And these are foreign wars that we don't win. We don't win. We don't win anymore. We don't win with trade. We don't win with wars. We don't win anymore. We're going to start winning again. You watch. We're going to start. To all Americans, I say it's time for new leadership. Just think about what can be accomplished in the first 100 days of a Trump administration. We are going to have the biggest tax cut since Ronald Reagan. And she is going to raise your taxes very substantially. I think you know that. We will eliminate every unnecessary job-killing regulation. Cancel every illegal Obama executive order. Rebuild our military and take care of our great veterans. Provide school choice and put an end to Common Core. We're bringing our education local. Support the men and women of law enforcement. We're going to save our Second Amendment, which is under siege, and appoint justices to the United States Supreme Court who will uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States. Clinton wants us to think small, wants us to believe things can't change, and wants our lives to revolve around Washington, D.C. I wonder if she's going to be there much longer. What do you think? I don't think so. I don't know. I'm not sure she's going to be there. But she wants our lives to revolve around Washington, D.C. I'm asking you to dream big, to push for bold change, and to believe in a movement powered by the people and by their love for this great country. I'm tired of politicians telling Americans to defer their dreams to another day when they really mean another decade. America is tired of waiting. The moment is now. All we have to do is stop believing in our failed politicians and start believing in each other and in our country. There is no challenge too great, no dream outside of our reach. Don't let anyone tell you it can't be done. The future lies with the dreamers, not the cynics, not the critics, certainly not the media. Hey. Hillary has been there for 30 years, and she has accomplished nothing. She's just made things worse. Look at her record. She is the candidate of yesterday. We are the right? Is that right? We are the movement of the future. Our movement represents all Americans from all backgrounds and all walks of life. We are asking for the votes of Republicans and Democrats and independents and first-time voters. And believe me, there are a lot of first-time voters that are standing on line right now. We're asking for the vote of every American who believes truth and justice, not money and power, should rule the day. And I understand the other side very well. I've been there for a long time, but I love our country, and I understand what has to be done. We are going in the wrong direction, and if we keep going in this direction, we won't have a country any longer. We're fighting for every citizen who believes that government should serve the people, not the donors and not the special interests. We're fighting to unlock the potential of every American community and every American family who hope and pray and yearn for a better future. With your vote, we are just, think of it, 6 days away. This started on June 16th of last year. It's a long time. Seems like a long time ago. But we're 6 days away from the change you've been waiting for your entire life. It'll never happen again. It'll never, ever happen. It's not going to happen in 4 years. When I see Cubans for Trump, it'll never happen again. I'm telling you. This whole thing will never happen again. There's never been a movement like this in the history of our country. There's never been a movement like this. Thank you. Thank you. There has never been a movement like this in the history of our country. It's never happened. Even the pundits, even the ones that truly dislike Donald Trump, have said it's the single greatest phenomenon they've ever seen. We have to close the deal. We have to close. Get out and vote. November 8th's fine. Better if you vote now. Maybe you don't feel good on November 8th. You don't want to get out of bed. You got to get up. You got to vote. Together, we will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Get out and vote. God bless you, everybody. Thank you.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are waiting for a live President Obama rally for Hillary Clinton in North Carolina. Once that does become available, we will, of course, bring that to you right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. You just saw there Donald Trump wrap up there in Miami in a little bit. In about less than an hour, he's going to be in Orlando. We'll have that for you as well. Very busy day here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We just saw Mike Pence wrap up in Mesa right here in Arizona a little while ago. Our very own Danielle Miller was able to talk to him for just about a couple minutes. I do have that interview for you. Let's show that to you.
Now there hasn't been a Democratic candidate that's won in 20 years. Why is it so important for you guys to be here? Obviously, Hillary's going to be here. Donald Trump was here Saturday, his sons, things like that. Why is it so important in Arizona this year?
Well, the people of Arizona have an opportunity really to bring real change to Washington, D.C., to say no to policies that have weakened America's place in the world, stifled America's economy. And the fact that people of Arizona are facing an average increase in Obamacare premiums of 116%. They have an opportunity now to elect in Donald Trump someone who will repeal Obamacare and replace it with health care reform that will lower the cost of health insurance without growing the size of government. And the people of Arizona have long known about the impact of the crisis of illegal immigration. In Hillary Clinton, they have someone who's committed to open borders, has spoken about that when traveling around the world. And Donald Trump will end illegal immigration. He'll secure our borders. He'll remove dangerous criminal aliens first from our country and set us on a pathway to resolving this issue. I think all of those issues are resonating, and I think it's why we're seeing so much momentum and so much support across the state of Arizona. And we're going to continue to carry our message directly to the people of this great state.
And you spoke in there that this campaign is the choice between two futures, your guys' future versus the Clinton, which you have said in recent days, personal enrichment. Can you kind of speak to that, and also about the FBI director reopening this case, and kind of what do you foresee with the future?
Well, I think what we know about the Clintons' careers over the last 30 years, it's just been a pattern of personal enrichment in and around their political careers. We now know through revelations that have come out through emails that while corporations were giving millions of dollars to the Clinton Foundation, they were also being approached to sign personal contracts for President Bill Clinton in the amount of $66 million over the last 9 years. We know that while corporations were contributing and governments were contributing to the Clintons' private family foundation, many of those same companies were lobbying the State Department while Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State. I think the American people are tired of the pay-to-play politics that's been characteristic of the Clintons' entire career. And it's exactly the kind of politics that's going to come to an end the day that Donald Trump becomes President of the United States.
And last question, if...
Oh. We got to go. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, that was our very own Danielle Miller talking to Mike Pence about an hour ago. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. What we are going to now is take you to North Carolina, where we are awaiting the president for a Hillary Clinton for America rally. That is coming up in the next 5 minutes. You guys are watching live. Welcome, everybody, to watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live as well. We are waiting President Obama to campaign for Hillary Clinton live in North Carolina. A newly released hacked email from the Clinton campaign shows that a State Department aide appeared to coordinate with campaign advisors hours before Hillary Clinton's use of private emails were first detailed in a news account. The email released Wednesday by WikiLeaks shows the aide provided Clinton staffers with the agency's official response to a New York Times reporter. That was ahead of the newspaper's March 2015 story that Clinton had used private emails to conduct all of her work-related business as Secretary of State. WikiLeaks has been releasing thousands of emails stolen from campaign chairman John Podesta. State Department spokesman John Kirby said the department would not comment on, quote, alleged leaked documents, end quote, but he noted that the department has had to communicate with Clinton's representatives to ensure accuracy. We're continuing on here with campaign 2016 news as we do wait for President Obama to take the stage there live in North Carolina for Hillary Clinton. Once again, he is campaigning for Hillary Clinton. Just yesterday, he was in Columbus, Ohio, and now he is back in North Carolina, he's been there a couple times during this campaign to rally for Hillary Clinton. And we always encourage you, while we are waiting for President Obama, if you haven't already done so, now would be the perfect time. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. That way you'll always be in the know when we are covering campaign 2016 news or breaking news. It just doesn't matter. We cover it for you when the news does happen. In other campaign 2016 news, Donald Trump's wife, Melania, will make a rare public appearance delivering a Get Out the Vote speech in the Philadelphia suburbs tomorrow. The speech will focus on her husband's vision for American women, children, and families. Trump's campaign says Mrs. Trump will also speak about the former model and immigrant's, quote, real American story. She will also talk about the kind of dedicated, strong, and committed First Lady she would be. The visit will be Mrs. Trump's first solo appearance of the campaign. It will be her first major speech since she addressed the Republican National Convention back in July. President Barack Obama says Hillary Clinton made a, quote, honest mistake by using private email that is now being blown up into just some crazy thing, he said. Obama is offering his first public comments on revelations the FBI is looking into more emails. Obama said in an interview posted Wednesday with the online news outlet Now This that he's trying to avoid looking like he's meddling in an independent process. Obama says there's a norm with investigations that, quote, we don't operate on innuendo, we don't operate on incomplete information, we don't operate on leaks, end quote. He pointed out that the FBI previously determined Clinton's mistakes weren't prosecutable. Obama says new voters hear all that noise and wonder whether they should be worried about Clinton's behavior, but he says he has absolute confidence in her. A super PAC backing Hillary Clinton is following her campaign's lead onto the airwaves of Michigan and Colorado. Priorities USA will spend at least $1 million in each of those states on TV ads by Election Day. Clinton's campaign has already announced plans to advertise in both states. Clinton is favored in Michigan and Colorado, but they have been targeted by Republican Donald Trump's campaign. The super PAC raised $175 million over the past 2 years and has been second only to the Clinton campaign as a top presidential ad buyer. Super PACs can raise and spend unlimited amounts of money in support of a candidate, but they can't coordinate with the candidate's campaign. And later today, Hillary Clinton will be in Arizona as she tries to steal a Republican state away from Donald Trump. We'll have that for you right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. That rally is supposed to start 6:30 Arizona time, 9:30 out on the East Coast. We'd love for you to join us here, as we will be broadcasting that for you on fox10phoenix.com and Facebook Live. And for the folks that are just joining us right now, we are waiting for President Obama to hit the stage there in North Carolina in support of Hillary Clinton. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are still waiting for President Obama to hit that stage in North Carolina. The president will spend the final day before the election campaigning for Hillary in New Hampshire. That news just coming out now. Clinton's campaign says Obama will hold a get-out-the-vote rally for Clinton on Monday afternoon. The campaign hasn't announced where in New Hampshire that event will be held. Clinton has been polling ahead of Trump in most polls in New Hampshire, but Clinton has put a renewed focus in the closing days on shoring up Democratic-leaning states. Obama has a campaign stop planned for Clinton every day from now until Election Day, with one exception. On Saturday, he will rest. Earlier today in Mesa, Arizona, Mike Pence honored the 2 police officers killed in Iowa with a moment of silence. The Republican vice presidential nominee referenced Donald Trump in saying, as my running mate said this morning, an attack on those who keep us safe is an attack on us all. Pence noted that his uncle was a police officer, saying, police officers have always been my heroes. And Donald Trump is urging some early voters for Hillary Clinton to change their ballots for him, but it's unlikely enough will heed his call to affect the presidential race. Trump urged early voters in Wisconsin, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, and Michigan today to change their ballots for him if they're having a, quote, bad case of buyer's remorse after voting for Clinton. Those states do allow early voters to change their ballots, but the deadline was Tuesday in Minnesota, and deadlines in the other states are fast approaching. A group of 62 retired senior military officials is raising concerns about potential links between Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin. They're calling on the Republican candidate to release his tax returns to determine if there are financial ties to Moscow. And earlier today in Florida, Donald Trump urged his supporters to, quote, pretend we're slightly losing, end quote, in order to drive up enthusiasm to the crucial battleground state of Florida. The Republican presidential candidate claimed, we're way up in Florida, but then urged his voters to not get complacent. Trump said, okay, ready? Pretend we're down, pretend we're down. Most polls show a close race in Florida between Trump and Hillary Clinton. The downtown Miami rally, held under a blazing noon sun, was the first of 3 rallies Trump was holding today in Florida. It's a state he must win to capture the White House. A newly released hacked email from the Clinton campaign shows that a State Department aide appeared to coordinate with campaign advisors hours before Hillary Clinton's use of private emails were first detailed in a news account. All right, everybody, and while we do wait, we're going to show you in the top right of your corner here a Donald Trump roundtable discussion that is going to be taking place in Orlando pretty soon.
Who's the guy sitting next to Rex? Can you see what that name tag says? I can't see it.
All right, everybody, in the top right-hand corner, you can see a big roundtable discussion that will be taking place shortly in Orlando, Florida, with Donald Trump on the big screen here, waiting for President Barack Obama to take the stage in support of Hillary Clinton. Hey everybody, thank you so much for joining us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream as we continue campaign 2016 coverage here for you. President Barack Obama says Hillary Clinton made an, quote, honest mistake by using private emails that is now being blown up into some crazy thing. Obama is offering his first public comments on revelations that the FBI is looking into more emails. Obama said in an interview posted today with the online news outlet Now This, he's trying to avoid looking like he's meddling in an independent process. Obama says new voters hear all that noise and wonder whether they should be worried about Clinton's behavior, but he says he has absolute confidence in her. North Carolina's process for challenging voters' registration seems to hearken to a bygone era when fewer safeguards were in place, a federal judge said today as she presided over a lawsuit that alleges voters are being purged unfairly. Lawyers for North Carolina countered that state data shows only a sliver of names have been removed from county rolls in the past 2 years. Fewer than 7,000 statewide out of 6.8 million registered voters. The comments came during an emergency hearing over NAACP allegations that at least 3 counties purged voter rolls through a process disproportionately targeting blacks. Early voting is already underway in the critical swing state that the NAACP has previously sued over other voter access issues. So far, North Carolina's black voter turnout has lagged the 2012 presidential election. The NAACP says counties are violating federal law by removing voters less than 90 days before the election. However, state officials say the process complements federal law and preserves due process rights. U.S. District Judge Loretta Biggs said multiple times the challenge process sounds insane. This sounds like something that was put together back in 1901, she told lawyers for the state. The judge also said she was horrified by the number of removals in Cumberland County, which accounted for the majority of the statewide total. It almost looks like a cattle call the way people are being purged, she told County Attorney Rick Moorfield. The NAACP lawsuit cites Cumberland, Moore, and Beaufort counties, which activists have challenged thousands of voters. The challengers include volunteers with the Voter Integrity Project, which says it wants to guard against voter fraud. In most cases cited by the lawsuit, mail to a voter is returned as undeliverable, which county boards can accept evidence the voter doesn't live there. Under state law, any voter can challenge another county resident's registration, resulting in a hearing where the challenger presents evidence according to a state legal filing. If local officials find probable cause, the challenged voter is given notice of a subsequent hearing. A voter who doesn't rebut the evidence can be removed. Election officials and the challengers say few attend the hearings. Many have moved and haven't updated their registration, while others have died. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are continuing to wait here for President Obama to hit the stage here in North Carolina in support of Hillary Clinton. Another Campaign 2016 news. A Colorado law that bans ballot selfies is not enforced, so it does not need to be blocked by a federal court, lawyers for the state argued today in the latest challenge in laws barring voters from snapping the images in the run-up to Election Day. A federal judge in California will hear arguments in a similar case after the American Civil Liberties Union sued over the state's ban on excited voters taking pictures with their ballots. A legal challenge also is pending in New York. Judges have struck down bans on the selfies in at least 2 states, and rules have changed in others. But in Colorado and many other states, taking a picture of your ballot still carries potential fines or even jail time. Vulnerable Senate Republicans are keeping their distance from Donald Trump. Not North Carolina Senator Richard Burr, though. There's not a separation between me and Donald Trump, Burr said at a Gaston County GOP event last month. The chairman of the powerful Senate Intelligence Committee is one of Trump's national security advisors. In New Hampshire, Nevada, and Pennsylvania, endangered Republicans are refusing to even say if they will vote for Trump. Burr is fighting support for Trump will be key with Republican voters even as demographics have changed. And folks, a little bit later today on the Fox 10 News Now stream, we will have Hillary Clinton this evening in Arizona. That rally will be live, 6:30 starting. We're hoping 6:30 starting. Yesterday, she was supposed to have a rally, and she was about 90 minutes late to that one. But it is scheduled for a 6:30 start, 9:30 out on the East Coast. We'd love for you to keep joining us here on these Campaign 2016 events. We do show the rallies from beginning to end. A lot of times you'll see rallies and you'll only see some sound bites, about 2 minutes worth of sound bites from your favorite candidate. What we do here on News Now is we'll show you those rallies from beginning to end. See, we stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. We really do hope that you will join us on Election Day. In just 6 days, we will have continuous coverage for you as we will be watching from a national level as well as right here in Arizona. A lot of key races up for grabs. It's going to be an event you're not going to want to miss. For everybody watching right now on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, while we do wait for President Barack Obama to hit this stage, if you haven't already done so, hey, now would be the perfect time to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Because right now we're just looking at a podium. So if you're new to the stream and you're saying, well, wow, this is kind of interesting that we get to see this access, why don't you hit the like button? Why don't you hit the subscribe button? That way you'll always be in the know when we're covering campaign 2016 news, as well as any breaking news that happens across the country. See, we cover a lot of police chases as well, and you just never know when you're going to get a police chase, and we do stream those as well for you. That way, the best thing to do is when you've liked Fox 10 Phoenix, that way you'll get the alerts of when we're live, and then you could decide to watch if you want, or, you know, if you're doing something, you could always watch it later. It'll be archived for you. We've got you covered. Welcome, everybody, for continuing to watch here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are getting very close to President Obama hitting the stage here in North Carolina. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. Thanks to everybody watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. When there's a campaign rally or a breaking news event going on, you know we got
introduce the President of the United States, Isabel Trumbull.
and a proud native of Chicago, Illinois. Go Cubs! America was founded on the basis of equality, regardless of background. Equality is being able to go to a doctor regardless of pre-existing conditions. Equality is not having to fear for your safety based on religion, race, gender, or orientation. And equality is ensuring access to quality education, regardless of your citizenship status, your physical ability, or financial means. And on October 20th, I was proud to march into Chapel of the Cross on the first day of early voting here in North Carolina and cast my ballot for someone who has put forth substantive plans to ensure equality for people of all walks of life. Hillary Clinton. Hillary has the experience and the vision to lead on every issue from reproductive rights to national security to education. Whether it was in Little Rock fighting to raise standards for students, or as First Lady, creating the state children's health insurance program. She has always been a champion for children and families. And I know she is the only candidate in this race who can continue the legacy of President Obama. A leader who has demonstrated grace in the face of tragedy, determination in the face of obstruction, and who has shown the world that America can lead by example. In 2008, my dad had received 2 tickets to attend the Obama campaign's election night rally in Chicago. He made the difficult decision to take my older sister, promising he would make it up to me at some point somehow. But today, Dad, you're officially off the hook because it is both my pleasure and my honor to introduce to you the 44th President of the United States, President Barack Obama.
So make sure everybody kind of bends their knees, don't stand up too stiff. If anybody faints, just give them a little room, they'll be okay. hydrate. Don't mean to sound like your mom or your dad, but. So, can everybody please give Isabel a big round of applause for the wonderful introduction. We have a couple of outstanding members of Congress here. G.K. Butterfield is here. And David Price is here. One of the finest public servants in North Carolina history, your former governor, Jim Hunt, is in the house. Your current Attorney General and your next governor, Roy Coper's here. And your next United States Senator, Deborah Ross, is here. So, and you're here too. Somebody hollered, what about me? It's like you guys are here too, and I'm going to talk about you. And how much this country is going to depend on you over these next few days. I want to thank all the organizers who are here. I know you've helped rally tens of thousands of volunteers and registered more than 100,000 voters right here in North Carolina. And it is that grassroots work that led us to win North Carolina in 2008, and you are why we will win North Carolina in 2016. And we got 6 days. 6 days. I love you too, but I got some business I gotta do here. All right? I'll give you a hug on the way out. But right now, we got to focus on some business. Not business, but business. And the good news is you don't have to wait until Election Day to do the right thing. You can vote right now. If you're not registered, you have until Saturday to register and vote at any one-stop location in your county. If you don't know where to go, then go to iwillvote.com. iwillvote.com. You can find the one-stop location near you, and we can finish what we started 8 years ago. Now, some of you 8 years ago were 10. You know who you are. So you may not remember exactly where we were as a country when I visited Raleigh in the final days of the 2008 campaign. We were living through 2 long wars. We were in the early days of the worst economic crisis in 80 years. People had lost their homes, their jobs, their 401ks had crashed, their home values were sinking. The economy was teetering on the edge of a Great Depression. But we turned the page. We've seen America battle back. Last year, incomes rose faster than any time since at least 1968. Poverty fell at the fastest rate since at least 1968. Businesses turned job losses into 15 million new jobs. 20 million more people have health insurance who didn't have it before. We kicked our addiction to foreign oil, doubled our production of renewable energy, became the world's leader in fighting climate change, brought home more of our men and women in uniform, took out Osama bin Laden, made sure that in all 50 states, people had the freedom to marry who they love. We did that. That's what we did over these last 8 years. That's what you helped to make happen. And as I've traveled across all 50 states, as I've gone to big cities and small hamlets, What I have always seen is what makes America great, and that is its people. I have seen you, Americans of every faith, every race, every party, who know that we're stronger together. People young and old, men, women, gay, straight, black, white, Latino, Asian, Native American, folks with disabilities, all pledging allegiance to the red, white, and blue. That's the America I know. That's the America we love. And there's only one candidate in this race who has devoted her entire life to lifting up that better America. And that is the next president of the United States, Hillary Rodham Clinton. She's the right person. She's the right person at the right time. But keep in mind, North Carolina, all the progress that we've made over the last 8 years, all the progress we hope to make over the next 8 years, all of that goes out the window if we don't win this election. And we don't win this election, potentially, if we don't win North Carolina. So, I hate to put a little pressure on you, but the fate of the republic rests on your shoulders. The fate of the world is teetering, and you, North Carolina, are going to have to make sure that we push it in the right direction. Now, I know that at the end of a campaign, you must be tired of TV commercials. There are so many negative ads, and there's so much noise, and there's so many distractions, and every day is just hysteria and over-the-top coverage, and at a certain point, there's a temptation to want to just tune it out. You kind of feel overdosed. Even those of us in politics sometimes feel like, I've had enough politics. I understand the feeling, I promise you. But I want you to push away the noise for a second and just focus on the choice you face in this election. Because the truth is, the choice, if we put aside all the noise, all the distractions, all the hype, all the nonsense, if you push all that away, this choice actually could not be simpler. It could not be clearer. It really couldn't. Okay, we got somebody who fell, which is what I expected. Give them some room, make sure they get a little water, and if emergency medical is available, just make sure that you know that there's somebody down right here in the middle. They'll be okay. They'll be okay. It happens all the time. Now, okay, but hold on a second. I'm still focused on business. Not business, business. This choice actually is pretty clear because the guy that the Republicans nominated, even though a bunch of them knew they shouldn't nominate him, the guy they nominated who many of the Republicans he was running against said was a con artist and a know-nothing and wasn't qualified to hold this office, this guy is temperamentally unfit to be commander-in-chief, and he is not equipped to be president. And this should not be a controversial claim. It really shouldn't. I mean, it's strange how over time what is crazy gets normalized. And we just kind of assume, well, you know what? He said 100 crazy things, so the 101st thing we just don't even notice. But think about it. This is somebody who claims to be a great businessman. But I will tell you, I know a lot of business people right here in North Carolina and all across the country who've done really, really well without stiffing small businesses or workers out of what they owed them. We don't have a history of somebody who refuses to release any tax returns at all. And maybe it's because he's not as rich as he says he is. Maybe it's because he hasn't paid federal income taxes in years. Now, this is something he said. This is not me making it up. He hasn't paid a dime. Not for our troops, not for our veterans, not for our great universities, not for our community colleges, not for building roads, not for maintaining our national parks, not for any of the things that help keep America the greatest nation on earth. He says he'll be his own foreign policy advisor. He says he can do that because he has a good brain. Now, that is contestable. But what I can tell you is we can't afford a president who suggests that America should torture people or that we should ban entire religions from our country. We deserve better than a commander-in-chief who insults POWs or attacks a Gold Star mom or denigrates our troops. We have had a Republican senator, not me, a Republican senator, say we can't afford to give the nuclear codes to someone so erratic. Now, if a Republican senator says that about the guy, why would we consider giving him the nuclear codes? It's like Hillary said, a man you can bait with a tweet is not a man you can trust with nuclear weapons. You can't do it. And yet, look, we have to acknowledge he's got support. He's got support here in North Carolina. He's got support in other states. And part of it is because he's been able to convince some people that he's going to be their voice. Now, keep in mind, this is somebody who spent 70 years on this earth showing no respect for working people. Working people weren't invited to his hotels or his golf courses unless they were the maid or mowing the fairway. I mean, this is somebody who vilifies minorities, vilifies immigrants, vilifies people of Muslim faith, makes fun of Americans with disabilities. How is that person going to be your voice? Do you want somebody to be your voice who on tape brags about how being famous allows him to get away with sexual assault? Who calls women pigs or dogs or slobs and grades them on a scale of 1 to 10? That is not the voice of America. That's not the better angels of our nature. And we have a choice. We can choose that, or we can choose to teach our kids that our diversity is our strength, that women are full and equal citizens capable of doing anything a man does, that our job, particularly when we have positions of authority, particularly when this country has blessed us, is to treat everybody with dignity, treat everybody with respect, to treat everybody with generosity and kindness. We have to stop thinking that his behavior is normal, that it's within the bounds of what has up until this point been our normal political discourse. And you hear some folks now justifying it and making excuses. You hear some Republicans who, they know he's not qualified, but they say, well, you know what, character doesn't matter, and knowing the issues doesn't matter, and policy doesn't matter so long as he supports the Republican agenda. But I have to tell you, this office, you know, it's about who you are and what you are, and it doesn't change after you occupy the office. It just magnifies it. If you disrespect women before you are elected president, you will disrespect women when you're in office. If you accept the support of Klan sympathizers, the Klan, and hesitate when asked about that support, then you'll tolerate that support when you're in office. If you disrespect the Constitution before you're elected president, and you threaten to shut down the press when it writes stories about you don't like, or you threaten to throw your opponent in jail without any due process, or you discriminate against people of different faiths, then imagine what you'll do when you actually have the power to violate the Constitution along those lines. And I want to speak not just to Democrats, I want to speak to Republicans here in North Carolina as well. You know, look, I am obviously a partisan Democrat. I understand that, but we're not Democrats or Republicans first, we're Americans first. And there's certain standards of behavior that we should expect out of our leaders. I've got Republican friends who don't think or act the way Donald Trump does. This is somebody who is uniquely unqualified. I ran against John McCain. I ran against Mitt Romney. I thought I'd be a better president. But I never thought that the Republic was at risk if they were elected. And guess what, North Carolina? The good news is all of you are uniquely qualified to make sure this guy who's uniquely unqualified does not become president. You've just got to vote. You've just got to vote. And the nice thing is you don't just have to vote against that guy because you've got a candidate who is actually worthy of your vote, who is smart and who is steady and who is tested, is probably the most qualified person ever to run for this office, and that is the next president of the United States, Hillary Clinton. Here is somebody who has dedicated her life to making this country better. Think about how she got her start. While Donald Trump and his dad were being sued by the Department of Justice for denying housing to African-American families. No, I'm not making this up. I'm just stating facts. At that same time, Hillary was going undercover from school to school to make sure disadvantaged kids were getting an equal shot at a good education. That tells you something about their respective values. And Hillary hasn't stopped fighting for justice, hasn't stopped fighting for equality ever since. Her heart has always been in the right place. And she works hard every single day. I know she worked for me. First of all, she ran against me, and she worked really hard. And then she worked for me, and she worked really hard. And she was there in the Situation Room, and she was there in the Oval Office. And when we were making big decisions about going after bin Laden, even when it was risky, when it was time for us to figure out how to win back world opinion in the wake of the Iraq War, she circled the globe tirelessly as Secretary of State, earned the respect of world leaders. And she, you know what? She's not flashy. She's not going around spending all her time giving big stem winders. And so, as a consequence, sometimes she's underappreciated here at home. But she made me a better president. And she's an outstanding public servant. And she knows her stuff. And she understands the challenges we face. And she is tough. And when things don't go her way, she doesn't whine. And she doesn't complain. She doesn't blame others, suggesting everything's rigged. You know, I had a chance to meet the Tar Heels basketball teams, the men and the women. And, you know, here's one thing I know. If in the middle of a game, you're spending all your time arguing with the refs and starting to make excuses about how you're going to lose because the refs aren't doing the right thing, then you're a loser, and you shouldn't win. And Hillary, she just works through whatever's in front of her. She's got grit, and she's got resilience. And if she gets knocked down, she just comes back up, and she goes back at it. And she knows, most importantly, what the decisions that a president makes means to you. This isn't abstract stuff we're talking about here. If you're a student, whether you get Pell Grant or we're able to make sure that you don't have a mountain of debt when you get out of school, that depends on decisions that are made in part by the president. If you're a soldier, whether you get deployed to some far-off land, that is up to the commander-in-chief. If you're a young person who was brought to this country as a child, has grown up as an American, but maybe doesn't have the papers, and now you're trying to figure out how you can contribute to this country you call home, that is something the president has influence over. Veterans, seniors, a single mom who needs some help with childcare, that's what these decisions are about. And Hillary understands that, and she knows those folks need a champion. And she's actually got plans to help. She's actually got plans. The other guy is not a big plan guy. She's got plans. She can show you how she's going to make sure more people have early childhood education. She's going to show how young people can have more affordable college educations. And while she's executing those plans, she's also going to respect working Americans and the values we care about. She'll be a commander-in-chief who finishes the job defeating ISIL. She will be smart and she will be steady. And by the way, she's going to need help, and that's why I want all of you to also focus on making sure Deborah Ross is going to be a senator right alongside her when Hillary gets elected. Because Deborah's heard your stories. She's been out there fighting for working families, making sure they get a fair shot and a great education and that seniors are secure with the retirement that they have earned. And, unlike her opponent, she doesn't support Donald Trump. I want to take a minute just to talk about Senator Burr. He and I came in together when we were in the Senate, and personally, he's a decent guy. I got nothing against Richard Burr. But when I hear him say there's not a separation between me and Donald Trump, that's troubling. Either he actually means it, in which case he agrees with everything Donald Trump says. That's what it says. That's what you mean when you say there's not a separation. Or he doesn't mean it and he's just saying it to get elected. That's not good either way. You don't want a senator who spends all his time saying, "Yes, sir, Mr. Trump, what do you want me to do, Mr. Trump?" And lately, he's been mimicking Donald Trump. Last week, he actually joked about violence against Hillary. That's not something we do. That's not something, I tell you, if I heard a Democrat saying that, I would condemn them in a hot second. You don't talk about violence against public officials, even in a joke. And, you know, I want to acknowledge he apologized. But the problem is this is becoming normal. This is sort of the red meat they're throwing their audiences. And it's not normal. And it's not who North Carolina is. North Carolina is full of good and decent people and courteous people and people who are willing to cooperate with each other to try to make things better. And that's what America's about. So let me be clear, North Carolina. Business. Let me be clear. There is something more at stake in this election than just plans or policies. This is about the character of our nation. When Hillary was young, her mom taught her the Methodist creed. Do all the good you can for all the people you can in all the ways you can as long as you ever can. That's her North Star. That's what guides her. She believes in that. She believes we can summon what's best in each of us and make this country better for all of us. That's what America's about. We are a country like no other, not because of the size of our skyscrapers or the power of our armies, but because we are a place founded for the sake of an idea. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. We don't have to be born into wealth or privilege in this country have to practice a certain faith. We don't have to have a certain last name. We just have to be willing to contribute. We just have to be willing to put our shoulder to the wheel of history. And we can be a part of this community that we call America. That's what drove patriots to choose revolution over tyranny. That's what led GIs to liberate a continent. That's what gave women the courage to reach for the ballot. That's what gave marchers the courage to cross a bridge in Selma. That's what allowed workers to organize for collective bargaining and better wages. That's what made America exceptional. That's what makes America great. In other words, America depends on you. You, all of you. America's never been about what one person says he'll do for us. I didn't say, yes, I can. I said, yes, we can. It's about what can be achieved by us, each of us, together, through that hard, slow, and yes, sometimes frustrating work of self-government. That means all of us. Justice Louis Brandeis once said, the most important office in a democracy is the office of citizen. Not president, not senator, not mayor, congressman, citizen. That's you. And that's what Hillary's counting on, because she understands that in a big democracy like this, a diverse country like this, it all comes down to what the people say. And she understands it doesn't work. Our democracy doesn't work if we demonize each other, if we just make stuff up, if we spend all our time just trying to tear the other person down just for the sake of seeing if we can get a little more power. She understands that issues aren't black and white. And yes, progress requires compromise, even when you're right. And she knows that none of us are perfect, not even our presidents, but that we should try to conduct ourselves with basic honesty and decency and big-heartedness, because that's what our moms and dads taught us. And they were onto something. They understood that sometimes what life's about is pretty simple. It's like, how do you treat people? Are you useful? Are you kind? Are you generous? Do you treat people with respect? She understands that. And Hillary will continue the progress that we've made. And she'll need allies like Deborah Ross. Because it's not enough just to stick Hillary with a Republican Congress the way they're behaving right now. I wish they were behaving differently. I've tried. I've reached out to them. They didn't work with me when I took office, even when we were trying to save folks' jobs and prevent a depression. Even when they control the Senate and the House, they have trouble passing their own stuff. And so they just resort constantly to gridlock and obstruction and threats to shut down the government and wreck the economy if they don't get their way. That's not how democracy works. That's not what your parents taught you. We teach even our little kids in the sandbox, well, share and cooperate and don't hit each other. And right now, because a lot of them think that Trump will lose, they're already promising even more unprecedented dysfunction in Washington, which is pretty hard to do. They're promising years of investigations, years of hearings, more shutdowns, more obstruction. I'm not making this up. It is all, take a look. This is what they're saying. More repeal votes. Some are saying they won't appoint a 9th Supreme Court justice at all. Deborah's opponent, Senator Burr, just said that if Hillary wins, he'll do everything he can to block all Supreme Court nominations. Now, keep in mind that the reason they said they would not have a hearing or vote for my Supreme Court nomination, bucking all of American history, was because we thought the American people should decide the next Supreme Court justice. Now they're saying, well, if they don't decide the way we want them to decide, maybe we won't even do that. 11 years ago, Richard Burr said a Supreme Court without 9 justices would not work. Well, what changed? What, only Republican presidents get to nominate judges? Is that in the Constitution? I used to teach constitutional law. I've never seen that provision. You've got some Republicans in Congress who are already suggesting they will impeach Hillary. She hasn't even been elected yet. It doesn't matter what evidence, they'll find something. That's what they're saying already. How does our democracy function like that? Look, nobody likes gridlock, but I want to be clear about something. Gridlock is not some mysterious fog that just kind of descends on Washington. It's not like some apparition that shows up. It's not like a monster movie. Gridlock's coming. That's not how it works. Gridlock is not happening because both sides, Democrats and Republicans, are being equally unreasonable. I mean, I know it's hard to view me as objective here, but I'm about to leave, so I'm just letting you know the truth. Wait, hold on, still got some business to do. Gridlock is what happens when Republican politicians, like Richard Burr, decide not based on the merits, not based on what's good for their constituents, but based on political calculation, that they are going to oppose anything that is good for the country just because a Democrat proposes it. That's how gridlock happens. And that's essentially Richard Burr's campaign platform at this point. And as I said before, I know Richard Burr. I used to work out with him in the gym in the Senate. He's a perfectly nice guy. But what's happened is that they have built up this new normal in their party where he's got to say anything in order to get elected. So if you think vote for gridlock is a good slogan, then you should vote for the Republicans. But if you believe, like I believe, that America can do better, if you believe that we should be out there not trying to block each other from doing stuff, but creating jobs for families, lifting wages, child care, if you care about equal pay for women and raising the minimum wage, then I need you to vote for Democrats up and down the ticket. I need you to vote for Hillary Clinton. I need you to vote for Deborah Ross. They're ready to roll up their sleeves and move this country forward. They don't want to look backwards. They want to go forward. Look, I know it's easy to get cynical. There's a lot in this election season that can give you reason to be cynical. But right now, I just want you to know, all of you, it's in your power to reject the divisive, mean-spirited politics that would take us backwards. That's not how it has to be. That's not how it's always been. But it's going to depend on you. You can elect a leader who has spent her entire life trying to move this country forward. Our first female president, who will be an example for our daughters and our sons, that everybody has a chance to contribute and serve. You have a chance to shape history. What an amazing thing that is. If Hillary wins North Carolina, she wins. And that means that when I said the fate of the republic rests on you, I wasn't joking. But that shouldn't make you fearful. That should make you excited. It's not often where you can move the arc of history. Don't let that chance slip away. Young people here, it's not often that you know your voice will have an impact. Don't let it slip away. Don't give away your power. Don't fall for the easy cynicism that says my vote doesn't matter, or all politicians are the same. It does matter, and they're not all the same. That's what Hillary's opponent wants you to think, because they don't want you to vote. And I've got to say, he has been getting help from Republican politicians in this state who've been trying to keep you from voting. We're the only advanced democracy on earth that purposely tries to make it harder for people to vote. But even within sometimes unfortunate traditions in America, what's been going on lately here in this state's been really troubling. A few years ago in North Carolina, Republicans passed a law to make it harder for African Americans to vote. That is not my opinion. Earlier this year, a federal judge said that based on the evidence, those who voted for these laws targeted black voters with, and I'm quoting, surgical precision. It was one of the worst voter suppression laws in the country. Here in North Carolina, not back in the 1960s, now. Already, right now, Donald Trump's calling on his supporters to monitor certain areas. Where are those certain areas he's talking about? There are groups that are not even making secret plans. They're just out in public saying, we're going to try and suppress the African American vote on Election Day or the youth vote on Election Day. If you think that is accidental, then I want you to think about a woman named Grace Bell Hardison. Grace Bell lived in Belhaven, North Carolina her entire life. All 100 years of her life. Just a few weeks ago, Republicans challenged her voter registration status and tried to remove her from the voter rolls. And she heard about it and she said, I can't vote. 100 years old. Now, Grace got her voter registration reinstated. And you better believe she's going to vote. But this 100-year-old woman wasn't alone in being targeted. The list of voters Republicans tried to purge was 2/3 black and Democratic. That didn't happen by accident. It's happening in counties across this state. Now, there was a time when systematically denying black folks the right to vote was considered normal as well. And so, young people, I want you to listen up. And parents, I want you to talk about this. It was not that long ago that folks had to guess the number of jelly beans in a jar, or bubbles on a bar of soap, or recite the Constitution in Chinese in order to vote. It wasn't that long ago when folks were beaten trying to register voters in Mississippi. It wasn't that long ago that a man named Henry Fry in Greensboro, the first African-American Chief Justice of North Carolina's Supreme Court, was denied the right to register to vote because he had failed a so-called literacy test after he had graduated from college. It wasn't that long ago. Grace Bell Hardison, 100 years old. Imagine what she's seen in the arc of her life. Born at a time where there are barely cars on the road, no planes in the sky. Think about everything she's seen. A great-grandmother, probably a great-great-grandmother. How are we going to let, after all she's been through, folks disrespect her like that? How are we going to betray all those who worked so hard, risked everything for the vote so that we could pull the lever, and we're not going to vote? What's our excuse? Now, those who wanted to suppress the vote, they're going to fail. The law was struck down. Your rights have been restored. Right now, there are more one-stop early vote sites in North Carolina than ever before. You can register and vote at any site in your county as long as you do it by Saturday. It's easier to vote than ever in North Carolina. But if you don't vote, then you've done the work of those who would suppress your vote without them having to lift a finger. Come on. Back in 2008, I won North Carolina by 14,000 votes. That's about 2 votes per precinct. If just 2 votes per precinct had gone the other way, I would have lost North Carolina. How can you say your vote doesn't count? Each of you could swing an entire precinct for Hillary if you vote. Or you could swing it for her if you don't vote. Your vote matters. Young people especially, your vote matters. If you've been marching for criminal justice reform, that's great. But you know what? You better vote for a president and a Congress who actually care about disrupting the pipeline from underfunded schools to overcrowded jails. Protests aren't enough if you're not voting. If you've been marching for the environment and to do something about climate change, I've heard you, but you better vote for the next president and Congress believing in science and who will protect the progress we've made so we can leave behind a world that we're proud of for our children. You want more good jobs? You want to have a higher minimum wage? You want help with respect to student loans? Don't just sit there and complain. Don't just sit there in the barber shop and the beauty shop and, watching the Tar Heels and say, politics is all messed up, but what's the score? No, no, no. You can watch the game after you vote. And the good news is you got a proof point. You know it works. You know it works because so many of you voted no 8. And it's because of you that millions of people have health care today that didn't have it before. It's because of you that millions of young people are going to college that couldn't afford it before. It's because of you that a Marine can serve his country without hiding the husband he loves. It's because of you that more young immigrants came out of the shadows and are serving our country. North Carolina, I'm asking you today what I asked of you 8 years ago. I'm just asking you to believe, not in my abilities to change, not even just in Hillary's ability to bring about positive change. I'm asking you to believe in your ability to bring about change. I am not on the ballot, but I tell you what, fairness is on the ballot, decency is on the ballot, justice is on the ballot, progress is on the ballot, our democracy is on the ballot right now. And Hillary gives you a chance to advance our democracy, but you got to do everything you can to make sure everybody votes. Your friends, your family, your cousins, your uncle, your neighbors, your co-workers. Tell them this is the moment where America stands up for our best selves. Stand up and reject cynicism. Stand up and reject fear. Choose hope. Choose hope. Choose hope. Choose hope. Choose hope. Vote. And if you do, we will elect Hillary Clinton, the next president of the United States. We will elect Deborah Ross, the next senator from the great state of North Carolina. We'll continue this amazing journey and finish what we started and remind the world why this is the greatest country on earth. God bless you, North Carolina. God bless the United States of America. Come on.
That was the President of the United States, President Barack Obama, campaigning for Hillary Clinton, Chapel Hill, North Carolina, Election Day just 6 days away. A massive crowd in attendance to hear President Obama speak. Meanwhile, Donald Trump holding an event now in Orlando, Florida. Let's go to that live. Trump in Orlando.
If you can believe that one. We're going to eliminate every unnecessary job-killing regulation. Killing your companies. Killing them. One of the reasons they're leaving. Cancel every illegal Obama executive order. We're going to rebuild our military and take care of our great, great veterans. They're not being taken care of. You know that. A lot of veterans here. We're going to take care of our veterans finally. They have been mistreated for many, many years. We're going to support the men and women of law enforcement. We will save the Second Amendment, which is, as you know, under tremendous siege. We will appoint justices to the United States Supreme Court who will uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States. We will show the world that there is no challenge too great, no dream outside of our reach. There's no dream outside of our reach. We have all these people telling us what to do. Politicians, they know nothing. I've dealt with them all my life, folks. All talk, no action. I mean, look, I have some friends that are politicians, so let me just say, there are some good ones, okay? There are some good. I'll tell you what, you take a look at the media, these are the most dishonest people anywhere. These are the most. The media is a part and one of the vital cogs in the rigged system under which we live. They're a big fat cog in the, and they never show the crowds, they never show what's happening. But you know what you hear? When you hear 20,000, sometimes 30,000, when you hear people, sounds like you're at an Ohio State football game. But they never show it. They never show it. They never show it. People of Florida, we love you. All we have to do is cut our ties with these failed politicians of the past. Hillary is a candidate of yesterday. We are the movement of the future. We are. We're asking for the votes of Republicans, Democrats, independents, and first-time voters, of which we're finding out there are many. You probably heard over the last couple of weeks, Texas is in play. Texas, that Georgia is in play. And I'm saying, gee, that's too bad. Let me tell you, they're setting records in Texas. And they're voting for Trump, just so you understand it. And they know. But when they see those numbers come in, they don't want to announce them. But we are winning like almost everywhere. I think, give us 2 more days, I think we're going to be winning everywhere. And I'm almost starting to think that the least important problem that Hillary has is the fact that we're winning. I think she's got perhaps bigger problems than even that. We're fighting for every citizen who believes that government should serve the people, not the donors and not Hillary's special interests. We are fighting to unlock the potential of every American community and every American family who hope and pray and yearn for a much better future. I am asking you to dream big. I got to dream big. Because with your vote, we are just, can you believe this? 6 days away. Think of it. From the change you've been waiting for your entire life. We're going to work together. We're going to vote. You're going to vote now or you're going to vote by the 8th. But you're going to vote. Thank you. I love that guy. He's a tough guy, but he just screamed out, you're going to win. We're going to win. Thank you, man. Thank you. We have great love. You know, we're in a divided nation. We are a divided nation. We're not going to be divided. We're going to have such love in this country. We're going to have such love and such respect. Together, we will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you, folks. God bless you, everybody. God bless you. Thank you. Get out and vote. Get out and vote. Thank you.
And now we caught the tail end of that Donald Trump event in Orlando, Florida. Looks like we have a Pence event going on in New Mexico. Let's take you there now.
I want them to be able to rise to the highest level that they'd like. I want them to be able to excel, to get to be prosperous, to plan for the next generation. And it's going to be our choice here in this election, this last 6 days before we pull the trigger on this election. So just understand, we got one team that'll support the Constitution and our gun rights, our Second Amendment, our First Amendment. We've got one team that is not committed to those freedoms. Excuse me, one. Let's go now. All right. All right. Now, you all know that when Noah was around and he was having that problem and built that boat, we got a quarter inch of rain then. So anybody that could bring this kind of a rainstorm with them, we always want to welcome them to New Mexico. So a big welcome to Mike Pence. Shout it out. Let's get him out here. All right. Here we go.
There she stood in the street, smiling from my head to her feet. I said, hey, what is this?
Next president, vice president of the United States, Mike Pence. Big New Mexico, welcome. Michael, Karen, how you doing, Charlotte?
Maybe we can see things the same. Now don't you hate, oh, hesitate. Let's move before they raise the fucking rate. All right now, baby, it's all right now. All right now, baby, it's all right now.
Now I could tell you.
Let me tell you now.
I could tell you all the magnificent things that Mike has done as governor. I knew him in the Congress, and I'll tell you the thing that means me most about Mike. You get used to in this business, when the TV cameras are on, people are one way, and as soon as the TV cameras turn the other way, they're someone different. That ain't true with Mike. Mike is stand up. When he says he talks about faith, family, and freedom, he lives it, and Karen is there to make sure that he does. Give Karen a big round of applause. That's Charlotte right with her. Michael, we're glad to have you. You're going to win this state, brother. Appreciate you being here. All right. Thanks. Here you go. Awesome. Hello, New Mexico. Wow. Thank you all for being here. 6 days away from a great victory all across New Mexico and all across the United States of America. I'm so grateful to my friend, Congressman Steve Pierce, a principled conservative, a friend, a champion of conservative ideals in Washington, D.C. Give it up for Steve, will you? He is an awesome guy. But the congressman knows the introduction I prefer is a little bit shorter even than the one he did. I'm a Christian, a conservative, and a Republican in that order. And it's just very humbling for me to see you all out today. 3 months ago, with my wife at my side, I accepted my party's nomination to run and serve as the next Vice President of the United States of America. And I got to tell you, I accepted that invitation in a heartbeat.
Because you have nominated a man for president who never quits, who never backs down. He is a fighter. He is a winner. And until very recently, it seemed like he was out there fighting all on his own. But now this movement has come.
Okay, everyone. It's unclear why we have lost this feed of Mike Pence in New Mexico. But in the meantime, while I work to get it back for you, I do want to show you this interview that Danielle did with Mike Pence while he was here in Arizona this morning.
It's been considered a battleground state now. There hasn't been a Democratic candidate that's won in 20 years. Why is it so important for you guys to be here? Obviously, Hillary's going to be here. Donald Trump was here Saturday, his sons, things like that. Why is it so important in Arizona this year?
Well, the people of Arizona have an opportunity really to bring real change to Washington, D.C., to say no to policies that have weakened America's place in the world, stifled America's economy. And the fact that people of Arizona are facing an average increase in Obamacare premiums of 116%. They have an opportunity now to elect in Donald Trump someone who will repeal Obamacare and replace it with health care reform that will lower the cost of health insurance without growing the size of government. And the people of Arizona have long known about the impact of the crisis of illegal immigration. In Hillary Clinton, they have someone who's committed to open borders, has spoken about that when traveling around the world. And Donald Trump will end illegal immigration. He'll secure our borders. He'll remove dangerous criminal aliens first from our country and set us on a pathway to resolving this issue. I think.
All right, guys, looks like we've gotten that rally back. We'll go to this interview after the rally.
Thank you. But I got to tell you, from where I was sitting, Donald Trump won that debate too. Donald Trump's brand of leadership won that debate. And Donald Trump's vision to make America great again is going to win the debate all the way to the White House. And you know, it's not like it's exactly been a fair fight out there. You know what I'm talking about? I mean, ever since I joined this campaign, I get up every morning, I got to like turn on the television with a stick. You know, I mean, I never know what's going to be on there. I mean, it's like 2-on-1 with many in the national media doing half of Hillary Clinton's work for her every day. But the amazing thing is Donald Trump is still winning hearts and minds every day, and he's going to win all the way through November the 8th. You know, I remember about a week ago, turned on some of those Sunday morning shows, and they were just, Hillary Clinton and her allies in the media just were saying this election was all but over, right? I mean, Hillary Clinton was basically measuring for curtains in the Oval Office. You remember that? I think they had it all rolled up, but I think you all in New Mexico knew different. Let me tell you something. This race is on. We are leading in several national polls, and it's all tied up here in New Mexico. You know, we know a little bit something about racing up in Indianapolis. So let me tell you where this race stands. We are coming out of the fourth turn. It is wheel to wheel. It is hammer down, and we're going to sprint to the checkered flag and bring home a great victory here in New Mexico and all over America. I got to tell you, she may have the media and the money and the special interests on her side, but Donald Trump and I got something a little bit more powerful. We got a basket of the American people that are saying enough is enough. It's time to make America great again. You know, because I think it's actually raining out here. I didn't know it rained in New Mexico. Give it up for the rain. That's a blessing, isn't it? Rain's a good thing. I got to tell you, I think most Americans, as this election approaches, know this is not just a choice between two people. It's a choice between two futures. So let me tell you where I stand. I choose a stronger America. I choose a more prosperous America. I choose an America that stands without apology on our highest constitutional principles. So I choose to stand with Donald Trump and every American who knows we can make America great again. You know, it really is amazing at a time when millions of Americans across the political spectrum are longing for something new. The other party has literally nominated someone who personifies a failed establishment in Washington, D.C. You know, I really do believe the American people have had enough. They've had enough of the fast and loose ethics of the Clinton, and it actually sounds like the Department of Justice is starting to feel the same way. I mean, it really is amazing when you think about it. Stay with me now. While Hillary Clinton here are the facts. While Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State of the United States in charge of all our foreign policy, she had a private family foundation that took millions of dollars from foreign governments. And in between those two things, she had a private server that, after it was found out, after Congress subpoenaed her for the copies of those emails, she used high technology and hammers to delete them. I got to tell you, last summer after the FBI announced that she'd been extremely careless with handling classified information on that server, but decided not to pursue an investigation, a lot of us were scratching our heads. I couldn't quite figure that out. But last Friday, we all heard the director of the FBI said that they had learned of the existence of additional emails pertinent to the investigation, and the FBI has reopened the investigation into Hillary Clinton's private email server. You know what? You know, it's a serious matter. Serious matter. Donald Trump and I commend the FBI for reopening the case, following the facts, because here in America, no one is above the law. Now, we're confident the FBI is going to handle it in a timely and professional way, but as these facts come to light, let's talk about what we already know, okay? Because there's been an avalanche of information that's come out. Despite her best efforts to keep those emails out of the public's hands, they've been coming out, and we need to talk about that. I mean, we found out that there were at least a dozen companies that gave money to the Clinton Foundation at the same time that they were lobbying the State Department, and the lobbyists they were using were lobbyists that were major fundraisers for Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign. We found out from the FBI that officials at the State Department actually offered the FBI a quid pro quo if they let them change the classified status of emails that had made their way onto her private server. We found out that even though Hillary Clinton said it had never happened, that aides to the Secretary of State actually said that friends of the Clintons should be flagged for contracts to rebuild Haiti after that devastating earthquake. And everybody else would just go to the website to apply for those business opportunities. And then we just found out about a week ago what even the media is calling a circle of enrichment around the Clintons, where they'd raise money for their private foundation from big corporations, and they'd ask those same big corporations to sign personal income contracts to former President Clinton. $66 million over 9 years. You know, let me just say this to y'all in New Mexico. If only for their decades of self-dealing, the politics of personal enrichment and outright corruption, we must ensure here in this great state that Hillary Clinton is never elected President of the United States of America. The American people are sick and tired of pay-to-play politics benefiting the favored few. And that's exactly the kind of politics that's going to come to a crashing halt the day that Donald Trump becomes President of the United States. Donald Trump's got a plan. He's got a plan in the first 100 days to pass ethics reform in our nation's capital with a newly reelected Republican majority in the House, and in the Senate, we're going to drain the swamp in Washington, D.C. You know, as hard as it's been to keep up with all the unfolding scandals around the Clintons, the truth of the matter is, I think you all in New Mexico know that this election is actually about a lot bigger things than their small ethics. So we need to talk about that. In the next 6 days, we need to talk about that to our neighbors and friends, because this election is really about issues that come right to our kitchen table, have to do with our security, our prosperity,
and with the Supreme Court of the United States of America. And we need to talk about that. First, on the front of our security, despite traveling millions of miles as our Secretary of State, it's undeniable the world is more dangerous today than the day that Hillary Clinton took over America's foreign policy. Our allies are less secure, our enemies are more emboldened. The truth of the matter is, 7.5 years of Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama's brand of foreign policy has weakened America's place in the world. I mean, history teaches that weakness arouses evil. And the weak and apologetic foreign policy of this administration of leading from behind, of moving red lines, of feigning resets with Russia and the rise, rule, and reign of ISIS are a testament to a weak foreign policy, as is paying ransom to terrorist-sponsoring states. Let me make you a promise. When Donald Trump is president of the United States, we won't be paying ransom to terrorist-sponsoring states. They'll be paying a price if they threaten or detain American citizens. I mean, Hillary Clinton actually initiated that disastrous agreement with the radical mullahs in Iran. They got $150 billion. All we got was a promise of a delay in the nuclear ambitions of the leading state sponsor of terrorism in the world. It was Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama who withdrew all American forces from Iraq. All American forces, without an agreement to leave enough forces to preserve what the American soldier had won by the end of 2008. Make no mistake about it, history will record that through great hardship and extraordinary sacrifice, the American soldier won the peace and security in Operation Iraqi Freedom. They won outright. I know there's soldiers who wore the uniform in that conflict and other conflicts in the long past that are here. Would you just put your hand in the air and let us thank you one more time for your service to this nation in uniform? Thank you for your service. I mean, it breaks my heart to think that what the American soldier won in Iraq was squandered. Was squandered by an administration that withdrew all American forces and created the very vacuum in which the terrorist organization ISIS was able to rise up and overrun vast areas that had already been won by the American soldier. And it was Hillary Clinton and her State Department that left Americans in harm's way in Benghazi. And after 4 Americans fell, she told their very parents at Dover Air Force Base that it was because of a filmmaker here in the United States, when she knew the night of and wrote the night of that it was a terrorist-style attack. When she was questioned about that story that she and the administration pushed for days after the attack before the United States Senate, she said, "What difference at this point does it make?" Well, let me say, as the proud father of a United States Marine, anyone who said that, anyone who did that, should be disqualified from ever serving as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the United States of America. You do not leave Americans in harm's way and not send help. And after those Americans fall, you do not say, "What difference does it make?" We cannot have 4 more years apologizing to our enemies and abandoning our friends. For America to be safe, for the world to be safe, America needs to be strong. And Donald Trump will lead on the world stage with American strength. We will rebuild our military. We will restore the arsenal of democracy. We will give our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guard the resources they need to accomplish their mission. And we will hunt down and destroy ISIS at its source so it can no longer threaten us or our allies or inspire violence in our homeland. You know, that's probably why more than 200 retired admirals and generals have endorsed Donald Trump to be the next president of the United States of America. You know, but it's not just about security at home and abroad. It's also about our safety. You know, we all woke up this morning to the heartbreaking news from Iowa that 2 police officers were killed.
in an ambush, 2 separate locations. My running mate Donald Trump said it well this morning when he said, an attack on those who keep us safe is an attack on us all. Our hearts go out. Our hearts go out to the families of the fallen, to their law enforcement family in Iowa. I'll be there before the end of the day today. The truth is, it's a very challenging time for men and women who wear the uniform of law enforcement. It really is. I mean, too often these days when tragedy happens, when a police officer is performing their duties, instead of just asking for answers, which the public has every right to have, and full transparency, too many in the media and too many in politics are quick to paint all law enforcement with a broad brush. You know what I'm talking about? I mean, Hillary Clinton talks about institutional bias in law enforcement in the wake of a recent tragedy. Well, Donald Trump and I believe that the men and women who serve in law enforcement they're not a force for division in our communities. They're a force for good. They're the best of us, and they deserve the support of the rest of us. There's a lot of police officers here. Would you mind just showing them how much you appreciate what they do for our families every day? I want to promise you that when Donald Trump is president of the United States and the chief law enforcement officer of this nation, we will support law enforcement at every level. We will provide them with the resources and tools they need to protect our families and come home safe. And we will restore law and order to every city and every community in this land. And Donald Trump, as President of the United States, will end illegal immigration once and for all. Donald Trump has a plan. We're going to build a wall. We're going to end catch and release. We're going to have zero tolerance for criminal aliens, and we're going to remove criminal, illegal aliens from the United States of America first. All of that may be why more than 330,000 members of the Fraternal Order of Police have endorsed Donald Trump to be the next president of the United States. So it's about security at home and abroad, safety for our families, but it's also about prosperity. The truth of the matter is that this is a very challenging time for many American families. I mean, despite all the happy talk on the other side, we're in the midst of the weakest economic recovery since the Great Depression. Despite whatever they tell you on the other side, the hard truth is that 1 in 4 Americans in their prime earning years doesn't even have a job. 1 in 5 American households has no one under the same roof with a job. 47 million Americans living in poverty, 45 million on food stamps. Millions more in poverty than when Barack Obama became president. Hillary Clinton's plan, more of the same. More taxes, more regulation, more of the war on American energy that's stifling American growth, and more Obamacare. You know, they tell us this economy is the best that we can do. But I think New Mexico knows better. It's nowhere near the best that we can do. It's just the best they can do. And when Donald Trump becomes president of the United States, we're going to put common sense, conservative principles into practice, and we're going to get America working again. Because Donald Trump's got a plan. Donald Trump's got a plan. After we reelect strong Republican majorities in the House and the Senate in the first 100 days, we're going to cut taxes across the board for working families, small businesses, family farms, and ranchers. We're going to end death taxes once and for all. And we're going to lower business taxes in America so American businesses can create jobs and compete with businesses around the world. We're going to have a moratorium on new federal red tape, and Donald Trump's going to repeal every Obama executive order that's stifling jobs and growth in this economy. And when Donald Trump becomes negotiator-in-chief, we're going to renegotiate NAFTA. We're going to get out of this TPP deal, and trade's going to mean jobs. But once again, trade will mean American jobs first.
And when Donald Trump becomes president of the United States, we're going to hold those leaders in Washington, D.C. And there's got to be a rainbow coming in more ways than one. You with me on that? We're going to hold those people in Washington, D.C. accountable for the lies that they said about the Affordable Care Act. Remember Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama said, if you like your health insurance, you can keep it. Not true. Remember they said, if you like your doctor, you can keep him. Not true. Remember they said the cost of health insurance is going to go down. Not true. I mean, even our opponent's husband the other day said, costs are going up. Coverage is going down. It's the craziest thing in the world. Incredible. But you know what? Don't be deceived by Bill Clinton's newfound skepticism about Obamacare. Earlier this year, Hillary Clinton made her position clear. She said, quote, before they called it Obamacare, they called it Hillary Care. In fact, Hillary went up and gave one of those speeches in Canada. Did you hear about that one? It came out. She went up to Canada where they have socialized medicine, and she said she wanted a health care system in this country just like the Canadian system. My favorite quote, though, came from President Obama. Did you hear about this? He was in Florida about a week ago celebrating the 3rd anniversary of the kickoff of Obamacare. And he compared Obamacare to the Samsung Galaxy 7 phones that spontaneously burst into flames. He did, didn't he? He did. Here's what he said. He said, you know, when one of these smartphones has a few bugs, they upgrade it, they fix it. Unless it catches fire, then they pull it off the market. Well, what a coincidence, Mr. President. That's exactly what we're going to do with Obamacare. We're going to pull it off the market because it stops burning up our wallets. You know, when Donald Trump becomes president, we reelect strong Republican majorities in Congress, we're going to repeal Obamacare, lock, stock, and barrel. And we're going to replace it not with Hillary Clinton's ideal of Canadian-style health care, right? Here's a crazy idea. We're going to give consumers more choices. We're going to let people buy health insurance across state lines, the way you buy car insurance, the way you buy life insurance. We're going to let the power of the American free market lower the cost of health insurance. That's the American way to meet the needs of an American healthcare economy. So it's about security, it's about prosperity, but maybe most consequential at all, it's about the Supreme Court of the United States. I mean, men and women, we're going to elect a president who will serve a 4-year term before he serves an 8-year term. But the next president, whoever it is going to set the course and direction of the Supreme Court for the next 40 years. And you better think long and hard about that. You with me? I mean, elect Hillary Clinton president of the United States, you better get used to more unelected judges using unaccountable power to take unconstitutional actions. So I'll just tell you, if you cherish our Constitution, if you cherish limited government, if you cherish the Second Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, if you cherish the sanctity of life and the unborn, and all the God-given liberties enshrined in our Bill of Rights, we must decide here and now, in the great state of New Mexico, that you will all do your part to ensure that the next president who will make appointments to the Supreme Court of the United States will be President Donald Trump. So beyond all the issues, scandals swirling around the Clintons, this is about security and prosperity and the highest court in the land. It really is. And this is no ordinary time in the life of our nation. In New Mexico, you can play a key role in this election. Make no mistake about it. So I got something to ask you to do. A couple things I want to ask you to do before we go get back on that plane. Sometimes people ask me if he got me a big plane. I tell him it's big other than when it's parked next to his. But it's very humbling for me to be with you today. It really is. Thank you. But we're here. We're here for one reason and one reason only. We're here for one reason. And that is, I think this country's in a lot of trouble. And I think Donald Trump has the right vision and the right leadership to make America great again. But we got to go get it done. So here's what I want you to do. 3 things. 3 things. Number 1, vote. Okay? All right? Already did. Good. All right, you're done. And early voting's underway in New Mexico right now, right? And it's all indoors. So that's good. I mean, I checked before I got off the plane. I mean, Thomas Brannigan Memorial Library, 200 East, Picacho Avenue, Las Cruces, New Mexico. Open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Saturday hours, 10 a.m. to 6. And it's only 10.2 miles from right here. Go vote. And go bring a friend. Friends don't let friends vote alone. So after you vote, I got a couple more things I want you to do. Go tell somebody. All right? Get it done early. Then go tell somebody why you voted the way you did. Tell them why. I mean, the truth is, it really is amazing to be out there campaigning with Donald Trump. I mean, I was with him just yesterday in Philadelphia, a couple days ago in Cleveland. I mean, when he and I come rolling in that motorcade, I always see him marveling at these enormous crowds that are coming out, tens of thousands of people. And you know what he says to me every single time? Just about says it to me every day. He says, Mike, you know, this isn't about me. He says, this isn't about us. It's not even about our party. He said, this is a movement of the American people, and the American people have decided to make America great again. So despite all the odds and all the Hillary Clinton's allies in the media, I think it is a movement. It's because the American people have been talking to each other. And that's what you got to go do. You got to go tell your neighbors and friends what's involved in this choice. And I'll tell you the way I see it. This is not a choice between it's not a choice between Republicans and Democrats. It's not even a choice between left and right. I think it's like Ronald Reagan said so many years ago. It's a choice between up and down. Here it is. You talk to your neighbors and friends, you say, I ran into Mike out at the airport. And here's how he put it. Whether we're going to continue to go down the hill to a weaker America at home and abroad, a more stifled American economy under a higher weight of taxes and regulation and Obamacare and a war on American energy and bad trade deals and walk farther away from our most cherished constitutional ideals, or whether here in New Mexico we are going to stop, plant our feet, turn around, and march back up the hill to a stronger America at home and abroad, a more prosperous America for ourselves and our posterity, and an America that stands without apology by our highest constitutional ideals. That's the choice. It's up or down. And as you go out and talk to your neighbors and friends, there's one group in particular I'd like you to talk to. I mean, in this movement, it's amazing to see how Donald Trump has won over many independents across the country who are tired of gridlock in Washington, D.C. He's won over many Democrats who are tired of liberal policies coming out of our nation's capital and tired of trade deals that are shipping jobs off our shores. But I have a special word for my fellow Republicans in the crowd. Go out across New Mexico, and I think it's time to say with one voice to our fellow Republicans, it's time to come home. It's time to come home and elect Donald Trump as the next president of the United States. It's time to come home and re-elect strong majorities on Capitol Hill and re-elect Congressman Steve Pierce to a Republican majority in the Congress. It's time to come home and make sure that Hillary Clinton is never elected president of the United States. It's time to come home. So if you're taking notes, vote early. Good job. Go tell somebody, especially some of our fellow Republicans. And last thing I'd say to all of you from my heart, have faith. Have faith in the American people. You know, I truly do believe that, as I said before, that Donald Trump literally embodies the American spirit. I mean, he said just the other day, words at Gettysburg that really inspired me. He said, the future belongs to the dreamers, not to the cynics and to the critics. I would offer to you that you can look through the long storied history of this country, and every time the American people were given a clear choice for a stronger America, a freer America, a more prosperous America, grounded in our constitutional and American ideals, the American people choose freedom, prosperity, strength, and American ideals every single time. So have faith in your neighbors and friends, and go talk to them with confidence. And lastly, if you're of a mind to do what the Pences do from time to time, to bow the head and bend the knee, it'd be a good time to do that too. I mean, I truly do believe that this is a challenging time in the life of our nation. And I want you to be clear. I'm here advocating for this ticket and for this team and for this movement. But on this one, I just ask you to pray for our country. I mean, I rather think Abraham Lincoln had it right. Abraham Lincoln was asked one time whether he thought God was on his side during his time, and he said, you know, I concern myself more with whether we're on God's side than that God is on our side. So pray for America, because America matters far beyond our shores. And when you pray, pray with confidence, because I truly do believe that those ancient words that Americans have relied on through much more challenging times than we see today are still true today. That if his people, who are called by his name, will humble themselves and pray, he'll do like he's always done. He'll hear from heaven, and he'll heal this land. This one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So New Mexico, time's a-wasting. You got some voting to do, and you got some talking to do. Go out there and tell your neighbors and friends, because it is wheel to wheel here in New Mexico, and you can bring it home. And let me tell you something. As you go out and do that, over the next 6 days, I'll make you a promise. That man is ready. This team is ready. This movement is obviously ready. If you go out and make sure that New Mexico is ready, we will elect Donald Trump as the 45th President of the United States of America, and we will make America great again. Let's go get it done, New Mexico. Thank you. God bless you.
A busy day for Governor Mike Pence. Just wrapping up a rally in New Mexico. Earlier today, we saw Governor Pence here in Mesa, Arizona. In fact, Fox 10's very own Danielle Miller had a one-on-one interview with Governor Pence as soon as the event in Mesa wrapped up. In case you missed it, I'm going to go ahead and play it for you now.
has been considered a battleground state now. There hasn't been a Democratic candidate that's won in 20 years. Why is it so important for you guys to be here? Obviously, Hillary's going to be here. Donald Trump was here Saturday, his sons, things like that. Why is it so important in Arizona this year?
Well, the people of Arizona have an opportunity really to bring real change to Washington, D.C., to say no to policies that have weakened America's place in the world, stifled America's economy. And the fact that people of Arizona are facing an average increase in Obamacare premiums of 116%. They have an opportunity now to elect in Donald Trump someone who will repeal Obamacare and replace it with health care reform that will lower the cost of health insurance without growing the size of government. And the people of Arizona have long known about the impact of the crisis of illegal immigration. In Hillary Clinton, they have someone who's committed to open borders, has spoken about that when traveling around the world. And Donald Trump will end illegal immigration. He'll secure our borders. He'll remove dangerous criminal aliens first from our country and set us on a pathway to resolving this issue. I think all of those issues are resonating, and I think it's why we're seeing so much momentum and so much support across the state of Arizona. And we're going to continue to carry our message directly to the people of this great state.
And you spoke in there that this campaign is the choice between two futures, your guys' future versus the Clinton, which you have said in recent days, personal enrichment. Can you kind of speak to that and also about the FBI director reopening this case and kind of what do you foresee with the future?
Well, I think what we know about the Clintons' careers over the last 30 years, it's just been a pattern of personal enrichment in and around their political careers. We now know through revelations that have come out through emails that while corporations were giving millions of dollars to the Clinton Foundation, they were also being approached to sign personal contracts for President Bill Clinton in the amount of $66 million over the last 9 years. We know that while corporations were contributing and governments were contributing to the Clintons' private family foundation, many of those same companies were lobbying the State Department while Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State. I think the American people are tired of the pay-to-play politics that's been characteristic of the Clintons' entire career, and it's exactly the kind of politics that's going to come to an end the day that Donald Trump becomes President of the United States.
And last question, we got to go. Thanks. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, guys, so that was a quick 2-minute interview. Danielle got a one-on-one with Mike Pence. You're now looking at the live images from the end of that Governor Pence rally in New Mexico. Earlier today, Joe Biden campaigned on behalf of Hillary Clinton in Florida. He was in Tampa specifically. We wanted to show it to you live, but we had breaking news, so here
Tampa, I told you I was bringing a friend with me.
Go Delaware!
Tampa, I don't think I have to introduce this guy who's standing behind me, do I? If ever there was somebody who embodied what it meant to be an American, it's Joe Biden. If ever there was someone who understood those small town values, those values that matter as an American, those small towns where we lift each other up and we hold each other up and we celebrate with each other and we never divide each other, it's Joe Biden. Tampa, he's come a long way to be with us. But I can tell you this, he's not tired. He's not tired. Nobody ever told Joe Biden that this route was going to be easy. But there has never been a vice president who has been so engaged, so involved, so supportive of President Obama, and he's here to talk to us about why it's important that we continue that legacy. We can't stop now, Tampa. We're not going backwards, we're going forwards. Now, you heard me earlier. You got a job to do. We can't just leave here and go home and say, my job is done. Your job has just begun. Your job is to go get everybody you know to go vote early.
There's plenty of polling places around that you can do that. I need you to pick up the phone. I need you to tweet. I need you to post on Facebook. I need you to post on Instagram. I need you to Snapchat. I need you to get after it like you've never got after it before, because I can promise you this: he wouldn't be here if this race wasn't close. And he wouldn't be here if the road to the White House didn't come through Tampa. So, fellow Tampanians, it's my privilege and my honor to introduce a fellow Irishman, the Vice President of the United States of America, Joe Biden.
Hey, folks, how are you? Well, as my grandfather would say, here we go again. I don't know how the heck you guys work this out, but it gets down to Florida, Florida, Florida. Not a joke. You all do your job. We all get to go to bed early Tuesday night. And by the way, big guy, if I say anything you don't like, you tell me right away. I don't want to make you mad, all right? I just don't want to make you mad, all right? I want to make sure. I got a couple of blank checks. I'm listed. You should read the paper. When I filed my campaign finance reform or finance statement with the Washington Post as vice president, swear to God, you can Google it, as my wife would say. Lead paragraph in the Washington Post said, quote, "It's probable no man has ever assumed the office of vice president with as few assets as Joe Biden." You got the wrong guy, man. I don't know. I made a big mistake. I was poor and I got elected. I promised I'd stay poor, and damn it, I kept my promise. I don't know. But I get paid a good salary now. I can be looking for a job, though. I may need to come down and talk to you, man. Hey, look, it really is amazing. It's amazing that here we go again. I mean it. It's going to be decided. You guys win Florida. It's just done over. There's no path. There's no path for it. And folks, the mayor's become my friend, and it's not just because of the Irish, although that helps a little bit with my grandfather Finnegan. But all kidding aside, you know.
All right, guys, we do have a live video of President Obama to play that in the corner.
You don't want to wake up
or in the full part of your screen.
Say, if I'd only made 2 more calls, if only taken, you know, Mrs. Rodriguez, who was in a wheelchair, if I'd only gotten her to the polls, if I'd only done, could have won, because you know it gets down to, nobody knows better than Florida, how it gets down to just a couple votes, man. In a big, progressive state like this, it got down to just a few votes, and that can make a difference. So that's the first point I want to make to you, but I don't have to, because you know, we can't take our eye off the ball, folks. We cannot take our eye off the ball here. You know, this is about our place in the world. This is about our physical security, this election. This is about our economic security. This is about our families and our children. It's not an exaggeration. There's so much at stake in this race. But maybe what bothers me the most about this race is it gets down to, I never thought we'd be debating and have the rest of the world looking at us and wondering whether or not we treated people with dignity and respect. I have traveled over 1,150,000 miles as vice president for the president, because when I go abroad, I can speak for him because of my relationship with him. So I'm sent all over the world. And I promise you, no matter where I go, the rest of the world is listening, because what happens here affects them as much as what happens in their own countries. And they are stunned by some of the things that have been said in this campaign by our opponent. The crudeness of it, the denigration of people. I mean, it is in a generic sense un-American. People aren't used to hearing this kind of vitriol coming from a candidate for president of the United States of America. You know, there used to be a basic bargain in America. The basic bargain, and Republicans adhered to the bargain. I go back a long time here in this state. I've worked with a lot of Republican candidates who I disagreed with, Republican senators I disagreed with. But they all basically agreed on the bargain. The bargain was if you work hard, you help an enterprise do well, you get to share in the benefits of that. That bargain's been broken. And I promise you, Donald Trump wants to shred what's left of it. This is a guy who, you know, we've gone from crisis. Before I lowered my hand on January the 20th, 2009, we'd already lost 658,000 jobs. We ended up losing 800,000 by February 1st. We lost millions of jobs. I don't have to tell anybody in this state, how many people do you know, maybe many of you, through no fault of your own, lost your life savings and the equity you had in your home, lost everything they had, didn't do anything wrong. But when somebody else got a cockamamie mortgage and their lawns turned brown and all of a sudden your equity in your home was gone and you were in trouble. This is a guy who, as we've come along, we've created about 15 million new jobs, more than every other industrial country in the world. We've reduced wages for the first time in years are actually beginning to rise, about 3%, not a lot, but they're beginning to rise. We actually have a growth rate of the last quarter of 2.8%, which doesn't, I'm sounding like a wonk here, but what it means is that's trillions of more dollars into the economy over time. And, but it gets down to a simple proposition for me. I know I'm always referred to in Washington, you read about me, I'm middle-class Joe, okay? Well, by the way, in Washington, that's not meant as a compliment. That means I'm not sophisticated. But let me tell you, I'm pretty damn sophisticated about what built this country. The middle class built this country. Not a joke. Not a joke. The middle class built this country. And they've never, ever, 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 when given a chance, let this country down. And now we're finally getting back on our feet, off our back, off our knees, off the balls of our heels, and beginning to move. And ladies and gentlemen, the prospects for this country are enormous now. They are enormous. But ladies and gentlemen, my dad used to have an expression. He'd say, when he lost, he didn't lose it, but when he had a lousy job in Scranton, in order to keep the family together, he sent us to my grandpop's house, my mom and the three of us, and he moved to Wilmington, Delaware. But he said, I'll get a good job. I'll get a good job. When things get better, honey, I'll bring you all down. It's only 158 miles. I remember thinking it was like going to Mars. I was going into 4th grade. But he said, everything's going to be all right. And he meant it. He believed it. What we're trying to do, Barack and me, and Hillary will finish it, is make sure every parent can look at their kid and say with some degree of certainty, honey, it's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. And I really mean it. That's what this is about for us. It's pretty basic stuff. My dad used to say after that time when he had to move, he'd say, Joey, a paycheck, a job is about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about your respect. These guys don't get us. They don't understand what this is about. It's not just the economy. It's about who we are, our pride, our dignity. And we deserve to be treated with pride and dignity. And so, folks, look, Trump neither understands nor do I think gives a damn about that. He doesn't think it's that important. He really doesn't. He doesn't. Just listen to what this guy continues to say. Quote, American workers get paid too much. American workers get paid. Now, this is a guy who's appealing to American workers. The guy said, I didn't pay any federal taxes, and that makes me smarter than you. Oh, that's a real good thing, right? I mean, a president of the United States saying that, he says, I rooted for the housing crisis because it is good business. How many lives were ruined because he wanted good business? Ladies and gentlemen, this guy doesn't get it. On his 6th bankruptcy, he stiffed more workers than you can count, and he said on national television debate, maybe I didn't like the quality of the work. Well, Trump, maybe I don't like the quality of what you say. Maybe I don't like the quality of who you are. When he's talking about those workers, he's talking about my family, my uncle, my aunts, my grandparents. Didn't like the quality of their work. Oh. I'm going to be good. I'm not going to talk about gymnasiums. But by the way, and this guy is habitual. This is what gets picked up around the world. Whether I'm in Beijing, whether I'm in Bogota, Colombia, whether I'm in Abu Dhabi, whether I'm I was just the other day, 2 weeks ago, up in in Latvia. No matter where I am, they ask me questions like this, the leaders, the heads of state. Why does he talk about Muslims the way he talks about? Why does he talk about blacks that way? Why does he talk about Hispanics? Why does he talk about women? I mean, they really wonder. They're like there must be some really good reason why he's doing this for some great political... I'm serious. Well, Mom, sis, you're not only right, you're more than right you think. But here's the guy. This guy, the thing that bothers me most is the way he denigrates people. Mexicans are murderers and rapists, and African Americans, Muslims. Even more alarming is the way he talks about women. Now look, guys, I'm not asking all you guys to all of a sudden become feminists, although if you're smart, you would. But all kidding aside, this guy's got a fixation. Have you ever heard anybody ever talk as much about and be so preoccupied with women's bodies, their shape, whether or not they're good or bad? A guy who said what he said to Billy Bush, that because he is famous, because he is wealthy, he has the right, I'm not even going to repeat it on the air, he has the right to, by the textbook definition, I'm a lawyer. I used to prosecute cases. I used to be involved in these cases. He says, because I'm powerful, I have the right to commit sexual assault, because that's the textbook definition of sexual assault. This is a guy, can you imagine any president of the United States, past or future, getting up at 3:30 in the morning and tweeting vitriol about a woman's body who was Miss Universe? I mean, what kind of mind does... No, I'm serious. I'm being deadly earnest. 3:30 in the morning, the candidate for other major political party in America, and the whole world hears it? Ladies and gentlemen, you know, this guy doesn't deserve to be president by any count. He really doesn't. Now, I know some of you, I know some of the people listening are mad at Hillary. Well, let me tell you something about Hillary. Hillary's devoted her whole life to making sure women and children have an even shot, even when it cost her politically. She was there when the first responders were getting stiffed in New York City to make sure the cops and firefighters make sure they got the health protection they needed, and insisted on it, beat up on it, continued till they got it. I had breakfast with her every Tuesday morning when she was Secretary of State. I was, as they used to joke, the Obama whisperer. She's my friend. When she went to the Senate, I was, as a kid in the Senate, I was her rabbi, meaning there's a new senator, a senior senator adopts them and helps them through the early days. We've been friends a long time. And I tell you, when she became Secretary of State, she did more to re-cement our alliances than anybody has at all around the world to making us safer. Look, she not only gets it, she'll finish the job we started. The most important thing that she understands in her gut, her grandpapa was from Scranton, my hometown, and her dad was from Scranton. Her grandpapa worked in a silk mill. Oh, sorry. I'm doing this because maybe when I need a job, Ray-Ban may have me as a sponsor. I've been wearing these since I've been 15 years old. I don't know, but look, guys, you know, and she also knows that globalization hadn't been good for everybody. That we got to do something about changing the way in which we deal with the world, and without cutting back on engaging the world. And so she knows a lot of things we can do right now. The two things we need to do that she gets that will fundamentally make sure that this young man's generation is the most progressive and economically viable in American history are, number one, she knows that in order for us to keep this going, we have to have the best educated workforce in the world. For real. My wife Jill, who's a college professor at community college, says any country that will out-educate us will out-compete us. And it's that simple. And folks, that's why Hillary's worked with Barack and me to make sure we spent a great deal of money bringing in companies and community colleges, putting together programs to train people for the 100,000 high-tech manufacturing jobs are there. They're fully capable intellectually of doing those jobs. They just have to transition to them. That's why we're pushing so hard for free community college and four-year college. And by the way, when I was coming up, if you worked hard, you could make it without a college degree, and you could make it well into the middle class, and you could assure your kids did very well. But ladies and gentlemen, the president asked me 2 states of the union ago to go out and find out what the jobs of the future in America are going to be. I spent 9 months doing that study. It's been published. 6 out of 10 jobs right now require more than a high school degree. Right this minute. By 2025, you're going to need 8 out of 10 of those jobs will need more than a high school degree. It doesn't mean that working folks and blue-collar folks can't do it. It means that technology is going to change so drastically. Whether you're an astrophysicist or you're working on a lathe, everything is changing, so there's got to be continuing education. The intellectual capacity is there to do. The same guy who 30 years ago threw coal into a blast furnace is fully capable of running a photovoltaic machine making solar panels. Completely capable. All it takes is 16 weeks to train them. So folks, Hillary gets it. And by the way, you know, I love my Republican friends, including Rubio, who talk about how, they'll go those big spending Democrats again. Let me tell you, I'm so tired of Republicans talking about being for growth and productivity. I can't think of a single thing they've done to grow the economy in the last 12 years. No, really. Not one. Not one. I think they're counting us having collective amnesia and forgetting what they were for the last 12 years. But here's the deal. You know, if we provide free community college for anyone eligible, and you got to have grades, and you got to be able to go to a community college where your credits are transferable to a 4-year school in order to qualify, okay? We'll go from 6 million to 9 million people in community college. It costs a lot of money, though. It costs $6 billion a year. And I say, my God, there go those Democrats again. But here's what we know from every study, every econometric study. If you have 9 million people going to free community college, cutting in half the cost of their 4 years of college, it will, in fact, increase the GDP, the gross domestic product, by 0.2% per year. That's $1 trillion over time. $1 trillion. That's more jobs. That creates everything. Now, so you say, how do you pay for it? How do you pay for it? Well, guess what? Right now, because of the Republicans, we have built into our tax code $1.3 trillion a year in tax loopholes. Hear me now? $1.3 trillion a year that otherwise would be collected, but for a law that says don't collect that kind of tax. Now, some of it makes sense. You should be able to deduct the interest on your mortgage payment on your first home. You should be able to deduct charitable deductions, etc. But there's one little thing. Just give you one example of what we're proposing to pay for all of community college. If you did away with a thing called stepped-up basis, and said, Joe, where the hell are you taking us, man? I didn't know what it was because I never was in that position. But here's what stepped-up basis is. It means if you're wealthy, and wealthy people are as patriotic as poor folks. I don't buy this. Everybody is wealthy. I don't buy it. They're good people, okay? But if you go out and buy $1 million worth of stock, you hold it for 4 or 5 years, it's now worth $2 million, and you decide to sell it. You're on your way to sell it, and God forbid you get hit by a car. If you had sold it before you died, you would have had to pay a capital gains tax, less than your regular tax, on the $1 million you made. But God forbid, before you sell it, you die and you leave it to your child, and they sell it, they pay no tax. They pay no tax. Now, they make up 0.4% of the entire population. They're already very wealthy, and the last thing they need is an additional tax break on top of their parents' tax break. Okay? Now, you know, if we eliminate that one tax break, it would generate $17 billion a year in income to the Treasury. We could pay for every single solitary person in community college and reduce the deficit by another $11 billion. That doesn't punish anybody. That is not punitive. It just makes good sense. So everything Hillary talks about, for example, I don't know about you guys, the family I was raised in, and mine until recently, you know, we now have leave and family leave. Well, you get up to 12 weeks if you're a parent or you have a child or ever. Well, guess what? Raise your hand if any one of you can go 3 months in a row without a paycheck. I'm not joking now. I had this argument with economists inside the White House early on. You know, middle-class Joe, right? I didn't understand. Well, guess what? Over 50% of the American people say if they missed 1 month of pay, they could not make it. They could not pay their mortgage. They would not be able to pay their car payment. If they had a kid in school, they'd have to take the kid out of school. So when Hillary comes along and says, look, we should have 12 weeks of paid leave. Paid leave. He comes along and says that, you know, right now here in the state of Florida and here in Tampa, I don't know the exact numbers, but it ranges between $14,000 and $22,000 a year, depending on where you live, if you have 2 kids and you need child care while you're working. Okay? If we, in fact, were able to provide a tax credit in addition for women and single men who are working but taking care of their kids, we'd get over 650,000 women back in the workforce. That would increase the GDP by 0.5%. And ladies and gentlemen, we can pay for all of this and all the other rational things that we want to do by just doing one thing. Limit the deduction someone can take at 28%. So you can't deduct, if you make a charitable contribution, more than whatever, probably 15%. But if you're making, if you're a billionaire and you're in a 39% category, you can deduct 39%. Well, if you just limited everybody to 28, which is the top of the line here, you know how much additional revenue that would raise? $660 billion a year. We could move this country along. We could build highways, build ports. I spend time with your folks trying to, if you ever, I took some folks from here and Georgia and South Carolina with me down to the Panama Canal to see the 8th wonder of the world. They have these new locks. You can now get a ship through that's almost twice as big, that carries twice as much cargo at 40% the cost. But guess what? There's not a single solitary port. There's only 3 ports from Houston to Maine that can accommodate these ships. So we're trying to imagine, and you have no idea, the port of Tampa, the ports here in this state, they employ hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people. Their jobs depend on it. And so what's going to happen? You're going to find these big Panamax ships floating right on by y'all. Not a joke. We can do so much more if we just use our heads and make everybody not even pay their fair share, just pay a little bit more of the top end here. Just a little bit more top end. This is the first time since 1923 that 1% of the population make over 24.
Buckham.
Okay, guys, that is the end of the Joe Biden event that we clipped. We didn't get the event in full because then they cut away to another event. Here is another look at Obama in North Carolina rallying on her behalf. Here is a live look at New York City. We are waiting for a Hillary Clinton event to start in Las Vegas. In the meantime, I do want to, looks like we're getting an announcement.
I've already voted absentee a couple of 3 weeks ago, but it's important that no matter who you're voting for, it's important that everybody gets out and exercises their right to vote. It's, you know, we've had a lot of men and women forever have fought and died for all of our rights and freedoms, and one of our rights is the right to vote. So you need to get out there and exercise your right. It's very important, especially all the young folks. It's important for you to get a little involved in your politics and find out, vote your favorite person, whoever you think you line up with in your beliefs of how you think the country should be. You need to go out and exercise that vote. And I know a lot of people say, all my life I've heard them say, "Oh, I'm only one vote. It don't mean anything." But that's not true. Sometimes one vote will win it. Sometimes it comes out in a tie. There's two older guys ran for mayor one time. Older guys. They came out in a tie. You know what they did? They sat down at a table and they cut a deck of cards. High card wins. And that was it. They didn't cost taxpayers a whole bunch more money. So be passionate about your politics and,
Yes, absolutely. Well, thank you so much.
You're
It
welcome.
was
Thank
nice
you.
talking with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Enjoy. Have a good night. Time?
Where he's standing was like perfect. Just like,
So right here.
Yeah, yeah.
Got
Just
it.
like, I don't
Okay. No problem. Oh. Yes, but 5 people just pointed at me. Whoever's coming over. Whoever. Who are you? Who? 5 people just pointed at me, and I don't know where. Oh. Okay. Thank you. No, I'm happy. Whoever's ready. You ready? Okay. Come on over. Oh my God. Nice to see you. And this is what happens. These red carpet
Show
moments,
business, yeah.
you know?
All right.
Okay, so let's talk about being here on this red carpet for this milestone year and what it means to you to be here. Obviously,
Well,
tonight's going to be a little different.
Tonight's a bit. It's always a big deal, but tonight's a much bigger deal, you know, and a lot more excitement around it. A lot more people that we haven't seen in a while, and some great surprises. And I'm glad to be here, and looking forward to it. It's a great honor to be here on the red carpet, seeing all my friends.
Yeah, of course. And now, so first tell me a little bit about what's coming up for you.
Well, we just released our documentary film, The Mountain, which is a film that's taken me about 15 years to finish. It's stories of inmates I met and visited with at Brushy Mountain State Prison.
Wow.
And the record that I made around it, Alive at Brushy Mountain, are available on Universal Eagle Rock. And that's a big plug for you, for plug my record. But I say that because I hope people will go and find the film and watch it. It's really important, the testimonies and the story and the journey that we were on for the last few years, well, over 10 years. And I think it might help make some lives better.
Yeah, what inspired you to do that in the first place?
I always had it in my heart to try to do something with my music for people that needed it most, broken souls and broken hearts. And coming to know Johnny Cash and Merle Haggard early on in my music career, I thought I'd just take my guitar to Brushy Mountain State Pen and sing for a few guys. But it turned into a much longer and bigger journey than I had anticipated. Had I known it was going to be that long of a journey and that high of a mountain, I may have just gone to Knoxville and saw a football game. You know?
Well, then, just speaking of, obviously, country legends, how important do you think it is, especially to have a show tonight where they're going to go through the decades? It's going to talk about the kind of the evolution of this genre and how far it's
I think it's about time.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you think it's important, for people watching at home, maybe new fans, new audiences?
I think it's important for us to remember where the roots of our storytelling and entertaining comes from. And I think it's important to keep truth in that, and the truth about who we are as a people and as a nation and as a, culture. And so that's why it's important.
Yeah.
And come to the Country Music Hall of Fame. And see us.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Nice talking with you. Appreciate it. Hi.
We and Michael Morgan just had a big #1 with Metagirl, and
Fantastic.
missing his fingers.
All right. Thank you. How are you?
How you doing, baby? Good to see you.
Good to see you. You too.
Doing okay?
So, yeah. How about yourself?
I am doing just fine.
Yeah,
just
just
fine.
red carpet.
First red carpet.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Yes, ma'am.
That's exciting. So, what have you learned about red carpets so far?
What not to
in
say?
The short walk up there?
What not to say? What to say? Smile.
Yeah. No, and for you, is it also? I mean, obviously, you're an artist walking the carpet. Are you a fan as well?
Oh, of course. I'm a
Are you,
fan.
like,
I'm a
starstruck a
fan
little,
first
saying
and foremost.
hi?
A lot of these guys coming up with me here on the carpet right now, a lot of them are actually friends of mine, so we're giving each other a lot of crap, But
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to seeing George Strait tonight.
Okay.
That's what I'm really, really looking forward to.
And now the show is going to sort of reflect on the past 5 decades
Yeah.
of country music. So, as a country music artist, do you feel that? What do you feel that can do for young audiences who maybe don't know all the decades?
Well, I think, if you're going to be an artist in country music, you need to know those folks. Those are the people that paved the road that they're all walking on. And I'm glad that they're doing that tonight, I'm very glad that they're paying tribute to George Strait and Willie Nelson and the Oak Ridge Boys. I just saw them. They're going to be playing tonight. It just makes me so happy, makes my heart so happy that we're tipping the hat to them.
Yeah, absolutely. And so then for you, tell me what's coming up. I know a lot just recently.
Yes, ma'am. We just had our first #1. We've got our album out now. It's called Vinyl. We've got our next single coming out. It's called Missing. It's going to be out here in the next week or two. We're going out on tour with Justin Moore and Lee Brice for their American Made tour. We're just keeping our nose on the grindstone and working as hard as we can.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. So songwriting, obviously, at the heart of this genre.
Yes, ma'am.
Who is someone in your life most surprised or entertained by you writing a song about them?
My mama, probably. I mean, I tried to write a bunch of songs about mama. None of them turned out good enough for her, but, probably mama. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's
I love my
very
mom.
sweet. Oh, that's so sweet. Okay, and then also just a fun question. Obviously, paying your dues, you have to just play whatever gigs. What is the most bizarre place that you played and you're like, wow, okay, it's a gig, I'll play here?
Oh, well, I played a couple strip clubs, believe it or not.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't my style, but
it's a gig, right?
yeah, it's
You
a
gotta
gig,
take it.
exactly. Just like you said, it's a gig. You got to take it.
Yeah.
It's very early beginnings of my career before we even got signed to Warner Brothers. So it's I'm glad those days are past us.
Well, thank you so much. Have fun tonight. Nice talking with you. Sure. Yes. Sorry. No, I haven't.
Again, you are looking at a live feed coming in from the Country Music Awards. Our Fox Entertainment reporter is live on the red carpet, interviewing a number of people in attendance at this big award show.
Hi. Nice to meet you. Do they want to come over? They can.
They don't talk much, but they'll come over
if they want to come join you. Or if they want to come on, you can come in. Why not? Hi, I'm Ashley. Nice to meet you, David. Hi. Nice to meet you. Oh, hi. Coming in. Oh, there's so many. Everyone's here. Hi, Ashley. Nice to meet you. Wow, the whole family. Hi. Okay. So, obviously, this song has had such an impact, and it's meant so much to so many people. Take me back to when you were writing it, and obviously the inspiration for it.
Right. Well, here's the inspiration. And it was a school day, and I dropped the little kids off at school and went home in my yoga pants and just was, thinking about the things that my husband and I wanted the kids to know. And it really is just a simple list. And the way I saw the song was like a little prayer to them. And Tim saw it in such a bigger way and made such a moment out of it. It's been such a blessing. The whole thing's been such a blessing.
Yeah, and so many people it meant so much to them. So what are some of your favorite comments or feedback that you've gotten from others in terms of how they interpreted this song or have now, made the song part of their life?
Yeah, well, it's funny because it came out around graduation, and we saw a lot of graduations that made it part of their celebration, and a lot of little kids singing it, which was amazing. But I was surprised by the weddings. There was a lot of mom and son dances at weddings to it, and I thought that was like a great way. I like, it's funny when you write something and then people see it in different ways. That's a great compliment. It's a great part of music. The thing about music is it can be interpreted in so many different ways, and there's been so much more to that song than I ever could have dreamed already. That it's been great.
And what about you guys? Do you sing it a lot? Do you hear it all the time? Or you know every word now? Everybody? Okay, like at home? I'm sure. Well, what was your reaction when you first heard Tim McGraw sing it? Anyone?
Pretty surprised to hear that Tim would do it, because we just know from her singing it, and she's had it around for a little bit, so just excited that somebody would take it.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, it's so fun. And then obviously from last year's success to this, is there something when you have a song where you know? I know it's such a weird question, but like you kind of know. You're like, people are going to just embrace it.
It's funny, I've heard other writers say, when we wrote that song that day, we knew, it was something special. Last year with Girl Crush, we didn't know. I mean, everything with that song was a surprise to us. It really took on a life of its own. And that was such a great journey to take with Liz Rose and Hillary Lindsay, who I wrote Girl Crush with, and we sort of did everything together around that. And this, it's the same thing. It's sort of like the song took on a life of its own, and I'm like running, trying to catch up to it a lot, and which is great. You know what I mean? And it's great for where I don't have co-writers on it. It's great for me to have the kids with me, the inspiration with me. So.
Oh, so nice. Well, everybody have fun tonight. Thank you for stopping by. Nice talking with you. Thank you. You too. Bye.
Can we bring real into you right now?
Sure. Hi. How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. I love this. Beautiful. All right, so let's talk about being here tonight and being here for the 50th. It's such a big year. So tell me a little bit about what it means to be here and also what you're excited to see in terms of how different the show's going to be.
Well, I think, honestly, Beyonce and Dixie Chicks opening up crazy. I think there's going to be a lot of surprise performances tonight. You see music really coming together for the 50th. It's not just country performers. You're seeing people from different genres here to represent the 50th, and I think that's so awesome that people are representing country music like that. Country music has broadened so much in the last 10 years, and to be here is such an honor and to be on the red carpet.
Yeah, and how important do you think it is, or what can it do for new audience members watching at home to see just the different decades of country music kind of reflected on stage?
I think it's going to be awesome for them to see that, because they can just see, like I said, the evolution of country music. It's just so different the way music is now and what it was. And like the Dolly Parton tribute, I'm so excited about that. Dolly is one of my favorite performers and artists, and the one thing I love about her, though, is she's more than just an artist. She's a light in this world, and I think that you can never go wrong with being a kind person and staying true to yourself. And I remember when I got to talk to her and interview her, and I said, what's your biggest piece of advice? She said, always stay true to who you are, because you'll never regret that. And I think that's so true.
Yeah, so obviously she's one of your main influences. I was going to say, is there a past decade that you just love with country music?
I think the 90s was so awesome. Like Shania Twain was freaking awesome, and Billy Ray Cyrus, all those old 90s country songs are the best. That's one of my favorite playlists on Spotify is 90s country.
Oh, nice. Okay. And so
I was born in the 90s, so I kind of missed it. It was at the tail end of it.
So you're catching up. So something that obviously is at the heart of all country music is the songwriting. Who is someone most surprised or entertained in your life by you writing a song about them? Or maybe you'll be surprising them.
Yeah, well, I think my favorite songs that I've written are the ones about my husband. Josh means the world to me, and I've written so many of my songs about him on my record, and I can't wait for them to see my heart when it comes to him, because he means the world to me.
I'm so excited for that.
Thank
December,
you.
right?
Thank you. December 2nd, Wild Horse. I'm so pumped about
And then just one other fun question we're asking. Obviously, it takes a lot to get here. On
ready.
the way, yes. What is one of the most bizarre places you've ever performed, but you're like, okay, it's a gig, but you're paying your dues?
Okay,
You did the show.
I legit played outside of a truck stop one time, like in the middle of nowhere. But I'll tell you one thing, the fans were amazing. In the little town that we played in, we were outside of a truck stop, like in the back of the truck stop. I was like, this is what we're playing? All right, let's do it.
There you go. They appreciate the show.
Hey,
of course.
it's country music. I love it.
Yes. Oh, well, thank you so much.
Thank you
Great
so
to
much,
see
Ashley.
you.
Good to see you.
Have fun. Thank you. So do you. Yes, yes. Is there, okay, can I ask you a question? Yeah. Is there going to be a movie about his life, or is that like in the works? It's in the works. I knew it. Okay. Because I didn't want to misspeak on that. I was making sure.
He'll have more details on it than I will.
Fantastic. How are you? So nice to meet you. Ashley from Fox.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. So
Right.
let's start with, obviously this is a big year, so what it means for you to be here marking this 50th milestone for
Well, let me
CNN.
tell you something, Ashley. It's been so long since I was at one of these, and I'm just happy to be here, and especially giving me about 6 other my traditionalist friends to open the thing up. So I'm pretty happy about that.
And how important do you think that is too, especially for the audience out there and new country music fans, to see through the decades of country music?
Well, I'm singing to about 3 or 4 generations right now. So I just got out of the car a while ago, and I love the response I got just outside there. All of the people are standing, so they still want to see me. So
Absolutely.
So that makes me feel good.
And then when you won your first award, can
Yes.
you describe what that moment meant to you and what that was like?
It was wonderful. I mean, to go from not even having an inkling of you getting that far, when you first start out, because people say, "Well, did you think you would be in the hall? Do you think you would be on the Grand Ole Opry's show? Be a member of the Grand Ole Opry, or go to have your star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame between Gladys Knight and Leonard Bernstein?" I said, no, I would be telling a lie. But I mean, so it's been wonderful. The ride's been good, and it's still going good. I'm just hoping. I want to do my movie. They were trying to get my movie about my life and everything. Every movie that's been made about a country music artist, they've had an Oscar from it. So,
I was going to ask you about that movie. So what would you want people to know about your story, and what do you hope,
I just would like. Well, I think it'll be wonderful because I've got a lot to tell, and I got a lot. It would be very interesting. I'm very unique in the business, so just let alone my accomplishment, but just the uniqueness that I've given to this to the country music field itself.
Yes, absolutely. So where is the movie right now?
Well, it's supposed to have been done. Supposed to have been done 2008.
Okay.
But they had the what they call the writer's strike out there, and everything just kind of tumbled. So we're still trying to get it off the ground.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much. Nice talking with you. Hi. Yes. Hi, John. How are you? Great to see you.
Great to see you.
Thanks for coming by.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So tell me a little bit about being here tonight and what it means. You're marking this milestone with them, but also what you're looking forward to when it comes to the different kind of show. It's going to be legends and newcomers and everybody.
It's great. I mean, it shows like these days, backstage, everybody's friends and everybody's rooting for each other. And I think this is really going to showcase that, and like even Beyonce coming in from a whole different genre, a megastar, to show how big and how much people appreciate country music. So that's what this is really great about.
What is it about country that you think it has, especially over the last several years, and it's always been embraced even more? Like it's grown so much.
I think there's so many other styles of music coming into country that it kind of opens it up. And so you can kind of come over here and discover more and more artists, and there's so many country artists, so you kind of can just dig yourself in, and I think the variety really brings all kinds of people in.
Yeah, okay, so then for you, when it comes to like going through the decades, what is one of your favorite that maybe really influenced your music of the past decade of country music?
Well, I know Randy Travis is going to be here tonight, and I'm really excited about that. It's a big deal for him, and I think that's going to be great. I know George Strait and Al Jackson are here, so you need Dwight Yoakam made it be amazing. So
So now, obviously, at the heart of all of it, throughout all the years, is the songwriting. Who is somebody in your life most surprised or entertained by you writing a song about them, or a song being about them?
Like a person?
Yeah.
Probably my ex-girlfriend. She tells me all about it. That was her song. So
She'll share it, or is she assuming it's about her? Or it is about her.
there's a piece. I always try to tell you, it's not all the way about you.
Okay.
But you take that. I always say you take that feeling or that love feeling, and you kind of dramatically enhance it. Like it's like based on a true story, basically. You know?
Okay, there you go. Inspired by a true story.
Yeah, and I think every songwriter is like that, unless it's like that real, like, I don't know. But I did see Paul McCartney, and he gave a shout out to his ex-wife. Like, this is her song. And I thought it was pretty. It's called Maybe I'm Amazed.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm amazed. And he's like, that's from I forget her name, but
But listen.
I thought it was like
you
Paul
might have
McCartney
to,
did.
Yeah, you might have to introduce your song. No, I'm just kidding.
Don't, we're not going down that route.
No, so then also it takes a lot just to be here and walk this carpet. So tell me a little bit about, actually reflect on one of the most bizarre places you ever played while paying your dues to get here.
The Boot Barn. We played at Boot Barn.
You did?
And it was so weird because people did not care that we were there and they were shopping. Like,
They're like, what's that?
why is this guy playing a song right now? I'm trying to get some Wranglers and a Carhartt coat.
Right. Oh, that's fantastic. And then just finally, what's coming up next for you?
We're on tour with Kipmore right now. Got Dirt on My Boots single, and I'm going on tour with Dirk Bentley and Cole Swindle next year. It's going to be amazing.
Ooh, fun. Great. Well, have fun tonight.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Come on over. Good to see you. How are you?
Good.
So, all right. Well, here we are at the 50th. This is exciting.
I know.
To be here on this red carpet.
I've never even been to one, so I mean, I've been to one last year, but I didn't get to walk the red carpet.
Yeah. So, what does it mean to be here, especially marking this milestone? And what you're most excited to see in the show, because it's different this year. There's going to be, it's reflecting on 50 years.
Yeah, well, I'm excited just because it's a huge day. It's 50th anniversary, and then I can't wait for everything. I just heard Beyonce was here, the Dixie Chicks, and then my boy Randy Travis is going to get up there tonight, and I'm just probably shed a tear, but I'm excited for it.
Yeah, and then as it's going to go through the decades of country music, what is one that you were inspired by, or one of your favorite past decades of country music?
I don't know. Probably George Strait. Whenever he released Check Yes or No, that era probably.
Yeah, I mean, but it's hard. It's always about the songwriting and all of that. What do you feel it is that the genre has grown so much now? I mean, it's definitely changed and evolved.
Yeah.
And it's not much bigger.
It's changed dramatically in songwriting. I feel like, now it's more people writing the tracks instead of just, picking up an acoustic guitar and writing. So, I don't know. It's just the newer age in country music. It's changed dramatically.
Yeah, and then, okay, just a fun sidebar. What is one of your favorite songs to cover of any genre?
Any genre?
Yeah.
My favorite is just country music, so I'd say Three Wooden Crosses or Check Yes or No. Those are two of my biggest songs that I've covered.
And you've had a lot going on this year. We met, we talked. So tell me a little bit about how it's going, what your next big goals are then. I mean, it must have been, I talked to you as the music's coming out.
Well, tomorrow actually starts our first headlining date. We're going on a headlining tour with Monster Energy and Outbreak. We're bringing Jordan Rager with us. It's 30 dates. Starts in Kalamazoo, Michigan. And then December 2nd is when my first album drops.
Yeah.
So super excited about it. It's like a autobiography about my life. So if you listen to it, you learn about me. And then we got a bunch of big stuff happening around it that I'm not allowed to say. So super excited about it.
All right, we'll wait and see. Thank you, King. Great to see you. Thanks. Hi.
Hi, Frankie.
Oh, sure.
We're going to take a quick... He's going to do something really quick, and then we'll be back.
Okay, no problem. Okay, thanks. That was for me. Oh, yes.
Sorry,
yes.
Bradley Gilbert?
Yes, sure. Oh, he's here.
And his lovely wife, Amber. He's got an unbelievable dress. Although, no, you're talking.
Yes, no, it's beautiful.
How we doing?
Hi, good to see you.
Yes, ma'am, you too.
Hey, so nice to meet you. And yes, it is beautiful. She said she has a beautiful dress. I'm like, yes, she does. But a little bit, you got to walk in that too.
Well, I've been toting it all night. That's my job tonight.
I was going to say, you're
He's doing a good job.
Okay, good. So let's first talk about, obviously, this is a big milestone year and what it means to just be here and what you're looking forward to seeing, because it's a different show. It's going to reflect on past country music.
For sure. I think it's going to cover a lot of history. And just being the 50th anniversary, the whole mood of the room, even in here, is just amazing. It's just going to be a great night. We're proud to be a part of it.
What is one of your favorite past decades of country music that maybe influenced your music? Like a past decade or a different, an artist or song?
I will say the 90s country. I have a sweet spot for 90s country.
A lot of people have a sweet spot for 90s country.
For sure.
I've been learning tonight. Oh, of course. No, it's fun. And then obviously it takes a lot just to get here to walk the carpet, but sort of a fun question. What is one of the most bizarre places that you've played, but it was a gig and you were paying your dues?
I played a VFW one night somewhere in North Georgia, and a guy actually drove a motorcycle into the VFW itself and did a burnout. Yeah.
Wow,
I came up playing real rough places like that. So,
yeah.
We've seen some interesting things through the years.
Sure. And then tell me what's coming up next then.
We are getting ready. We got a single out at radio right now called The Weekend, and the video just came out. She stars in and killed it. So then we're getting ready for the album release in January. The album's called The Devil Don't Sleep, and we go out on tour for that record with Brian Davis and Luke Combs and Tucker Bethard. So stacked lineup. It's going to be a lot of fun.
That's fantastic. So whose idea was it to star in the video? Yours, or was it just
Not
it a
mine.
given? Was it a given?
It took a little bit of a,
A little convincing?
you can buy shoes and
Yeah,
shoes and dishes.
Well, you definitely, it's so fun, obviously, when you get to do projects together, I'm sure. Because you're on the road so much. Well, thank you both so much.
Yes.
Nice talking with you. Great to see you. So nice to meet you.
Have a good one.
Who's making?
That was really fun.
Here you go. Shoot. Okay, it's fine. Okay. Hey. Oh, yeah. Okay. Hey, how are you? Of course. How are you? Thank you. So do you.
For you.
Thank you.
It's not hard for you to look good, is it? What's that like? What's that like?
You tell me. You tell me. I see you online, and you're always posting your great photos and Instagram. You're busy.
I am.
All right, you guys. Well, you can see that is a bump shot of the World Series right now. Let's take you to a Hillary Clinton rally that's set to begin momentarily. Again, you guys, this is a Hillary Clinton rally that's set to begin at any moment. She'll be speaking at the Nevada Democratic Party Canvas Kickoff event with Tom Perez in Las Vegas, Nevada. All right, you guys, we're going to put this Hillary Clinton rally in the upper right-hand corner until she takes the stage. We're going to show you full screen, though. This is a memorial walk, the Vietnam Memorial Walk, happening live right now. We'll put Hillary Clinton in the upper right-hand corner. That way we'll know exactly when she takes the stage. All right, you guys, if you're just joining us and wondering what you're seeing right now, well, we're waiting for Hillary Clinton to take the stage soon in Las Vegas, Nevada. But right now what you're seeing is the escort for the traveling Vietnam Wall. This started about 3 p.m. from the Surprise Sam's Club, and it's traveling to the El Mirage Gateway Park Several local PD agencies will be assisting the El Mirage PD to make sure the wall arrives safely. There was about 100 motorcycle riders on the road helping to escort the wall in. Most of these riders are from the VFW Riders Club. So this is quite a sight to see right now. You guys are watching this live from the chopper. This wall will be on display from November 2nd to the 6th. And again, you guys are watching this all live right now on the Fox News Now stream. And in just a few moments, we'll be taking you to a Hillary Clinton rally where she'll be speaking in Las Vegas, Nevada. As you guys can see, all the motorcyclists and police vehicles are out there right now. They escorted the traveling Vietnam Wall that started at about 3 p.m. from Surprise Sam's Club. And they traveled all the way to El Mirage Gateway Park. Several local police agencies assisted the El Mirage PD to make sure the wall arrived safely. There were at least 100 motorcycle riders out there helping to escort the wall in. Most of these riders are from the VFW Riders Club. Truly a grand entrance for the wall. And it will be on display from November 2nd to the 6th. This will be the largest traveling wall replica. Again, this is to honor all of the Vietnam veterans. Today, we could see that they were escorting the traveling Vietnam Wall that started at about 3 p.m. from Surprise Sam's Club and traveled all the way to El Mirage Gateway Park, which you can see here. Several local PD agencies assisted the El Mirage PD to make sure that that wall arrived safely. There were about 100 motorcycle riders out there helping to escort this wall in. Most of these riders are from the VFW Riders Club. And you're watching this live from the chopper on the Fox News Now stream. And coming up in just a little bit, we have a Hillary Clinton live for you in Las Vegas, and Bernie Sanders holding a rally as well for Hillary Clinton. We'll take you to those live events as soon as they take the stage, but right now you're seeing a local live news event. This is the Vietnam Wall that they're going to unveil here in a little bit. They escorted this traveling Vietnam Wall earlier today. It started at 3 o'clock from Surprise Sam's Clubs, and they traveled all the way to El Mirage Gateway Park. Several local PD agencies assisted the El Mirage PD to make sure that this wall arrived safely, and there were about 100 motorcycle riders helping to escort that wall in. And it will be on display from November 2nd to the 6th. One of the largest traveling wall replicas. And you're watching this live from the chopper right now on the Fox News Now stream. Again, the city of El Mirage is honoring veterans right now and active duty military with its first ever El Mirage Salute to Veterans event. At the Gateway Park, you can see this traveling Vietnam Wall was brought to the Gateway Park today. visitors that come will be directed and assisted by local veteran groups who will answer questions during the viewing of the wall. Now, the mayor said that the city of El Mirage is honored to host the Vietnam Traveling Wall, and they encourage families to come out to view this important piece of history. And these are live views from the chopper that you can see right now on the Fox News Now stream. All right, you guys, what looks like chopper is leaving the scene right now, so we're going to take you to that Hillary Clinton rally that is set to begin shortly in Las Vegas, Nevada. It looks like they're just getting her microphone and podium all set and ready for her before she takes the stage here. There's also a Bernie Sanders rally that's coming up soon. We'll take you to that live event as well as soon as he takes the stage. It looks like someone is starting to talk at the Bernie Sanders rally. So let me put that in the upper right-hand corner for you guys so we can see what's going on at that event until Hillary takes the stage.
Thank you for this tremendous support. And I'm pretty lucky to have a friend who came back again to help me in this campaign and to help us win the presidential election. You know, Bernie Sanders and I were together in the Senate. And I campaigned for Bernie when he first ran for the United States Senate. Went up to Vermont. He wore me out with his energy. But, you know, people always said, you know, Russ Feingold was the only senator to vote against the Patriot Act. And I'm proud of that. But one of the things Bernie campaigned on is that if he got elected, he'd be another senator that voted against the Patriot Act. And that's exactly what he did. When this country was being led in the wrong direction to go and to make the mistake of going into Iraq, Bernie and I worked together to say, no, this isn't a good idea. This is going to cause problems into the future and disrupt the Middle East. I loved working with Bernie Sanders on preventing foolish interventions. And when it came to the health care bill, Bernie Sanders and I fought for the strongest bill possible. We didn't get it, but we fought for the single option, the public option, and now many other senators agree we should add that in to make the system more affordable, more efficient, and better. That's what Bernie Sanders has done. That's what we've done together. But most importantly, because this is where Bernie and I and Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine are all completely on the same page. We have listened to the people of this state and of this country. And more than anything else, they're telling us that middle income and working families are having a hard time paying the bills. People aren't wildly angry about it, but they're saying, what's the deal? Why is it that people on Wall Street are making great guns and highest levels they've ever had? People at the top are doing great. Unemployment is lower. Why is it if you're working hard, maybe 1, 2, or even 3 jobs, that you don't have enough money to pay the bills? Why is that? Where's the fairness? Where's the social contract? Where's the deal in America that if you work hard, you get a little bit of opportunity to pay your bills and have a little bit to be with your family? That's what I believe in, that's what Bernie believes in, and that's what the next president and the vice president believe in. There is only one way to have these families get a proper response, and that is to elect the people that are at the top of our ticket and to elect senators who will help them get this legislation through. It's not enough just to have the president and the vice president, as crucial as it is. We need a Senate that will help them achieve these things, and that's what I'm going to try to do. If you elect me on Tuesday, I will work with Bernie Sanders to get a living wage and get to $15 for minimum wage, a living wage. If you elect me, I'll work with Bernie Sanders to make sure we finally join the other countries in the world and have paid family leave when you have a child. If you elect me, I'll work with Bernie Sanders to make sure that older people don't have to pay so much for their medicines and their prescription drugs. We'll make sure that Medicare can negotiate for lower drug prices. That's what I'll do with Bernie Sanders. If you elect me, I'll work with Bernie Sanders to make sure that nobody gets to mess with Social Security. Senator Johnson wants to privatize Social Security. We'll make sure that doesn't happen. If you elect me, I will do that with Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren and the other great senators who are ready to do that. And yes, if you elect me, I will work with Bernie and others to make sure that that Trans-Pacific Partnership goes absolutely nowhere, because all it's going to do is ship more Wisconsin jobs overseas. And finally, to the young people here and their families who have so much to pay in student loans, this is a denial of the American dream to have to start off life with those kind of debts. Senator Johnson says, well, you guys think it's free money. No, you don't. You think it's scary and it's awful and it's no way to start your life. Bernie Sanders and I will work together. We will pass Elizabeth Warren's bill.
All right, you guys, it looks like someone's getting ready to speak at the Hillary Clinton rally, so let's take Bernie Sanders off here and turn up the volume at this Hillary Clinton rally.
Who understand the importance of collective bargaining, understand the importance of women's reproductive health, we appoint a court that is good for America. And so, folks, I'm confident that some of you are tired, and I got one thing to say to you. You can sleep on November the 9th. Because you know what? Between now and then, we are going to do more work to make history. And I'm asking you to do two things. Two things. Number one, we still have 2 more days of early voting here in Nevada. We've been doing great, but we got to get you out. The numbers are very good, but we've got to sprint to the finish line of early voting so that we have our wind at our back going into next Tuesday. And the second thing I need for you to do, because when Hillary Clinton makes history next week as the first woman president of the United States, when she does that, she is going to need help in the United States Senate. So the second thing I need for you to do is get out there and vote for Catherine Cortez Masto. You know, Catherine and Hillary are two fighters. They're going to fight for working people. They are going to fight for the underdog. They are all about helping others. The biggest difference between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump and Catherine Cortez Masto and Joe Heck is that Hillary Clinton and Catherine Cortez Masto are all about we. How can we build a better America? How can we be stronger together? Donald Trump is all about me. Donald Trump and Joe Heck are birds of a feather. I had some pretzels for lunch, and it made me think about Joe Heck because he's been tying himself into a pretzel in his effort to distance himself. Am I for Donald Trump? Am I against Donald Trump? Who am I today? To Donald Trump and Joe Heck, here's what we need the voters to say to both of them. Heck no! Heck no! Heck no! Heck no! That's what we have to do. Catherine Cortez has been fighting for you. You know about the foreclosure crisis. You know what it did here in Nevada. And you know that Catherine was there as the Attorney General going after unscrupulous lenders, making sure she stood up for ordinary Americans. And you know what? What was Joe Heck doing during that period of time? Opposing increases in the minimum wage. He is not fighting for you. And the best evidence of that is who's supporting him. The Koch brothers-led effort to defeat Catherine Cortez Masto will not succeed because the power of we in this room is going to make history. And it's going to make history with the following two people that I have the great privilege of bringing up on the stage. The next president of the United States, Hillary Clinton, and the next Senator, Catherine Cortez Masto. All right.
Good afternoon. Wow. How is everyone? Are we ready to turn Nevada blue? Yeah. And are we ready to put Hillary in the White House? All right, well, I need your help because not only do we want to put her in the White House, we want to give her a United States Senate that she can work with, right? That's right. Listen, I was honored to serve as your Attorney General for 8 years, and now I'm running to be your next United States Senator. Yeah. And we know, listen, we've had some tough times, right? And now it's time to start solving problems in this country. We need people focused on solution-oriented problems that we are dealing with. And I don't have to tell all of you, listen, we were ground zero for the foreclosure crisis. That's why we took on the big banks. And we brought billions of dollars here to Nevada. And we were protecting our kids from pimps who wanted to sexually exploit them. And now it's time for people to work together to continue to fight for working families, right? Because we want an economy that works for everyone, and that means raising that minimum wage. That means equal pay for equal work, right? That means paid family leave, and that means ensuring our kids have a world-class education regardless of the zip code or the neighborhoods that they come from. And let me tell you this, I just came from UNLV. Listen, yes, and we have some first-time voters there, and you know what? You know what was on their minds? Exorbitant debt that they have to deal with just to get an education. I don't think anyone should have to mortgage their future to get that education. And that's what we're fighting for. And you know what? We are also fighting to ensure we make sure that Hillary gets in the White House, and I am honored to be on the ballot with her. But she is fighting for our working families. She is fighting for Nevada. She is a friend of Nevada. And we need to show her that we can make this happen, because you know why? The Koch brothers are here trying to buy this election for my opponent, Congressman Heck. Are we going to let them do that? No! Are we going to let them come into our state in Nevada and try to buy election to protect their corporate interests? That's right, and that's why we're going to ensure we get out the vote, because now is the time for us to make it happen. So I am honored. Listen, I have to leave because I'm going to run up to Reno, fly up there, and we're going to continue this fight to turn out the vote here in Nevada. I'm going to join Senator Elizabeth Warren, who's working. She is working really hard to get Hillary Clinton elected to the White House. And she's working really hard to turn Nevada blue, and I'm going to join her. But right now, I am honored as potentially being the first female senator ever from Nevada and the first Latina ever in the United States Senate. I am honored to introduce you to a friend of ours who we know is going to fight for working families, is going to fight for jobs, is going to fight to pass comprehensive immigration reform and fight for our kids, the next president of the United States, Hillary Clinton.
It's great to be here, and I am incredibly honored and excited to be sharing a platform with two extraordinary people, someone who I hope will be your next senator. Catherine needs your help, she needs your votes, but she's already shown what she will do. She will fight for you when she gets to the United States Senate. So I want to thank Tom Perez, who has been working so hard to improve conditions for workers across America. I'm delighted he can be here with us today. I want to thank my longtime friend, Representative Dina Titus, who is also with us. I also want to recognize our entire crew here. People are going to go out and do canvassing. I want to thank Carmen LaRue for speaking on the pre-program. I want to acknowledge Dee Taylor, president of Unite Here. And I want to thank the plumbers and pipe fitters, Local 525. Before I get into my remarks about what's at stake in this election, and thanking you for what you're doing to bring out the vote, I want to say just a few words. I want to say a few words about the two police officers who were killed in the line of duty in Iowa. This is horrifying, heartbreaking. It is totally unacceptable. I have spoken with the mayors of the two cities where it happened, Des Moines and Urbandale. I also had a chance to talk to the chief of police in Urbandale. I certainly expressed our condolences and told them that my thoughts and prayers were with the families of the fallen officers and with their fellow officers. You know, as president, I will bring the full weight of the law down on anyone who kills a police officer and see to it that they are brought to justice. I also believe that everyone is safer when the police respect the people they protect and when the people respect the police who serve them. And we have got to get back to showing respect and support for each other. And we also must do much more. I've been speaking with police chiefs and mayors and law enforcement officers across America, and I asked them, if there's one thing that you need, what is it? And they said, we need help to deal with people who have mental health problems. I hear it across America, and we're going to do something about both mental health and addiction when I am your president. You know, those are just some of the reasons why with just 6 days left, this may be the most important election in our lifetimes. How many of you have already voted? I thank you. I thank you for that, and I thank you for being here to volunteer to get out as many votes as possible in early voting. Nevada has a big role to play in choosing our next president and commander-in-chief. I've spent 30 years of my life fighting for children and families. It is the cause of my life. I helped to create the Children's Health Insurance Program when I was First Lady. I helped New York recover after the horrible attacks of 9/11 and got health care for our brave first responders. I fought to bring jobs to parts of New York that were left behind. As your Secretary of State, I traveled to 112 countries. I negotiated ceasefires. I reduced the threat of nuclear weapons, and I fought for American businesses and stood up for human rights, women's rights, and LGBT rights around the world. And I have to say that everything I've ever been able to do has been because I've listened to people, and that I've tried to bring them together to find common ground, even with people who disagree with me on a lot of issues. You don't provide health care for kids by working with Democrats and Republicans if you say my way or the highway. You say, here's our problem, what are we gonna do? How are we gonna work together? I really believe that's the only way we can get things done. Whether you're in a union, in a business, whether you're working here in Nevada or anywhere else across America. And if you elect me next Tuesday, I will be a president who seeks to find common ground while standing my ground on those issues that are really important to the American people. And so from the first day of this campaign, I have been putting forth ideas about how to help you and your families get ahead and stay ahead. I want to tear down all the barriers that are blocking you from fulfilling your own potential, getting your own piece of the American dream. And I truly believe you deserve a candidate that you can vote for, not just someone to vote against. So I have tried to run a campaign of ideas, a campaign based on issues, a campaign focused on you and your families. That's why I think this choice could not be bigger and more different than between me and my opponent. Because here's what's going to happen, my friends. On January 20th, either I or Donald Trump will be sworn in as the next president of the United States. Now I know that those of you in this room don't want him to become president, but let's face the facts. A lot of Americans are voting for him, right? A lot of people are still considering who to vote for. I think people who are considering voting for him say to themselves, you know, I don't like everything he says, and I don't like a lot of things he's done in his life, but maybe he'll become different when he becomes president. And then I think some people are saying, well, maybe I'll just sit this one out. I can't really make up my mind. I don't know who's really going to help me and my family. And I think those of you who are out there on the phones for me, canvassing for me, talking to your friends and your coworkers, you know what an important choice this is. And you have 6 days to convince everybody you can talk to get out and vote. Now, here's something I hope you will try with the people you're talking to. I'm asking Americans to do this too. Just take some time and think. Imagine that on January 20th, 2017, it is Donald Trump standing in front of our Capitol and taking the oath of office. Now, remember, because on January 20th, we are going to have a new president. And things are going to change, that's for sure. The question is, what kind of change are we going to have? Are we going to build a fairer, stronger, better America? Or are we going to fear the future and each other? Imagine with me what it would be like to have Donald Trump sitting in the Oval Office come next January. Someone who demeans women, mocks the disabled, insults Latinos and African Americans. What would it be like to have that person in the most powerful office in the world? What would it be like to have a president who pits people against each other, who doesn't try to pull America together? What would your life be like if he were in the White House? And the truth is we really don't have to guess. We just have to look at everything he has said and done in his career and in this campaign. It's a good preview of what would likely happen. You know, the great Maya Angelou said, when someone shows you who he is, believe him the first time, right? If you add up all of the people and all the groups of people that he has insulted and demeaned, it makes up way more than half of America. Like if you're an immigrant, or your parents or grandparents, like my grandfather was an immigrant, you know how you will be treated and what you will be thought of. We'd have a president who has shown very clearly how he feels about immigrants from the very first day of his campaign. He's promised to round up millions of immigrants and kick them out, even if that means tearing apart families and hurting our economy. If you're Latino, you know what life would be like, because we'd have a president who doesn't see you as American at all. He went after a distinguished federal judge born in Indiana who said, Donald said he couldn't be trusted to do his job because he was, quote, a Mexican. That judge is as American as Donald Trump. Now, his parents may have been born in Mexico, but what in the world does that have anything to do with? If you're African American, you know what life would be like. You'd have a president who thinks the lives of black people are all crime and poverty and despair. He has no idea of the strength of the black church, or the vibrancy of black-owned businesses, or the excellence of historically black colleges and universities, and the success of black Americans and leaders in every profession and every walk of life. He doesn't have a clue. And if you're Muslim, you know what life would be like. We'd have a president who views people of your faith with deep suspicion and who wants to ban every Muslim in the world from ever coming to the United States, and wants to undo a core tenet of our Constitution. In this country, we defend religious freedom. That brought many people to our shores. Now, we also have seen him insult nearly everybody else, too. And the thing that is so shocking to me is no matter who you are, what your background is, if you don't fit into a very narrow category of people that he can relate to, then somehow you don't have a part in Trump's America. That really bothers me. Now, if you're not Mexican American or African American or Latino or Muslim or an immigrant, you might say to yourself, well, hey, well, maybe this doesn't have anything to do with me, but it does. Because you're an American. And you know, in America, we don't like other people being treated unfairly. We don't like other people being judged superficially. And you can know all you need to know about Donald Trump by just looking at how he treats people. If you're a proud union member, you know what your life would be like? This is a man who just last year tried again and again to block a union at his hotel right here in Las Vegas. A man who says wages are too high and wants to get rid of the national minimum wage, who has no idea how much hard-working American families need a raise. And if you're a small business owner, you also know what kind of president he will be, because he's made his fortune off the backs of people just like you. He refuses to pay contractors and workers. He often offers them pennies on the dollar for work they've already done. And he says, if you don't like it, take me to court. There are people who had to declare bankruptcy, lay off their workers, close their shops forever because they did work for him and he wouldn't pay them. This should be disqualifying for the job of running the American economy. And if you're a member of our armed forces, you know too, because we would have a commander-in-chief who is not only completely out of his depth, but whose ideas are incredibly dangerous. He actually says more countries should have nuclear weapons. And he actually talks about using them if he were president. A few days ago in Ohio, a man named Bruce Blair introduced me at a rally. As a young Air Force officer, Bruce Blair's job was to sit in an underground bunker in Montana to be ready to launch nuclear weapons if the president ever gave the order. So when he hears Donald Trump talk so casually about using nuclear weapons, it chills him to the bone. He knows our commander-in-chief needs to be steady, not reckless, rational, not hot-headed. And that's why he and dozens of former launch officers like him have come out in strong support of my campaign. And I am grateful for that. But it doesn't stop there, because Donald Trump calls our military a disaster. He says he knows more than the generals. He's insulted prisoners of war. He says he likes people who don't get captured. And he attacked a Gold Star family whose son was an Army captain who died saving his men from a suicide attack. And just think about what life would be like for women and girls. Our girls would grow up with a president who proudly ranks women by their looks, who brags about doing things to them without their consent. Just imagine what that might do to young girls and women's confidence and self-worth. And imagine how it will affect our boys to grow up with a president who talks and acts like that. And on top of everything else, he refuses even to say he will accept the results of the election. You know, after going on the insult attack against so many people, I guess his final target is democracy itself. Now, I want everyone to know that I respect the choice you make. You know, we were on the debate stage right here in Las Vegas for the last debate. And we were asked if we would respect the outcome of the election. I will. He refused to say he would. That has never happened in American history before. Donald Trump has shown us the kind of person he is, and the kind of president he would be. How he treats people he doesn't like, how he perceives large groups of Americans, how he's conducted his business with so little regard for workers and contractors. He's used every trick in the book to get out of paying taxes, someone who says he's worth billions, but contributes zero to our military, and zero to our vets, and zero to Pell Grants, zero to highways, zero to everything. And we know how he thinks and acts toward women. So as you think about this decision, as you talk with people to help convince them to come out and vote, remind them what's at stake in this choice. Everything. Everything. And you know, nothing will change if he's elected, because we know who he is. As Michelle Obama says, the presidency doesn't change who you are, it reveals who you are. Right now, people across the country are coming together to vote for a different kind of future. I'm very encouraged because they are rejecting his dark and divisive vision for one that is hopeful and inclusive. We know that America is big-hearted, not small-minded, right? Here in this home of the UA, we know that we want to lift people up, not tear each other down. We know we are stronger together. So I want you to tell everybody, here's what we're going to do if they join us. If you're having a hard time paying for college, I've got a real plan to help you. We're going to make public colleges and universities tuition-free for millions of families, and we're going to help you pay back your debt so that you can get out from under the burden. And if you care about climate change, which he says is a hoax, I have a plan to increase renewable energy, create millions of jobs, help communities prepare for the effects of extreme weather. And if you care about immigration reform, you know what he thinks. I am going to be introducing comprehensive immigration reform within the first 100 days. And if you care about defeating the terrorists and reducing the number of nuclear weapons in the world and keeping our country safe, I know what we have to do. I am ready to take on the threats that we face at home and abroad. On the day that we brought Osama bin Laden to justice, I was in the Situation Room monitoring what our brave men were doing to make it clear that we don't let anybody attack us. It may take a while, but we will keep going after them. Donald Trump was hosting Celebrity Apprentice. So you think about what we have to do. I will do everything in my power to keep us safe. And if you care about LGBT rights, he wants to undo marriage equality. We believe that people should be respected and have dignity and have the right to marry. And so we're going to keep working to protect the rights of women, to make sure that Planned Parenthood is not defunded. And we're going to try to save lives in America by working with responsible gun owners and the vast majority of Americans to take steps to keep guns out of the hands of mentally ill people, of domestic abusers, of felons, to let's protect lives, right? So here's what we've got to do. If you care about workers, you know what he thinks about unions. I will defend your rights. I believe that when unions are strong, America is strong. So, think about any issue you care about. It is on the ballot. It may be my name and his name, but it's on the ballot. So we know what we have to do. You got to vote, and you got to get everybody to vote. We have 200 million Americans registered to vote. That's a record, including 50 million young people, more than ever. And more than 31 million people have already voted early. And that includes 500,000 people right here in Nevada. And when I leave here, I'll be going to Arizona because we are going to fight hard in Arizona. And you know, I understand since 1948, they've only voted for a Democrat for president once, and that was for my husband in 1996. So Bill and I love Arizona, and it's close and competitive, and it's going to be a great honor to campaign in these last 6 days across this country, because this, my friends, is not a normal election, right? And millions of people, Democrats, Republicans, and independents, are standing up and saying, we believe in an America that is great because it is good. An America where women are respected, where immigrants are welcomed, where veterans are honored, where parents are supported, where workers are paid fairly, where marriage is a right, where discrimination is wrong, where everyone counts and everyone has a place. I will do my best to bring people together, not pull them apart. So please, let's get out. Let's work these last 6 days. Let's make sure that we win on Tuesday and we prove love trumps hate. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Well, that was Hillary Clinton speaking live in Las Vegas, Nevada. Later on, we're going to take you to another live rally of Hillary Clinton in Arizona. Luckily, at the same time, Bernie Sanders has been holding a campaign rally for Hillary. Let's take you to that event right now.
And in my view, and I speak only for myself, that means killing the Dakota pipeline. Let me conclude by giving you a brief overview of American history to tell you where we are today. 100+ years ago, there were factories in America where workers were employed. They had no rights. They could be fired arbitrarily. There were children working in factories, losing their fingers, being around machinery that children should not be around. But workers stood together and they told their employers, we are human beings, we're not beasts of burden. And we are going to collectively organize, we're going to form unions, and we are going to stand up for our rights. Change, real change, never comes from the top on down, always from the bottom on up. 100 years ago, 100 years ago, and I see some little kids here, and they may not know this. So I say to this young lady right here, 100 years ago, women in America did not have the right to vote. They could not get the education or the jobs they desired. But women and their male allies stood up by the millions, and they said that in America, women will not be second-class citizens. For hundreds of years, well before Martin Luther King Jr., For hundreds of years, incredibly brave African Americans and their white allies stood up and fought racism and went to jail and were lynched and were beaten. But they said that the day will come in America where we will end racism, where we will judge people, as Dr. King reminded us, by their character, not the color of their skin or the country they came from. Change comes when millions of people stand up and demand change. If we were in this room 10 years ago, no time at all, from an historical perspective, and somebody said, you know, Bernie, I think, say, by the year 2015, that gay marriage will be made legal in every state in this country, the person next to him would have said, you're nuts. Too much homophobia, it's not going to happen. But the gay community and their straight allies stood up and said, that in America, people will have the right to love whomever they want, regardless of their gender. Change comes from below when people stand up and fight back. If we were here 5 years ago, no time at all, somebody jumps up and says, you know, Bernie, this federal minimum wage of $7.25, starvation wage, we got to raise it to $15 an hour. If somebody said that 5 years ago, the person next to her would have said, you're nuts. You want to go from $7.25 to $15 an hour. You want to more than double the minimum wage. Can't be done. You're too radical. You're dreaming too big. Yet, 2 years ago, Seattle, Washington, $15 an hour. California, New York State, $15 an hour. And if Russ and I have anything to say about it, $15 an hour in every state in this country. My point is that what seems impossible and radical today, 10 years from now, people, oh, it's no big deal, $15 an hour. Oh yeah, women presidents, what's the big deal about that? Because they don't know that these things do not come about by accident. I'll give you an example. In my state, in the very rural parts of the northeast part of Vermont, very conservative area, and I go to the high schools out there, and I ask the kids, I say, kids, what do you think about gay marriage? And kids, they shrug their shoulders. It's not a big, this is the conservative part of the state, not a big deal. That's what a revolution is about. A revolution is about when we elect people, we don't worry about the color of their skin or their gender. We vote for people based on their ability. Now, we live in a culture, a media culture, a corporate culture, that every day in a million ways, sometimes unconsciously, they try to make you think small. Oh, it can't be done. Oh, maybe you could get this, but you can't get that. That problem is deeper than the objective problems that we face. Yeah, climate change is a very, very serious problem. What's more serious is that we are told every single day by the fossil fuel industry that we just cannot transform our energy system. What our job is, and this is what I mean by being active the day after the election, our job is to think big, not small. Our job is to tell Congress and the new president, sorry, we will not continue being the only country on earth, major country, not to guarantee health care to all people. Sorry. We're not going to continue to pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. Our kids will go to college regardless of their income. Our nation will lead the world in combating climate change and transforming our energy system. Our country will not continue to have a broken criminal justice system with more people in jail than any other country on earth. We're going to transform that. No, we're not going to throw 11 million undocumented people out of this country. We're going to move to a comprehensive immigration reform. Brothers and sisters, there is nothing that I am saying that is radical. You want to know what radical is? What radical is when you have a Republican Party that wants tax breaks for billionaires and wants to cut Social Security. That's radical. What I am talking is what the vast majority of the American people support and want. The reason we don't have it is what we are seeing today with the Koch brothers and the other billionaires trying to buy elections and buy candidates. Our job in the next 6 days is to work as hard as we can to elect Russ Feingold to the United States Senate, to elect Hillary Clinton as our next president. And on the day after, we begin the process of taking on the billionaire class and transforming this country into the kind of country you and I know we can become. Thank you all very much.
All right, everybody. Well, that was Bernie Sanders speaking live for Hillary Clinton. Let's take you now to Donald Trump, who was campaigning earlier today in Florida.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. I love that sign, Blacks for Trump. I love that sign. Thank you. There are a lot of those signs. Thank you. Women for Trump. Hispanics for Trump. There's one, women and Hispanics for Trump. Thank you very much. In 6 days, we are going to win the great state of Florida, and we are going to win back the White House 100%. We're on the cusp of an incredible historic change that transfers power from a failed political establishment and returns that power to our families, communities, and citizens, to you. The system is rigged. Remember that. The system is rigged. Right now, it's rigged. We're going to change it. There's some breaking news about that subject that we're going to discuss right now. As I mentioned yesterday, one of the, and you probably saw this, and maybe some of you have just read it, one of the top Department of Justice officials involved in the email investigation, Assistant Attorney General Peter Kazin, is a close associate of John Podesta. The two met for dinner after Clinton testified about Benghazi. And Podesta, who, by the way, said Hillary Clinton has terrible instincts, on WikiLeaks.
All right, everybody. Well, it looks like we're going to take you out of this event, which happened earlier today. This is just a replay. We want to take you to a live Donald Trump rally. He's pretty busy today. He's live right now in Pensacola, Florida. Someone is speaking before he takes the stage, so let's show you that live event right now.
Say, he's a team player, and he loves a great hamburger. He inspired me, the inspirer to inspires. He inspired me to be the best me. He's not a preacher, but one thing I can assure you of, he is a man of very deep and committed faith and character. If he says, I'm going to be there at 12, he's going to be there at 12. He carries forth this word. He keeps it. He sees the best in people, and he always gives them opportunities. When you look at the fruit of his life, you see the fingerprint all over, from his family, his children, the people around him, longevity. his ability to overcome and to never, I mean never give up. When it comes to faith, most evangelicals are deeply concerned, and I hope you hear my heart and the importance of all of us being here and activating others, because we are deeply concerned about the following issues: about religious freedoms, a clear understanding of religious liberty protection. We want to be able to do life and family and church, college, seminary, and religious life without influence and overreach from the government. Currently, government overreach is destroying our ability to practice our faith according to our own conscience. And Christians have deep concerns that wholesale persecution is coming to the faithful within the United States. But with Mr. Trump in the office, I can assure you that will stop. Mr. Trump is committed to protect our First Amendment, which should include the right to practice our faith, express our beliefs, and share our faith without personal reprisal or persecution. Part of making America great again would be to allow full freedom of Christian expression. He stands for our shared values, to uphold the sanctity and dignity of life. Freedom of all kind, regardless of race, gender, ethnicity, or socioeconomic status. To solve poverty and issues among those who need help the most. To forge our partnership with Israel. To appoint judges who will uphold our laws, protect our Constitution, and protect the rights of all Americans. To protect the right of churches to speak their mind free without intimidation. And to bring our nation back together again. Trump means liberty and just to all Americans. If someone asked me and they said, what should you think of when you think of the name Trump? Not only is it liberty and just for all Americans, but Trump means terror to the terrorists. Trump means protection for the Second Amendment. Trump means safety for the unborn. Trump means prosperity for every American. Trump means you're fired to the Washington elite that have tried to tell us what we should believe. Trump means justice again in the Supreme Court. Trump means peace of mind for pastors who want to preach God's truth without fear. Trump means game over to illegal immigrants. Trump means truth to political correctness. Trump means hope again to the unemployed. And what do I think of when I think of my dear friend and his family for over 15 years? When you say the name Trump, I think of a friend for much of my adult life. An honest man who always has tried to do what is right. A man that asks for prayer and has a heart that is hungry for God. A philanthropist who's given millions to great causes, including our vets. A family man who loves his children and his wife. A courageous man who is absolutely fearless in the face of adversity. A good man who loves God. A strong man who fights for the weak. A hopeful man who does not know how to give up. A determined man who will make America great. To do nothing is to do something. We have 6 days to activate everyone. Florida, we have early voter registration. If we do nothing, we have already done something. So we have to get on our social media, get to every person we can, to our churches, to our highways, to our byways, and let everyone know enough is enough. It's time to appoint the next president of the United States of America, Mr. Donald J. Trump. In conclusion, can we pray over him? Father, we just thank you so much as we secure him right now. In the name of Jesus, I pray that you would send angels, that you would dispatch them around him, give him the wisdom, the understanding, the heart of God, to lead us, to lead so many that he is standing and fighting for. We thank you for the stand that he has taken, the stand for freedom, for righteousness, and for you, oh God. In Jesus' name. And everybody said, Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, now welcome to the stage the Attorney General of the state of Florida, our top law enforcement officer, Pam Bondi.
So wait, where are all the women for Trump? Wow. And before I get started, hey, Doug Broxton, before I get started, are you all happy with the $3 billion BP settlement for the Panhandle? No, it's coming to the Panhandle, 80% of it to help. So billions of dollars are coming your way. Billions. So, well, Donald Trump is a great, great man, and in 6 days, thanks to all of you here, we are going to see a purple Florida turn Trump red. Because in 6 days, our nation is going to be made great again. For 8 years, we've watched our jobs go overseas, and 8 years has been enough. We've seen our bad trade policies, and we've seen a world overrun by ISIS and terrorist regimes. Enough. 8 years is enough. And Donald Trump will protect our borders because we are sick and tired of seeing the influx of cocaine and heroin coming into our country and our great state. Doesn't it say something when 16,000 Border Patrol agents endorse Donald Trump? Our nation is over $20 trillion in debt, more than any other American president combined. It's sad. And look who we're going to have as our president, a man who builds skyscrapers and buildings and is going to turn our country around. I know Donald Trump, and he cares about our veterans. And our veterans have had to wait in line for benefits after they've held our line for freedom. Thank you to all our veterans, and Donald Trump will protect you. And to all of our first responders, and pray for the police officers, of course, that we just lost, and pray for all of our great police officers. And Donald Trump will do everything in his power to support all of our first responders. Thank you. And as your Attorney General, you know we've seen our Constitution under siege. They are trying to erode away the Second Amendment and our religious liberties. And if anything, we need a Supreme Court who will follow the law. And we know who Donald Trump will put on the Supreme Court, and we know who Hillary Clinton would put on the Supreme Court. And let the FBI do that after their investigation. Let me tell you, if all of us were going out for a job interview, think about this, and we had to put on a job application, we were under a federal investigation, do you think we'd get a job? Well, you know who her potential employers are? All of us. All of us. And that's what we're going to tell her in 6 days. I know Donald Trump. I know his family. He is a great man. And he will do so much to turn our world around, our country around, and our great state around. With Donald on the job will get done. We all understand that the system is broken, and Hillary Clinton is the system. Donald Trump is running to fix it. Donald Trump for America. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the Trump family, and God bless America. Thank you.
I want you back again. I
All right, everybody. Well, we're just getting ready for Donald Trump to speak live here in Pensacola, Florida. And this guy's just fixing the mic right now, just trying to make sure that this podium is all set and ready before the Donald takes the stage. Now, earlier this week, a federal judge ordered the Republican Party to explain any deals it may have made with GOP nominee Donald Trump's campaign to monitor the polls during this election season. Reminder now, for months, Trump has been saying this election is rigged against him and encouraging his supporters to be on the lookout for voter fraud. Now, early voting opened recently in a lot of states, and there have been reports of Trump supporters allegedly photographing and harassing people at the polls. That's according to a string of different lawsuits in Arizona, Ohio, and Nevada, flagging concerns that some voters are being intimidated. And last week, the Democratic Party filed a separate complaint with a federal court. So now the Republican Party has until the end of today to turn over any evidence that could be related to collaborating with the Trump's campaign. Stay tuned on that. Now, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has made his strongest statement yet in favor of his party's presidential nominee, telling supporters in his home state that we, quote, need a new president, Donald Trump, to be the most powerful Republican in America. Now, McConnell, who has warned repeatedly that Republicans could lose control of the Senate this year, has been silent on Trump in recent weeks as he has come under fire for his statements about women and his claims that the election is rigged against him. McConnell even told a group of business leaders at a recent speech that if they wanted to hear him discuss Trump, they might as well go ahead and leave. In Kentucky on Wednesday night, McConnell said if America votes like Kentucky, we'll be fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United
Now, as you know, there was a fatal shooting of 2 police officers in Iowa. Hillary Clinton calling it horrifying and heartbreaking. And take a look at that. Some sparklers going off at this Donald Trump event right now in Pensacola, Florida. Is that the Donald himself? That is him. Let's turn the volume up and see what he has to say.
no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. That I'm proud to be.
Thank you very much, everybody. What a great honor. What a great crowd. We're having a lot of fun. A lot of very, very big poll numbers coming down over the last few days. You've seen it. Big. In 6 days, we are going to win the great state of Florida. And we are going to win the White House. Going to win it. It's feeling like it already, isn't it? Just, we've got to be nice and cool, nice and cool. Right? Stay on point, Donald, stay on point. No sidetracks, Donald. Nice and easy, nice. Because I've been watching Hillary the last few days. She's totally unhinged. We don't want any of that. She has become unhinged. You've got to make sure to vote, and to vote early if you can. But November 8th. And I think, who has voted already? Whoa. Well, anybody that wants to leave right now to vote is okay. I'm only kidding. You'll vote tomorrow. The new LA Times poll, highly respected, has us up 6 points nationwide. And I have some more really interesting and great breaking news to share with everyone here today. No, it's not that. But that will be that. It's just been announced that in the month of October, we've raised over $100 million in small donations. I don't think that's ever been done. Has that ever been done before? That sounds more like of a Democrat thing, not a Republican thing, right? That's a great honor. That means there are a lot of people out there that want us to really get this done. And I've contributed a tremendous amount of money, but when we have those small dollars, $61 and $52 and $17, when that money comes in and then we raise around $100 million, that's a tremendous compliment to everybody here. Really is. Really is. These are donations from everyday patriotic Americans who love their country and want a better future for their children. We're going to have it. Our movement is about borders, and it's about bringing back our jobs. You know about that from this area. It's about reducing taxes and raising incomes. Our movement's about defeating ISIS. We have no choice. We have no choice. We want to rebuild our country, but they're chopping off heads. They're drowning people in steel cages. We have no choice. And keeping our country safe from radical Islamic terrorism. It's a movement about restoring respect for America and for the American flag. We're disrespected right now all over the world, but that will change very, very quickly. Really will. Really will. We'll get along with a lot of countries that right now we do not get along with and that frankly take advantage of us. From now on, it will be America first, folks. America first. Finally, it's a movement about taking our government back. Thank you. There's an amazing love for our country. I see it all over this great land. Thank you. I love you too. Thank you. It's a movement about taking our government back from the donors, the lobbyists, and the special interests, and giving that power back to the people. And in case you didn't know, I've been on the other side for a long time. And I saw where the country was going. It was headed in the wrong direction. And I love this country. And I just said, we're going to have to do it. It's not easy. It's not easy. I have to put up with some of the most dishonest people in the world, the media. They never show crowds like that. Look at that. It goes all the way back. They never show crowds. They don't show crowds. But I guarantee you one thing, folks. I guarantee you one thing. If we had a small crowd, if for some reason a little small group of people showed up, it would be the biggest story out there. That I can tell you. These are really dishonest people, and they are not happy with what's going on. This was not in their game plan, folks. They are not happy. Dishonest media, among the most dishonest people. And I was sad to see the New York Times lost 97% down profits. 97%. 97% down. And then they tell you who they want for president, right? We know better. Real change begins with immediately repealing and replacing Obamacare. It's just been announced that the residents of Florida, hate to tell you this, are going to experience massive double-digit premium hikes. I know what those hikes are. Should I tell you? Let's keep it. I want you to leave happy tonight, knowing that we're going to make America great again, okay? And in the very near future, it's going to be gone, Obamacare, so don't worry. But I won't tell you what the number is. You're not going to be happy when you hear the number. In the great state of Arizona, premiums are going up more than 116%. I just left Arizona. Great people, unbelievable place. Their premiums are going up more than 116%. All of the counties in the Florida Panhandle will have only one single Obamacare insurer to choose from next year. Good luck with that negotiation. Lots of luck. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's going to be gone fast. But think of it. Now, do you know how much they're going to make? This is what they dream of. They all wanted to be one. They're all gone. They're all gone. You're going to have one to deal with. It's a disaster. In Minnesota, where the premium increase will be close to 60%, the Democratic governor has said, and he got a lot of heat for saying this, the Affordable Care Act is no longer affordable. That was last week. Premiums are surging. Companies are leaving. Insurers are fleeing. Doctors are quitting. And deductibles are going through the roof. Other than that, it's actually quite good. What a shame. And I said it from the beginning. I've said a lot of things from the beginning, you have to say. You know, they said about Hillary, she's got bad instincts, right? You know who said that? Podesta. I would fire Podesta so fast. I mean, the way he talks about her, you know, whether true, not true, who cares? He speaks so badly about her. Of course, he didn't know that there was a thing called WikiLeaks, right? He didn't know about that. But he said she's got bad instincts, and she does have bad, very bad instincts. And Bernie Sanders, what did he say? Got bad judgment. She's got bad judgment. She's got bad instincts. She's got bad judgment. That's not going to be your president. If we don't get rid of Obamacare, it will destroy American health care forever. Yet Hillary Clinton wants to double down on Obamacare, making it much more expensive than it already is. I'm asking for your vote so we can replace Obamacare and save health care for every family in Florida and the United States. Real change also means restoring honesty to government. You think Hillary's going to restore honesty to government? I don't think so, folks. As you know, the FBI has reopened its criminal investigation into Hillary Clinton. All right. Is your sound turned back up? You know what they do? They turn the sound down when you're doing that. Are you guys back? Do you put your sound back up? Hillary wants to blame everyone else for her mounting legal troubles, but she has no one to blame but herself. Hillary is the one who set up an illegal private email server to shield her criminal activity. Hillary is the one who endangered national security for you, your family, by sending classified information on an insecure server. Hillary is the one who lied so many times to Congress and to the FBI. Hillary is the one who made 13 phones disappear, some with a hammer, and who destroyed 33,000 emails after receiving a congressional subpoena. That's after. Unbelievable. But I have a feeling those 650,000 emails, I have a feeling those emails are going to be sending out, whoa, there are going to be some beauties in there. Can you imagine? She's been deleting all the time, and then they say, yeah, we have a problem. What? They just found 650,000 emails. Now, you can't have 650,000 for the wedding and for the yoga, right? You can't. Too many. No, that's a big number. You know, when you hear that many emails, then you wonder why she never gets anything done. I guess that's part of the reason. Hillary is the one who accepted debate questions given to her by Donna Brazile in advance of a debate, and now it's turned out to be 2 debates with Bernie Sanders. Can you imagine Bernie Sanders? If that happened to me, it probably did. Although we won the debates anyway, I don't think it mattered. But can you imagine that Bernie Sanders keeps supporting her? I think eventually he's going to say, I can't do it. I mean, honestly, if somebody got the debate questions on me, and I found out about it, and they only found out about it through this whole deal with WikiLeaks, but if somebody found out that from me, I would never want to be speaking with that person again. I would imagine it's only a question of time, hopefully before the election, that Bernie Sanders said that's one of the most dishonest acts, because Hillary never reported it as a breach. She got the questions, and she never reported it. And they don't say that, these people. All they do is talk about Donna Brazile. Who cares about Donna Brazile? Who cares about it? It's not Donna Brazile. She was dishonest. By the way, do you see her on television the other night trying to answer that one? That was called choking. Let me out of the studio, please. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. What a country. But we're going to make it respected again. We're going to make it great again, I'm telling you. But hopefully at some point, Bernie Sanders will do the right thing. Some of his people have told me, how can he continue to support her when she cheated on the debates? Hillary Clinton is the most corrupt person ever to seek the presidency, and if she were elected, it would create an unprecedented constitutional crisis. You know what's going to happen. And in all fairness, we went through it with a husband. He was impeached. His law license was taken. You know, he can't represent you. If you want a lawyer, you can't even use him. His license was taken away. Folks, do we want to go through this again? And do we want 4 more years of Obama? That's what's going to be. You know what that means? ISIS running around all over the place. Higher taxes. No borders. A depleted military. No, we're going to change it around. Hillary is likely to be under investigation for many years, probably concluding in criminal trials. And through WikiLeaks today, it's just been shown that this is, as I've been saying, a rigged system with more collusion, possibly illegal, between the Justice Department, the Clinton campaign, and the State Department. Right? You saw that, just came out. The emails show that the Assistant Attorney General, who is involved in the investigation, has been feeding information directly to John Podesta, who he knows very well, in the Clinton campaign. Folks, it's a rigged system, okay? It's a rigged system. Then they say, oh, isn't that terrible when Donald Trump, you know, like it's a rigged system. My contract with the American voter begins with a plan to end government corruption. It includes a ban on foreign lobbyists raising money for American elections. I think we can keep them out. We have enough problems with our elections. Let's keep them out. My plan also includes a constitutional amendment to impose term limits on all members of Congress. I want the entire corrupt Washington establishment to hear and heed the words we all have to say. We all. And by the way, folks, I'm a messenger. I'm just a messenger. This is a movement like they've never seen. By the way, I have been an effective messenger in all fairness. But that also. But I'm a messenger. I'm a messenger. When we win on November 8th, we are going to Washington, D.C., and we are going to drain the swamp. Believe me. I told people, you know, over the last week and a half ago that came out, I said, I can't say that. That is so hokey. I said, I'm not going to say it. Anyway, so a week and a half ago I said it. Place went crazy. I said, whoa. Then I said it at the next meeting. We had a tremendous rally someplace, and I said it. And the place went totally crazy. And then I said it again, same thing, and then I said to myself, boy, I'm glad I thought of that expression. That's a great expression. I tell the story, Frank Sinatra didn't like My Way. He didn't like My Way. But he sang it, and the place went nuts. Then he did again. Then it became #1. And you know what? He decided he loves that song very much. At the core of my contract is my plan to bring back our jobs. Florida has lost 1 in 4 of its manufacturing jobs since NAFTA, a deal signed by Bill and supported by Hillary Clinton. Here's a fact that's so hard to even fathom. America has lost 70,000 factories since China entered the World Trade Organization. Another Bill and Hillary-backed deal. And I have to say about China, I do a lot of business with China. We can do great with China. And I don't disrespect them. I'm not angry at them because they've taken advantage of our country. I'm angry at our leaders for allowing them to do it. Our leaders have allowed them to manipulate their currency, devalue their currency. They're masters, they're grandmasters. Nobody's ever done it like China. Others do it. Japan does it brilliantly also, but nobody's ever done to us what China has. And I have the biggest bank in the world is a tenant of mine in Manhattan. It's a China bank. It's the #1 bank in the world. And I do business with China and the Bank of America building in San Francisco through China and so many things. And dealing with China is fine. But you have to have people that are knowing what they're doing, because what China has done to our country, they have taken our money, they have taken our jobs, they make our product, and we owe them $1.6 trillion. That's sort of amazing, right? They take our money and we owe them. So that'll all change. And you know the amazing thing? And now in the South China Sea, they're building a massive, massive fortress, probably like nobody's ever seen, right in the middle of the sea. And I don't think they asked for environmental impact statements, do you? Do you think they went through the 2-year review period? They went through, they went through about a 15-minute review period. But they're building right in the middle of the South China Sea. They shouldn't be doing that. And we treat them very well because we let them do all these things that we could stop very easily. And by the way, we have tremendous power, but we don't know how to use it. So we're going to get along better with China. We're going to get along better with Mexico. What Mexico is doing to us between the border and the kind of trade deficits we have with Mexico. And by the way, so many other countries. We're going to be the smart people again. We're going to be the smart people again. We're living through the greatest jobs theft in the history of the world. We really are. A Trump administration will stop the jobs from leaving America, and we will stop the jobs from leaving Florida. The theft of American prosperity will end. They're taking away our wealth. A Trump administration will renegotiate NAFTA and we will stand up to product dumping, unfair subsidies, and currency manipulation. And we'll win. We'll win. Won't even be hard. We will end the foreign cheating and protect every last American job. We will also immediately stop the job-killing Trans-Pacific Partnership that Hillary Clinton would love. That'll be the end of your jobs completely. That's a disaster. Certainly the way it's structured is a total disaster. As part of our plan to bring back jobs, we're going to lower taxes on American business from 35% to 15%. We will also cancel billions in global warming payments to the United Nations. And we will use that money for American, and so important, for American environmental infrastructure. We want, folks, we want clean air, Crystal. We want clean water, Crystal. I want crystal clean water, clean air. We want safety. Beyond that, that's what we want. The rest of the world, they take our money, they laugh at us. Our businesses can no longer compete because some of the restrictions. We want clean air, we want clean water, we want safety. Spend billions and billions of dollars, and we'll be replacing, unless you don't want to do it, the 3-mile bridge. Do you want to do that? Do you care? Because if you don't care, let's save the money, okay? Should we do it or not? Tell me, should we do it? Well, you're more excited about building the wall, that I can see. And we will unleash the power of American energy, including shale, oil, natural gas, and clean coal. We're going to put our miners back to work. And we're going to put our steel workers back to work. We will become a rich nation again. But to be a rich nation, we must also be a safe nation. Hillary Clinton wants a 550% increase in Syrian refugees and virtually unlimited immigration from the most dangerous places in the world to come into our country. Her plan would mean generations of terrorism, radicalism, and extremism spreading in your schools and throughout your communities. When I'm elected president, we will suspend the Syrian refugee program. And we will keep radical Islamic terrorists the hell out of our country. I can tell you that. We got enough problems. We have enough problems. And you know what? We all have a heart, and we see what's going on. The world is unbelievable what's happening. And we'll build safe havens, and we'll get the money from the Gulf states. They have so much money, they don't know what to do with it, and they haven't exactly been putting up. So we'll get the money from the, we owe $20 trillion. If you don't mind, I'm going to low-key it a little bit, okay? Does that sound okay to everybody? But we'll get the money to the area. We'll get it over there, and we'll build safe havens. We'll build, I think he's on our side, that guy, right? I always say friend or foe. Usually it's friend. Other than the ones that the Clintons hired, the thugs, right, for $1,500 apiece. $1,500 and a cell phone. Go and try and beat up as many people as you can. Remember that around Chicago? And then they're blaming me. Donald Trump's rallies are very, very violent. And you hardly heard about that story. And honestly, those people should be prosecuted. You had policemen walking out with gashes in their head. Those people should be prosecuted because we have the friendliest rallies. We have such love at our rallies. Those people should be prosecuted. Did you see the guy who was in charge of that program visited the White House like 344 times? Did you see that? He visited the White House, I think there was 344 times, right? But he said, yeah, but I only saw the president 44 times. Oh, well, that's okay. So I'm sure the president didn't know anything about the violence, right? And he's got to stop campaigning for crooked Hillary. He's got to go back, go to the office, And he's got to produce jobs, and he's got to help the military build up. I mean, depleted. He's got to look at the borders. I mean, this guy, all he wants to do is campaign for Hillary. It's unbelievable. I think he may be hurting her more. Look, the bottom line is nobody wants 4 more years of Obama. A Trump administration will also secure and defend the borders of the United States. And yes, we will build what? We're going to build the wall. And here's a little quiz. I'm sure you're never going to be able to guess this. Who is going to pay for the wall? How did you guess? They don't know it yet, but they're paying for the wall. We've received the first ever endorsement from our ICE and Border Patrol officers. Tremendous number of people. First time they've ever done it. The immigration officers warned that Hillary's plan is the most radical immigration proposal in U.S. history, and that it will lead to the loss of thousands and thousands of lives. That's a quote. As Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton allowed many, many people, the most dangerous and violent criminals, aliens, to go free because their home countries intelligently said, we don't want them back and we're not going to take them back. So our guys would be over. They'd bring them there. They'd say, we don't want them. We're not taking them. Get out. And she'd accept them back, and they'd put them on the streets. And you know what's happened. You know what's happened. I promise you this. Whether it's 4 years or 8 years, not once, when we bring criminals back to a country, not once will that country say, take them back. Not once. Believe me. Not once. Hillary wants totally open borders, there goes your country, and has pledged mass amnesty in her first 100 days. Very unfair to all of the people that want to come in. And by the way, I want people to come in. I want tremendous numbers of people to come in. And we're going to have that big, beautiful door in the wall. But you know what? They have to come in through a process. They have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. And we'll have merit involved, too. Wouldn't it be nice if we went a little bit on the merit system? We take people that are really going to help us grow our country. Wouldn't that be nice? Somebody said, you can't say that. That's not politically correct. Well, I just said it, folks. Hillary strongly supports sanctuary cities like San Francisco, where incredible Kate Steinle was murdered by an illegal immigrant who had been deported at least 5 times. A Trump administration will cancel all federal funding to sanctuary cities. We will end illegal immigration, keep the drugs from pouring into our communities, and deport all criminal aliens from our country. We will also fully eliminate the Obama-Clinton defense cuts and completely rebuild our badly depleted military, which we desperately need. That includes brand new modern aircraft for Pensacola Naval Air Station. Wouldn't that be nice for your great young pilots? I watched a documentary a couple of months ago, and I saw that it was a documentary on how old our aircraft is, our fighter craft, and they can't get parts. They don't make parts anymore. These are fighters that we're currently using. These great, great people that fly these planes, they can't get parts because they don't make them anymore. They get the parts from the museums. They get the parts from the airplane graveyards. And I said, this is the United States. The enemy has planes that are far better than ours. So we're going to change all of that. So get ready, Pensacola. And we will always ensure that the Blue Angels, I love the Blue Angels, continue to inspire our nation. The Blue Angels. I mean, those guys are serious flyers. I never quite, when the wings are that, I never quite got it, but they have great talent. No different than anything else. They're blessed with great, great talent. We will also build the 350-ship Navy that our country has been asking for, and our admirals have been asking for. And we'll have an active duty army of 540,000 troops. Our military policy will be based on 3 very important words: peace through strength. We don't want to use it. We want to have it. We don't want to use it. We do have to get rid of ISIS, folks, but we don't want to use it other than that. I'm honored to have the endorsement of more than 200 top admirals and generals and 22 Medal of Honor recipients, and a lot more coming. A lot more coming. Our new foreign policy will put America first. Hillary brought death and disaster to Iraq, Syria, and Libya. She empowered Iran, and she unleashed ISIS. You ever notice where she says, "We will fight ISIS," during the debates? You know, then she walks out and not good. Not good. She left, wasn't good. But she's going to fight ISIS. She's the one that let it start. So ISIS started as nothing. Then Obama called it the junior varsity, you remember. And now it's in 32 countries. And she's going to stop it? Next, Hillary wants to start a shooting war in Syria in conflict with a nuclear-armed opponent named Russia that could seriously lead over Syria to World War III. And Putin does not like her, and she is just not respected. That was quite funny. The woman screams, "We don't like her either." Who said that? That's pretty cool. Who said it? You? You look so innocent. I can't believe it. Wow, we don't like her either. No, we need strength. Hillary and our failed Washington establishment have spent $6 trillion on wars in the Middle East. Wars that we never win. Wars that just cause death, destruction. We never win. We don't win anymore. We don't win with wars. We don't win with trade. We don't win. We're going to start winning again like you haven't won in a long time. And now the Middle East, after spending the $6 trillion, we could have rebuilt our country twice. And now the Middle East is in worse shape than it's ever been before. It's a mess. I mean, it's not even. It's not even. It's far worse than it ever was. They've dragged us into these endless foreign wars that have made us much less safe. They've left our borders wide open at home, and they've shipped our jobs and wealth to other countries. To all Americans, I say it's time immediately for new leadership. It is. And just in closing, think. We're all leaders. We're all doing this together. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with you tonight, I have to tell you. This is a great area. This is an amazing area. Somebody said, "Oh, that's Trump all the way." That whole, I love this area. This is an amazing area. They did a poll of your area, and I'll tell you, we are through the roof. In fact, I have to be honest, my geniuses said, "Mr. Trump, sir, don't come there. Everyone's voting for you there. You don't need to go there. You've got their vote." I said, "That's why I want to go there. Don't you want to reward people for being your friend, right? Don't go there. I want to go here." It's true. See, people forget, you know, it's one of those things. I want to be here. I think you people are amazing. You built this country, folks. You built this country. Just think about what we can accomplish in the first 100 days of a Trump administration. We're going to massively cut taxes for the working and middle-class Americans. Hillary is going to raise your taxes substantially, by the way. It's right there. We will eliminate every unnecessary job-killing regulation. We will cancel illegal, and, you know, it's crazy, the illegal Obama executive orders. They're all over the place. They're pretty bad. We will rebuild our military and take care of our great veterans. We are going to provide school choice and put an end to Common Core, bring our education local. We will support the great men and women of law enforcement. I met a lot of them backstage. We'll save our Second Amendment, which is totally under siege. Got to get out and vote. That's a big thing. The National Rifle Association gave me their earliest endorsement that they've ever given. And Wayne and Chris and all of the people there, I want to tell you folks, people can dispute, people can argue, but they love this country. The National Rifle Association, and I know the top people, they love this country. They really do. They love the country. So just remember that. When people go after them, and you know, so often, but they really do have a great love. And they want to appoint, and we're going to appoint, justices to the United States Supreme Court who will uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States. The time has come to cut our ties with the failed, petty policies of the past. Hillary Clinton has been there for 30 years, and she's accomplished nothing. She's just made things worse. During our debate, she complained about my taxes. I said, Hillary, you were there. Change it. But she won't do that because all of her donors do the same thing as I do. So she's never going to do it. So I felt very strongly. I said, Hillary, you've been there for years. Change it. She's not going to change it. She doesn't do anything. She complains. She complains. She's the candidate of yesterday. We are the movement of the future. We're asking for the votes of Republicans, Democrats, Independents, and first-time voters, of which we have a lot of them, I'm telling you. We have a lot. All you have to do is look at those long, beautiful lines all over Florida, and you're going to see. A lot of them have hats that have a little phrase, right? What does that phrase say? Make America great. Those lines are long, and by the way, last poll has us up 4, but I think they really know it's much higher than that. You know, they don't even have to poll now. All they have to do is look at the lines, right? They don't want to do that. We're asking all Americans to join this incredible movement. We're fighting for every citizen who believes that government should serve the people, not the donors, and not the special interests. We're fighting to unlock the potential of every American community and every American family who hopes and prays and yearns for a much better future. We're going to bring back our jobs. Folks, we're going to bring back our jobs. I'm asking you to dream big because with your vote, we are just, do you believe this? 6 days away. 6 days. 6 days. I started this in June 16th of last year. It seemed like it would take forever. Of course, you know, the pundits all said, Donald Trump has no chance. He's got no experience at this. Well, every once in a while, some of them that knew us, they'd say, be careful what you wish for. A couple of them said it. I won't mention their names, but I was complimented. They said, be careful. And then one by one, right? One by one, by one, by one. And then we have some great people. Ben Carson has been so incredible. So many. Chris Christie has been great. Oh, we have great support. Mike Huckabee, I watched him on television the other day. It's been so great. No, we have great support. We have great support. But one by one, now we're only left with one person, crooked Hillary Clinton. We're going to win. We're going to win. So we're just 6 days away from the change you've been waiting for your entire life. Together, we will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again. And that's right. We will make America great again. Thank you. God bless you, everybody. God bless you. Get out and vote. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
That I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no
right, everybody. That was Donald Trump wrapping up in Pensacola. He stayed on message, and he revealed why today. To start off the rally there in Pensacola, he said, "Stay on point, Donald, stay on point." He teasingly quoted his staff as saying, "No sidetracks, Donald, nice and easy, nice and easy." So there we go, Donald Trump wrapping up. We are just 6 days away from campaign 2016 coming to its grand finale for Election Day, coming this Tuesday. And look at that scene here in Pensacola, Florida, with fireworks blasting off into the Florida sky. That was his third and final rally tonight in Florida. Now let's go to Colorado, where Mike Pence is doing a third rally as well.
In America than any time I can remember in my adult life. And it's a good time for all of us to just pray for our country. And, you know, I'm here for this team. I'm here for this cause. But on this one, I would just encourage you. I thought Abraham Lincoln had it about right. He was asked if he thought God was on his side in his time, and Abraham Lincoln said, "I rather concern myself more with whether we're on God's side than God is on our side." So just pray for our country, because America matters far beyond our shores. We're the last best hope of earth. And when you pray, lastly, I just pray with confidence, right? Because ever since those pilgrims stepped off onto...
Back to Pensacola to show you this fireworks right now, folks.
There ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
So Colorado, we got work to do. You got 6 days to do it. You go out there and roll your sleeves up. Vote early with a friend. Go tell somebody. With confidence and faith, you go forward. I'll make you a promise. That man is ready. This team is ready. This movement is obviously ready. If you go out and make sure that Colorado is ready, we will elect Donald Trump as the 45th President of the United States of America, and we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Let's go get it done, Colorado. God bless.
All right, everybody, that was Mike Pence wrapping up there in Loveland, Colorado. We'll have more from that a little bit later in the show for you guys. We want to show it to you in its entirety. We just couldn't because we did have Donald Trump on stage there in Florida. Now what we're going to do is now take you to another event, and this is happening, well, it's very close to home here in Arizona. We have our Sky Fox up right now, and we are waiting for Hillary Clinton campaign plane to come into the Arizona area. She is going to be having a rally in about an hour. So that is what we are looking for right now, everybody, on Hillary Clinton Watch. Once again, folks, we are on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. We are waiting on Hillary Clinton's campaign plane to touch down here in Arizona. You guys are watching the Fox 10 and News Now stream. This is all live events happening right now. We are waiting for that to happen. Let me get you guys some campaign 2016 news, everybody, while we do wait for Hillary Clinton to make her way in to Arizona. Hillary Clinton says the fatal shooting of 2 police officers in Iowa is horrifying and heartbreaking. Speaking at a campaign rally in Las Vegas, Clinton says that as president, she would bring the full weight of the law down on anyone who kills a police officer. Clinton says she believes everyone is safer when the police respect the people they protect and the people respect the police who serve them. Earlier today, Clinton called the mayors of Urbandale and Des Moines. That was the areas of where the Iowa police officers served. Barack Obama is urging African American voters to see Hillary Clinton's election as the way to protect his legacy as the first black president. Obama says Republican Donald Trump would shred his accomplishments while Clinton would continue on his path. Clinton is making the same argument as some Democrats worry over early voting figures that suggest black turnout may slip from its 2012 levels. The president is taking his message to North Carolina on Wednesday, a day after he appeared in Ohio. He has upcoming trips to Florida. All 3 states have significant black populations that could decide the outcome. Data shows black voters in North Carolina have cast fewer ballots than at this point in 2012, but the Clinton campaign says it can make up the difference by Election Day. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream. For the fox10phoenix.com, we are waiting for Hillary Clinton to land here in Arizona. You're looking at live aerials. Thanks to our very own Sky Fox up in the air. She's slated for a rally here in Arizona in 1 hour. That'll be right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Tim Kaine is blasting Republicans for their continued blockade of a Supreme Court nominee while campaigning in Iowa. Iowa is home to Republican Senator Chuck Grassley, chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee. Republicans have refused to allow a hearing on Merrick Garland, President Barack Obama's nominee to fill an open seat. They said the next president should be allowed to appoint someone. But Republican Senate candidates have recently been suggesting they'd continue to block nominees if Democrat Hillary Clinton is elected. Some Republicans seem to be trying to delegitimize a Hillary Clinton presidency before it's clear there will be one. They are threatening to block her Supreme Court nominees, investigate her endlessly, or even impeach her. For those of you just joining us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, we are waiting for Hillary Clinton to land here in Arizona. She just wrapped up, about 45 minutes ago in Las Vegas. She's going to make her way now on to Arizona here. We do have Sky Fox up in the air, and we appreciate everybody watching, not only on fox10phoenix.com, but also Facebook Live. A Republican state lawmaker from Oklahoma is walking back his remarks after he posted a news story on Facebook critical of Hillary Clinton and added the comment, 2 words, firing squad. State Representative John Bennett told the AP that he posted the comment late Tuesday along with a link to a December 2015 article about Clinton's response to the 2012 terrorist attacks in Benghazi. Bennett on Wednesday described the comments as sarcasm and said he wouldn't wish death upon anyone or encourage violence toward any candidate. But he also says he believes Clinton's actions in response to the Benghazi attacks is nothing short of treason. A retired U.S. Marine, Bennett has faced criticism for recent remarks calling local Muslim leaders terrorists. President Barack Obama will spend the final day before the election campaigning for Hillary Clinton in New Hampshire. Clinton's campaign says Obama will hold a Get Out the Vote rally for Clinton on Monday afternoon. The campaign hasn't announced where in New Hampshire the event will be held. Clinton has been polling ahead of Trump in most polls in New Hampshire, but Clinton has put a renewed focus in the closing days on shoring up Democratic-leaning states. Obama has a campaign stop plan for Clinton every day from now until Election Day, with one exception. On Saturday, he's going to get some rest. And some local news here in Arizona. Phoenix area voters hoping to avoid long lines on Election Day by casting early ballots ended up waiting anyway today. Dozens of voters who crammed inside an office building in Glendale, Arizona that was serving as a polling site reported waiting for more than 2 hours. Voters endured waits of more than 5 hours in the March primary. The county cut polling locations to just 60 from about 200 in the 2012 primary. The wait prompted a civil rights group to file a lawsuit against Maricopa County. The county settled it by agreeing to implement a plan to avoid polling place wait time. The long wait time was largely due to limited staff and equipment to handle the unexpectedly large crowd. Voters have to fill out a slip before getting their ballot printed out. There was only one computer, one printer, and a couple of workers assigned to the site. Maricopa County's Recorder's Office spokeswoman Elizabeth Bartholomew said county election officials will send additional staff and another computer to the Glendale site tomorrow. 3 other sites in Scottsdale, Tempe, and Mesa were similarly busy. They will get more staff on that by Friday, the last day to vote early in person. All right, everybody, welcome to continuous live coverage here. Skyfox up in the air. Hillary Clinton, we are waiting for her campaign plane. Touchdown here in Arizona. She has a rally in less than an hour. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We always appreciate when you're here. Checking to see if that's... No, that's too small. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has made his strongest statement yet on his party's presidential nominee, telling a rally in his home state today that we need a new president, Donald Trump, to be the most powerful Republican in America. McConnell said, if America votes like Kentucky, we'll be fine. McConnell has warned repeatedly that Republicans could lose control of the Senate this year as they are forced to defend a handful of seats in swing states across the country. Since endorsing Trump shortly after he secured the nomination, McConnell has been mostly silent about the nominees so that vulnerable incumbents like New Hampshire's Kelly Ayotte could distance themselves from Trump. And folks, if you're just joining us here, either on fox10phoenix.com or Facebook Live, we are waiting for Hillary Clinton to land here in Arizona. She's going to be doing a rally a little bit later this evening, and Skyfox up in the air to try to get this landing for you live on the Fox 10 News Now stream. That's the overall mission here of this Skyfox here. So right now they are just hovering around Sky Harbor International Airport, hoping to get a glimpse of the campaign plane. President Barack Obama twice generated a historic wave of African American support on his way to the White House, but worries now the black vote is not as solid as it needs to be for Hillary Clinton. Obama's and Clinton's travel schedules are taking them to swing state metro areas with significant black populations, and the two officials are fixtures in black audience media. Their message is consistent. Clinton will fight for the black community while Republican Donald Trump will turn back the clock for voters that helped propel Obama to comfortable national victories. Former President Bill Clinton is pitching in too, with an unannounced stop in Detroit today to meet privately with black ministers and boost his wife's chances in battleground Michigan. Obama said early voting is up among Hispanics, but not among black voters. The president warned that Trump would obliterate his record, even digging up First Lady Michelle Obama's White House vegetable garden. You think I'm joking? Obama asked. We get a shot of a Southwest plane there landing. It's a great shot of that Southwest plane, though. And while we do wait for Hillary Clinton to land here in Arizona, just take a look at our beautiful shot there of Arizona here. It's just a beautiful sight to see in downtown Phoenix here. And what a beautiful shot that is, sweeping around Sky Harbor there. That's a great, great shot. That's why we live here, folks. It's only about 75 degrees right now and a beautiful, beautiful Wednesday evening, about 5:45 here in Arizona. We're waiting for Hillary Clinton to land here in Arizona. If you're not from this area, you can see downtown Phoenix there in the background. Sky Harbor is the airport that we are all waiting for right now. And folks, you could see right there right now the motorcade for Hillary Clinton. You could see those black vehicles waiting for Hillary Clinton and her team to arrive here. You can see Secret Service members already on the ground there waiting. And you could see that coach bus as well. Well, that is where the traveling media will go. They always follow around the different candidates. So you see a very large motorcade there. We are waiting for Hillary Clinton to arrive here in Arizona. See some of the traffic there as we are on rush hour too, right outside of Sky Harbor. We appreciate everybody always watching Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. If you haven't already done so, now would be the perfect time to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way we'll always be in the know when we are covering campaign 2016 related news or breaking news anywhere around the country. We are trying to track her plane here. This is another Southwest plane. We are trying to track down the Hillary Clinton campaign plane. She wrapped up in Las Vegas about 4:15. And California voters heading to the polls should leave their selfie sticks at home. A federal judge today refused to lift the state's ban in the current election on sharing photos of marked ballots. U.S. District Court Judge William Alslip said changing the rules so late in the election process would create confusion. And here's it, folks. Here's the deal, folks. Just, you don't have to document every part of your life. Just tell people that you voted. They give you a sticker. You don't have to start taking selfies now and photographs of being at the election site. just kind of crazy in this day and age. Everybody wants to Snapchat something. Everybody wants to put something on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. You know, there's some moments where you just got to do your due diligence, vote, put it in. You could put it on Facebook. You could say that you voted. You could do whatever you want. Tell everybody in the world. But just, folks, just leave those selfie sticks at home. There's no need for it. It looks awkward. You look like you're really, like you're a rookie. I mean, it's getting a little out of hand now. Don't you agree? Let me know there in the chat section. Love to always have people commenting. And folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are waiting for Hillary Clinton to land here in Arizona. She has a rally in about 45 minutes, and we're going to see if she's going to be on time for this one. Apparently, she hasn't been on time for most of her rallies the last couple weeks. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We've had a full day for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream, and we are not stopping at all. Take a look at that beautiful shot here as we wait for Hillary Clinton to land here in Arizona, but we are looking at a perfect sunset here in Arizona. Folks, if you haven't ever been out to Arizona, we strongly suggest that you come out and visit us, because you get to see beautiful views like this. And it's only 73 degrees out right now. Gotta love it. Just don't come in June or July or August, okay? We'll tell you this much. It's sort of hot. And welcome everybody to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We always appreciate when you guys join us here on the stream. We are looking and waiting for Hillary Clinton's campaign plane to touch down here in Arizona, but we're getting some beautiful shots here. And take a look at this beautiful shot, everybody, of Arizona here as it is starting to get dark. Folks, while we do wait for Hillary Clinton, in the top right corner of your screen, you are going to see her past rally here in Vegas.
She needs your votes, but she's already shown what she will do. She will fight for you when she gets to the United States Senate. So I want to thank Tom Perez, who has been working so hard to improve conditions for workers across America. I'm delighted he could be here with us today. I want to thank my longtime friend, Representative Dina Titus, who is also with us. I also want to recognize our entire crew here. People are going to go out and do canvassing. I want to thank Carmen LaRue for speaking on the pre-program. I want to acknowledge Dee Taylor, president of Unite Here. And I want to thank the plumbers and pipe fitters, Local 525. Before I get into my remarks about what's at stake in this election, and thanking you for what you're doing to bring out the vote, I want to say just a few words. I want to say a few words about the two police officers who were killed in the line of duty in Iowa. This is horrifying, heartbreaking. It is totally unacceptable. I have spoken with the mayors of the two cities where it happened, Des Moines and Urbandale. I also had a chance to talk to the chief of police in Urbandale. I certainly expressed our condolences and told them that my thoughts and prayers were with the families of the fallen officers and with their fellow officers. You know, as president, I will bring the full weight of the law down on anyone who kills a police officer and see to it that they are brought to justice. I also believe that everyone is safer when the police respect the people they protect and when the people respect the police who serve them. And we have got to get back to showing respect and support for each other. And we also must do much more. I've been speaking with police chiefs and mayors and law enforcement officers across America, and I asked them, if there's one thing that you need, what is it? And they said, we need help to deal with people who have mental health problems. I hear it across America, and we're going to do something about both mental health and addiction when I am your president. Now, those are just some of the reasons why, with just 6 days left, this may be the most important election in our lifetimes. How many of you have already voted? I thank you. I thank you for that, and I thank you for being here to volunteer to get out as many votes as possible in early voting. Nevada has a big role to play in choosing our next president and commander-in-chief. I've spent 30 years of my life fighting for children and families. It is the cause of my life. I helped to create the Children's Health Insurance Program when I was First Lady. I helped New York recover after the horrible attacks of 9/11 and got health care for our brave first responders. I fought to bring jobs to parts of New York that were left behind. As your Secretary of State, I traveled to 112 countries. I negotiated ceasefires. I reduced the threat of nuclear weapons, and I fought for American businesses and stood up for human rights, women's rights, and LGBT rights around the world. And I have to say that everything I've ever been able to do has been because I've listened to people, and that I've tried to bring them together to find common ground, even with people who disagree with me on a lot of issues. You don't provide health care for kids by working with Democrats and Republicans if you say my way or the highway. You say, here's our problem, what are we going to do? How are we going to work together? I really believe that's the only way we can get things done. Whether you're in a union, in a business, whether you're working here in Nevada or anywhere else across America. And if you elect me next Tuesday, I will be a president who seeks to find common ground while standing my ground on those issues that are really important to the American people. And so from the first day of this campaign, I have been putting forth ideas about how to help you and your families get ahead and stay ahead. I want to tear down all the barriers that are blocking you from fulfilling your own potential, getting your own piece of the American dream. And I truly believe you deserve a candidate that you can vote for, not just someone to vote against. So I have tried to run a campaign of ideas, a campaign based on issues, a campaign focused on you and your families. That's why I think this choice could not be bigger and more different than between me and my opponent. Because here's what's going to happen, my friends. On January 20th, either I or Donald Trump will be sworn in as the next president of the United States. Now I know that those of you in this room don't want him to become president, but let's face the facts. A lot of Americans are voting for him, right? A lot of people are still considering who to vote for. I think people who are considering voting for him say to themselves, you know, I don't like everything he says, and I don't like a lot of things he's done in his life, but maybe he'll become different when he becomes president. And then I think some people are saying, well, maybe I'll just sit this one out. I can't really make up my mind. I don't know who's really going to help me and my family. And I think those of you who are out there on the phones for me, canvassing for me, talking to your friends and your coworkers, you know what an important choice this is. And you have 6 days to convince everybody you can talk to get out and vote. Now, here's something I hope you will try with the people you're talking to. I'm asking Americans to do this too. Just take some time and think. Imagine that on January 20th, 2017, it is Donald Trump standing in front of our Capitol and taking the oath of office. Now, remember, because on January 20th, we are going to have a new president. And things are going to change, that's for sure. The question is, what kind of change are we going to have? Are we going to build a fairer,
All right, everybody,
stronger,
it looks like
better
our
America?
Skyfox
or are we going to fear the
helicopter is
future
going to have
and
to
each other?
refuel here as we are still waiting for
Imagine with me
Hillary
what it would
Clinton.
be like
She's
to have
expected to
Donald
be
Trump sitting
40
in the
more
Oval
minutes
Office
here
come next January.
till landing. So we're not expecting her to land at
Someone
till
who
6:45.
demeans women,
Let's take you to
mocks
the venue now.
disabled, insults
where,
Latinos and
her
African
rally will be
Americans.
taking
What
place.
would it be like to have that person in the most powerful office in the world? What would it be like to have a president who pits people against each other, who doesn't try to pull America together? What would your life be like if he were in the White House? And the truth is we really don't have to guess. We just have to look at everything he has said and done in his career and in this campaign. It's a good preview of what would likely happen. You know, the great Maya Angelou said, when someone shows you who he is, believe him the first time, right? If you add up all of the people and all the groups of people that he has insulted and demeaned, it makes up way more than half of America. Like if you're an immigrant, or your parents or grandparents, like my grandfather was an immigrant, you know how you will be treated and what you will be thought of. We have a president who has shown very clearly how he feels about immigrants. From the very first day of his campaign, he's promised to round up millions of immigrants and kick them out, even if that means tearing apart families and hurting our economy. If you're Latino, you know what life would be like, because we'd have a president who doesn't see you as American at all. He went after a distinguished federal judge born in Indiana who said, Donald said he couldn't be trusted to do his job because he was, quote, a Mexican. That judge is as American as Donald Trump. Now, his parents may have been born in Mexico, but what in the world does that have anything to do with? If you're African American, you know what life would be like. You'd have a president who thinks the lives of black people are all crime and poverty and despair. He has no idea of the strength of the black church, or the vibrancy of black-owned businesses, or the excellence of historically black colleges and universities, and the success of black Americans and leaders in every profession and every walk of life. He doesn't have a clue. And if you're Muslim, you know what life would be like. We'd have a president who views people of your faith with deep suspicion and who wants to ban every Muslim in the world from ever coming to the United States, and wants to undo a core tenet of our Constitution. In this country, we defend religious freedom. That brought many people to our shores. Now, we also have seen him insult nearly everybody else, too. And the thing that is so shocking to me is no matter who you are, what your background is, if you don't fit into a very narrow category of people that he can relate to, then somehow you don't have a part in Trump's America. That really bothers me. Now, if you're not Mexican American or African American or Latino or Muslim or an immigrant, you might say to yourself, well, hey, well, maybe this doesn't have anything to do with me, but it does. Because you're an American. And you know, in America, we don't like other people being treated unfairly. We don't like other people being judged superficially. And you can know all you need to know about Donald Trump by just looking at how he treats people. If you're a proud union member, you know what your life would be like? This is a man who just last year tried again and again to block a union at his hotel right here in Las Vegas. A man who says wages are too high and wants to get rid of the national minimum wage, who has no idea how much hard-working American families need a raise. And if you're a small business owner, you also know what kind of president he will be, because he's made his fortune off the backs of people just like you. He refuses to pay contractors and workers. He often offers them pennies on the dollar for work they've already done. And he says, if you don't like it, take me to court. There are people who had to declare bankruptcy, lay off their workers, close their shops forever because they did work for him and he wouldn't pay them. This should be disqualifying for the job of running the American economy. And if you're a member of our armed forces, you know too, because we would have a commander-in-chief who is not only completely out of his depth, but whose ideas are incredibly dangerous. He actually says more countries should have nuclear weapons. And he actually talks about using them if he were president. A few days ago in Ohio, a man named Bruce Blair introduced me at a rally as a young Air Force officer. Bruce Blair's job was to sit in an underground bunker in Montana to be ready to launch nuclear weapons if the president ever gave the order. So when he hears Donald Trump talk so casually about using nuclear weapons, it chills him to the bone. He knows our commander-in-chief needs to be steady, not reckless, rational, not hot-headed. And that's why he and dozens of former launch officers like him have come out in strong support of my campaign. And I am grateful for that. But it doesn't stop there, because Donald Trump calls our military a disaster. He says he knows more than the generals. He's insulted prisoners of war. He says he likes people who don't get captured. And he attacked a Gold Star family whose son was an Army captain who died saving his men from a suicide attack. And just think about what life would be like. Our girls would grow up with a president who proudly ranks women by their looks, who brags about doing things to them without their consent. Just imagine what that might do to young girls and women's confidence and self-worth. And imagine how it will affect our boys to grow up with a president who talks and acts like that. And on top of everything else, he refuses even to say he will accept the results of the election. You know, after going on the insult attack against so many people, I guess his final target is democracy itself. Now, I want everyone to know that I respect the choice you make. You know, we were on the debate stage right here in Las Vegas for the last debate. And we were asked if we would respect the outcome of the election. I will. He refused to say he would. That has never happened in American history before. Donald Trump has shown us the kind of person he is and the kind of president he would be. How he treats people he doesn't like, how he perceives large groups of Americans, how he's conducted his business with so little regard for workers and contractors. He's used every trick in the book to get out of paying taxes, someone who says he's worth billions, but contributes zero to our military and zero to our vets and zero to Pell Grants, zero to highways, zero to everything. And we know how he thinks and acts toward women. So as you think about
for coming tonight. You look great out there. Are you ready for Hillary? Are you ready to turn this battleground state blue? We are not here to watch history. We are here to make history. And if we want to shock the world right here in Arizona, and I know we will, we're going to have to roll up our sleeves and let's get to work. This is going to be a close election, and I know a lot of people are pretty nervous, but let these high stakes motivate you. We need to turn angst into action. So here's what we're going to do tonight. Take out your phone right now. Don't delay. Take out your phone. It's early in the program, so I know you have some battery life left. Save some battery for pictures for Hillary later, but right now, I need you to text AZ to 47246. Text AZ to AZ to 47246. You're going to get back a link. Hit that link. There you will be able to sign up as a volunteer for this great Hillary for President campaign. This campaign is going to knock on more doors. We're going to make more phone calls. We're going to drive more people to the polls, and we have to make sure our friends and neighbors vote. Campaigning is fun. Bring a friend to this campaign. I know we all care deeply about Arizona, and you wouldn't be here if you didn't. So before you leave, text AZ to 47246. Or find a Hillary for Arizona organizer. They are all around us tonight. Find them, talk to them, sign up today as a volunteer, and we're going to elect this great candidate, Hillary Clinton, President of the United States of America. Now, we need to be a little bit serious right now because this is the most critical election that we will ever vote in. And we're not going to get graded on a curve in this election. There is only one right choice, and there is a very wrong choice. Secretary Clinton has an opponent, Donald Trump. Who started his campaign by insulting and demeaning Latinos. He has gone on to insult virtually everybody else, women, African Americans, military veterans, people with disabilities, Gold Star families, over and over again. In fact, that seems to be his big solution, to the great challenges of our day, insulting people. That's not who we are in Arizona. The Arizona we know rejects hatred. We stand up to schoolyard bullies. We say no to con artists. We don't give in to the politics of fear. We are not afraid. We're excited about our future. We know that our diversity is our greatest strength. It is our strongest advantage. So our efforts from this moment forward will determine whether we win Arizona. We can't relax. We have to get out the vote. Not just cast a vote, get out the vote. Together we're going to make history by electing the most qualified candidate ever to run for the office. The most qualified candidate ever, Secretary Hillary Rodham Clinton. At the same time, we're going to literally save the world from one of the most dangerous threats our democracy has ever seen that has gotten this close to the White House. Hillary Clinton has a vision that builds on the legacy of our great president, President Barack Obama. Donald Trump only wants to take us in reverse. Our progress, our future, our democracy, that is what is at stake this Tuesday, just a few days from today. But I know together we're gonna do it. So once again, text AZ to 47246. You know what? I've never seen a more inspiring sight than what I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at the future of Arizona, the state we all love. And with Hillary Clinton as our president, that future is brighter than ever. Thank you so very much. Have a great night. I can't wait to see the next president of the United States.
Welcome everybody to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We always appreciate when you guys join us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We just saw Phoenix Mayor Greg Stanton speak in support of Hillary Clinton. We are waiting for Hillary Clinton to take the stage here. You can see her sign and her campaign slogan in the background, Stronger Together, live in Tempe, Arizona. While we do wait, we will continue to show you parts of our rally from Las Vegas.
If you're Latino, you know what life would be like because we'd have a president who doesn't see you as American.
Reese, where are you? There you go. I knew you were in there. I'm a little closer to one than the other. We are going to, remember what the mayor said, you've got some homework. You're going to text AZ to 47246. That's your homework. We're doing homework. Everything I do, I see through the lens of a teacher. Louder. Louder? Okay. I will use my playground voice. All right, I can do this. All I see in this campaign, I see through the eyes of an educator, through the eyes of a teacher. Our children are watching. Our children are watching one candidate who's dignified, who's intelligent, who's prepared, who does her homework. And they're watching another candidate who's reckless, who's erratic, who's mocking, and the dog ate his homework. Children are watching, and the proof of it is called the Trump effect. You can Google that. Google that term, Trump effect, and you will see studies that are being done right now that show an increase in bullying in our public schools. People are feeling that they've been given permission. Our little people feel like it's okay to call people names. And even those that aren't directly being bullied are afraid. They're going to their teachers and they're saying, Mrs. Eskelson, is it true? Do I have to go back to Mexico? I'm a Muslim. Are they going to deport me? Do they think I'm a terrorist? This is true. Our kids are suffering. And you know who the most common targets of bullying are? The disabled. Kids that might be a little overweight. People who are bullies are people who think they're better than anyone else. They believe little girls are weak, and so you can bully them. They believe immigrants don't belong, and so you can bully them. They don't like your religion. They don't like your race. They think you're inferior because you have an accent. Children are watching. They're watching when someone who wants to be our president says, I don't pay taxes because I'm smart. I can grope women because I'm a celebrity and I can get away with it. I can appeal to someone's hate and fear. I'll ban Muslims. I'll form deportation squads and go through our communities terrorizing families that they'll be separated. And then he dares to ask our most vulnerable communities to vote for him, saying, what do you have to lose? Everything. We have our Constitution to lose. We have our democracy to lose. We have our dignity to lose. And children are watching Hillary. She doesn't ask, what do you have to lose? She asks, what do you want to win? What are your dreams? How can we come together? When Hillary wins, it means we all win. It means respect wins. It means public schools win. Affordable college wins. All the progress we've made and social justice wins. Brothers and sisters, little ones and big ones, the generations that are in this audience right now, you are texted AZ to 47246, and you're going to get some information on how you can volunteer. You can be on a phone bank. You can knock on doors. But don't forget how important your own personal circle of influence is. Talk to the people that you know, your neighbors, your family members, the people who sit next to you at church or the next bar stool. I don't judge. Talk to everybody and tell them what's at stake and why you're with her. And brothers and sisters, if you will make these last 5 days count with your walking, with your knocking, with your phone calls, you will be able to hold your head up high. When on election day we have the ultimate poetic justice that the most sexist, spineless, vulgar candidate who has ever run for president is defeated by a woman with a backbone of iron and steel. Go, fight, win.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congressman Ruben Gallego.
We're not so different. Look around. What do you see? We're throwing things outside our window. We don't care to keep it clean. I had a dream. Beauty was only skin deep. And if we all just believe, love is all we need.
Well, well, well. Hello, Blue Arizona! Welcome to the fight, Arizona. We are here to welcome the next president of the United States, Hillary Rodham Clinton. Let us remember that we did not get here alone. It wasn't too long ago when I told my colleagues 2016 will be the year that Arizona turns blue. Unfortunately, they laughed at me. But who is laughing now? Look at this crowd. Look at this energy. If you were an Arizona Democrat in 2010, in the darkest of times, when Jan Brewer was dividing our communities by color, when Sheriff Joe Arpaio was trying to deport whoever he could deport, when Russell Pierce was passing SB 1070, who would have ever said that Arizona was going to fight back to be a blue state? Well, you know who did? You did. We did. When the rest of the country gave up on us, when nobody else wanted to walk with us, when nobody wanted to help us organize, register to vote, hit those doors in 100-degree weather, we did. It was the darkest of times in Arizona. It was the time that no one believed in Arizona except for Jon Stewart making fun of us on TV. But we believed in a better day. We believed in a better Arizona. We believed that together we could conquer hate, and together we would trump any type of hate with love. And now we have the opportunity to prove it. We have the opportunity to prove to the country that this state does not hate. This state loves and loves their country and will stop someone like Donald Trump from destroying it. We have made this state a battleground because we went into battle for our country. But we are not done yet. I need you for the next 6 days. I need you to keep that spirit alive. I need you to keep that spirit you had for 6 years when you decided not to give up on Arizona. So right now, I need you all to take out your phones. I'm serious. I want you to take out your phones. If you don't take out your phones, I'm not going to let Secretary Clinton get on board. So I need you to text AZ to the number 474-47246. AZ to 47246, and you're going to get sent a link to sign up to Get Out the Vote shift this weekend. Okay, I need to see something. So you, ma'am, you, sir, let's show it to me. Excellent. We need to make sure that we're out there talking to every voter possible. we need to make sure that we are hitting the doors and telling every voter how important this election is to the history of this country and how lucky we are to be able to elect the most qualified president in the United States of America in Secretary Clinton. And with that, we're very excited to announce that Vota Arizona, a program designed to help get our Latino brothers and sisters mobilized and out to vote, will be launching this week. So we can win, and we will win on Tuesday, but only if we all fight together, only if we all push together, only if we all believe together that we can deliver this victory for Secretary Clinton. Right now, we are the most competitive state in the country. The polls are saying that we're within 1 point up or down. The one area that we will not get beat on is that we're going to work harder. We're going to get out there in early hours and go late because we want this more. We want this more for our country than they do. So please, we are turning this election over to you now. This is your future. You have control of the election in your hands now, and we are counting on you. Every Democrat, every citizen in this country is counting on you. It is now my sincere pleasure to introduce two wonderful leaders. Got you there, didn't I? It's called the build-up. It's called the build-up. Two amazing leaders, a future senator of Arizona, and a hero to all of us, Congresswoman Ann Giffords, Gabrielle Giffords, and Ann Kirkpatrick.
Take a look around, at least you got friends. I call my old lady for a friendly word. She picked up the phone, dropped it on the floor. It's all I heard. I'm not gonna let the elevator break us down. Oh no, let's go crazy. Let's get nuts. Look for the purple banana till they put us in the trouble. Let's go. I'm excited. Don't know why. Maybe it's 'cause all gonna die. When we do, what's it all for?
Wow. Wow. Can you just feel the excitement and the energy? Are you ready to do this? Are you ready to elect the first woman president of our country? And are you ready to elect the first woman senator of Arizona? How many people have voted? Show of hands. How many people? Oh, wow. Look at that, Gabby. Look at that. That's fantastic. But you know what? You're not done. You're not done. We need you to do 3 more things. We need you to sign up to volunteer. We need you to send a text, AZ, to 47246. So send a text AZ to 47246. And then we need you to talk to an organizer in the crowd. So there are organizers out there. Look for an organizer. Get involved. We're not done yet. We've got 6 more days to go. Woo! And we're all in this together, every one of us. Yeah. every one of us. Something you may not know about me is my mother's family were Republican ranchers in the White Mountains, and my dad's family were Democratic businessmen. And I always say it made for really interesting family get-togethers because there could be some pretty heated discussions. But you know, at the end of the day, we were all family, all Arizonans, all Americans. And I treasure what my parents taught me now more than ever. Now more than ever. We need leaders who are principled but can work across the aisle and get things done. Now, you may have heard recently that John McCain said he was going to block every nominee. Every nominee. We don't want 8 more years of obstruction. We've had enough of that, right? And you know, everywhere I go across this state, people are mad about that. They're saying, you know what, the taxpayers in Arizona are paying you, Senator, to do your job, do your job. Do your job, right? What happens? What happens? What happens if you don't do your job? Yeah, you get fired, right? So enough. It's time for new principled leadership in Arizona. And there has been no greater principled leader in Arizona than Congresswoman Gabby Giffords. Let's give her a big welcome, Arizona.
Today, I'm here to talk to you about Hillary Clinton. Hillary is tough. Hillary is courageous. She will fight to make our families safer. In the White House, she will stand up to the gun lobby. That's why I'm voting for Hillary. Speaking is difficult for me, but come January, I want to say these 2 words, Madam President. Let's work together to make Hillary our president. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Your bags and all you wanna ride. You don't want nothing, don't need no one by your side. You're walking tough, baby, but you're walking blind to the ties that bind. The ties that bind. Now you can't break the ties that bind. Cheap old master slave soldiers, just a crutch. You don't want nothing that anybody can touch. You're so afraid of being slimed by.
All right, everybody, you are continuing to watch the Hillary Clinton rally in Tempe, Arizona. We are waiting for Hillary Clinton to take that stage. She's hoping to flip Arizona from red to blue. Hasn't been done since 1996. Her husband was able to flip it.
Now I know
that those of you in this room don't want him to become president, but let's face the facts. A lot of Americans are voting for him, right? A lot of people are still considering who to vote for. I think people who are considering voting for him say to themselves, you know, I don't like everything he says, and I don't like a lot of things he's done in his life, but maybe he'll become different when he becomes president. And then I think some people are saying, well, maybe I'll just sit this one out. I can't really make up my mind. I don't know who's really going to help me and my family. And I think those of you who are out there on the phones for me, canvassing for me, talking to your friends and your coworkers, you know what an important choice this is, and you have 6 days to convince everybody you can talk to get out and vote. Now, here's something I hope you will try with the people you're talking to. I'm asking Americans to do this too. Just take some time and think. Imagine that on January 20th, 2017, it is Donald Trump standing in front of our Capitol and taking the oath of office. Now, remember, because on January 20th, we are going to have a new president. And things are going to change, that's for sure. The question is, what kind of change are we going to have? Are we going to build a fairer, stronger, better America? Or are we going to fear the future and each other? Imagine with me what it would be like to have Donald Trump sitting in the Oval Office come next January. Someone who demeans women, mocks the disabled, insults Latinos and African Americans. What would it be like to have that person in the most powerful office in the world? What would it be like to have a president who pits people against each other, who doesn't try to pull America together? What would your life be like if he were in the White House? And the truth is we really don't have to guess. We just have to look at everything he has said and done in his career and in this campaign. It's a good preview of what would likely happen. You know, the great Maya Angelou said, when someone shows you who he is, believe him the first time, right? If you add up all of the people and all the groups of people that he has insulted and demeaned, it makes up way more than half of America. Like if you're an immigrant, or your parents or grandparents, like my grandfather was an immigrant, you know how you will be treated and what you will be thought of. We have a president who has shown very clearly how he feels about immigrants. From the very first day of his campaign, he's promised to round up millions of immigrants and kick them out, even if that means tearing apart families and hurting our economy. If you're Latino, you know what life would be like, because we'd have a president who doesn't see you as American at all. He went after a distinguished federal judge born in Indiana who said, Donald said he couldn't be trusted to do his job because he was, quote, a Mexican. That judge is as American as Donald Trump. Now, his parents may have been born in Mexico, but what in the world does that have anything to do with? If you're African American, you know what life would be like. You'd have a president who thinks the lives of black people are all crime and poverty and despair. He has no idea of the strength of the black church, or the vibrancy of black-owned businesses, or the excellence of historically black colleges and universities, and the success of black Americans and leaders in every profession and every walk of life. He doesn't have a clue And if you're Muslim, you know what life would be like. We'd have a president who views people of your faith with deep suspicion and who wants to ban every Muslim in the world from ever coming to the United States and wants to undo a core tenet of our Constitution. In this country, we defend religious freedom. That brought many people to our shores. Now, we also have seen him insult nearly everybody else, too. And the thing that is so shocking to me is no matter who you are, what your background is, if you don't fit into a very narrow category of people that he can relate to, then somehow you don't have a part in Trump's America. That really bothers me. Now, if you're not Mexican American or African American or Latino or Muslim or an immigrant, you might say to yourself, well, hey, well, maybe this doesn't have anything to do with me, but it does. Because you're an American. And you know, in America, we don't like other people being treated unfairly. We don't like other people being judged superficially. And you can know all you need to know about Donald Trump by just looking at how he treats people. If you're a proud union member, you know what your life would be like? This is a man who just last year tried again and again to block a union at his hotel right here in Las Vegas. A man who says wages are too high and wants to get rid of the national minimum wage, who has no idea how much hard-working American families need a raise. And if you're a small business owner, you also know what kind of president he will be, because he's made his fortune off the backs of people just like you. He refuses to pay contractors and workers. He often offers them pennies on the dollar for work they've already done. And he says, if you don't like it, take me to court. There are people who had to declare bankruptcy, lay off their workers, close their shops forever because they did work for him and he wouldn't pay them. This should be disqualifying for the job of running the American economy. And if you're a member of our armed forces, you know too, because we would have a commander-in-chief who is not only completely out of his depth, but whose ideas are incredibly dangerous. He actually says more countries should have nuclear weapons. And he actually talks about using them if he were president. A few days ago in Ohio, a man named Bruce Blair introduced me at a rally as a young Air Force officer. Bruce Blair's job was to sit in an underground bunker in Montana to be ready to launch nuclear weapons if the president ever gave the order. So when he hears Donald Trump talk so casually about using nuclear weapons, it chills him to the bone. He knows our commander-in-chief needs to be steady, not reckless, rational, not hot-headed. And that's why he and dozens of former launch officers like him have come out in strong support of my campaign. And I am grateful for that. But it doesn't stop there, because Donald Trump calls our military a disaster. He says he knows more than the generals. He's insulted prisoners of war. He says he likes people who don't get captured. And he attacked a Gold Star family whose son was an Army captain who died saving his men from a suicide attack. And just think about what life would be like for women and girls. Our girls would grow up with a president who proudly ranks women by their looks, who brags about doing things to them without their consent. Just imagine what that might do to young girls and women's confidence and self-worth. And imagine how it will affect our boys to grow up with a president who talks and acts like that. And on top of everything else, he refuses even to say he will accept the results of the election. You know, after going on the insult attack against so many people, I guess his final target is democracy itself. Now, I want everyone to know that I respect the choice you make. You know, we were on the debate stage right here in Las Vegas for the last debate. And we were asked if we would respect the outcome of the election. I will. He refused to say he would. That has never happened in American history before. Donald Trump has shown us the kind of person he is and the kind of president he would be. How he treats people he doesn't like, how he perceives large groups of Americans, how he's conducted his business with so little regard for workers and contractors. He's used every trick in the book to get out of paying taxes, someone who says he's worth billions, but contributes zero to our military and zero to our vets and zero to Pell Grants, zero to highways, zero to everything. And we know how he thinks and acts toward women. So as you think about this decision, as you talk with people to help convince them to come out and vote, remind them what's at stake in this choice. Everything. Everything. And you know, nothing will change if he's elected because we know who he is. As Michelle Obama says, the presidency doesn't change who you are, it reveals who you are. Right now, people across the country are coming together to vote for a different kind of future. I'm very encouraged because they are rejecting his dark and divisive vision for one that is hopeful and inclusive. We know that America is big-hearted, not small-minded, right? Here in this home of the UA, we know that we want to lift people up, not tear each other down. We know we are stronger together. So I want you to tell everybody, here's what we're going to do if they join us. If you're having a hard time paying for college, I've got a real plan to help you. We're going to make public colleges and universities tuition free for millions of families, and we're going to help you pay back your debt so that you can get out from under the burden. And if you care about climate change, which he says is a hoax, I have a plan to increase renewable energy, create millions of jobs, help communities prepare for the effects of extreme weather. And if you care about immigration reform, you know what he thinks. I am going to be introducing comprehensive immigration reform within the first 100 days. And if you care about defeating the terrorists and reducing the number of nuclear weapons in the world and keeping our country safe, I know what we have to do. I am ready to take on the threats that we face at home and abroad. On the day that we brought Osama bin Laden to justice, I was in the Situation Room monitoring what our brave men were doing to make it clear that we don't let anybody attack us. It may take a while, but we will keep going after them. Donald Trump was hosting Celebrity Apprentice. So you think about what we have to do. I will do everything in my power to keep us safe. And if you care about...
All right, everybody. Mary Kate is coming up next for you. Hopefully Hillary Clinton will be here. We haven't had any reports that she has even landed yet. Yesterday, she was about 90 minutes late to her own rally. And earlier today in Las Vegas, she was 2 hours late. Countdown is on to see how long she'll be late here in Arizona. She's already on the clock, 30 minutes late. We'll continue to watch this for you.
All right, everybody. Well, here is Hillary Clinton's plane arriving right now. You can see that is Hillary Clinton's plane arriving to Arizona. As we were showing you earlier, everyone is seated and ready to go at this Hillary Clinton rally in Tempe, Arizona. And this is her plane landing right now. You can see the tail end of her logo, and on the side, the plane says, "Stronger Together." Again, this is her plane just now landing at the airport here in Arizona. She's going to be taking the stage soon for her last rally of the day. Now, it takes quite a while for a presidential candidate to even get off their plane. They have to make sure that the area is safe, everything is in place. So it could be just a little bit more while until we see her at this rally in Tempe, Arizona. There in the upper right hand corner, you can see that's the crowd waiting for her right now at Arizona State University in Tempe, Arizona. And full screen, that is her plane just now landing. Now, as you know, there was a fatal shooting of 2 police officers. And Hillary Clinton called the mayors in Iowa after this happened. A Clinton aide says that she placed the calls after arriving in Las Vegas earlier today, where she was holding a campaign rally. The aide says that Clinton expressed her support and her sympathies for the families of the officers and their communities. Justin Martin of the Urbandale Police Force and Anthony Benio of the Des Moines Police Department were killed Wednesday in separate attacks. Earlier today as well, Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump tweeted, "Praying for the families of the 2 Iowa police who were ambushed this morning. An attack on those who keep us safe is an attack on us all." And if you're just joining us and wondering what you're seeing, this is Hillary Clinton's plane just now landing in Tempe, Arizona. The upper right-hand corner is her rally live right now. That's a big crowd waiting for Hillary Clinton to take the stage. And she's just now getting off her plane here, so she should be there shortly. Takes a lot of effort to get a candidate off the plane. Everything needs to be safe. The safe measures need to be taken. Everything needs to be secure for the presidential candidate before she gets off the plane. Now, something I've always wondered is, and let me know in the comment section what you think, or in the live chat section, do you think that when the candidates are flying that they put on sweatpants and a sweatshirt like all of us do, you know, to get comfy? Or do you think they stay in their nice pantsuits? Because it's got to be uncomfortable to fly in the nice pantsuits that she wears or that Donald Trump wears. I wonder. Let me know what you guys think. Again, we're just waiting for Hillary Clinton to get off of her plane here and head to that live rally in Tempe, Arizona at Arizona State University. That's what you can see live in the upper right-hand corner. The crowd is just waiting for her. That's the media getting off the plane right now, as you can see. Now, they are hurrying off this plane pretty quickly because they're just a little bit late for this rally. This was set to begin at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And as you can see in the upper right-hand corner, the crowd has been there and waiting for quite some time now. And that's all the media still there that you can see just now getting off that plane. Just goes to show that even when you're a presidential candidate, sometimes you got to deal with the plane being late, technical issues. You never know what it could be. Now, yesterday during one of her rallies, she explained how people constantly tell her that Donald Trump is going to rattle her during these debates, and she made a point to say, hey, he doesn't intimidate me. So while we're waiting for her to get off this plane here, let me show you guys that clip. It'll be in the upper right-hand corner, right here, or upper left. There we go. Let's play that for you.
I mean, think about it. You know, did any of you see the debates? Well, you know, before every debate, there was always a story about how, you know, he's really going to attack me and he's going to get into my head and he's going to really mess me up. I'm sitting there thinking, no, he's not. And so, standing there for 4.5 hours on that debate stage proved once and for all, I have the stamina to do this job.
I just wanted to show you guys that clip that was yesterday during one of her rallies. She made a strong point that she has the stamina to do the job and she is not afraid of Donald Trump. Now, maybe she'll say something similar to that in tonight's debate in Tempe, Arizona. Again, in the upper right-hand corner, that's the live image of the crowd there right now, waiting for her to come to Arizona State University. Donald Trump held a rally earlier today as well, where he made a point to say that he does not agree with those changes in Obamacare and that he knows Hillary Clinton is just going to want to keep those same guidelines and rules that have come with Obamacare that President Obama has built. But Donald Trump says he plans to do something very different. Now, Bill Clinton was speaking yesterday, and he even took the time to mention Arizona Republic's death threats. So let me show you that clip. Let me pull that up for you when Bill Clinton was talking about Arizona Republic's death threats.
And that's why the Arizona Republic, the biggest newspaper in Arizona, has been in business 126 years. Not one time have they ever endorsed a Democrat. They have received physical threats for doing it, but they endorsed Hillary. They said she's the only person we can vote for. That's why in Ohio,
So they were saying that there were some death threats. So that's just another clip that I wanted to show you guys of Bill Clinton yesterday. Again, we're unsure why Hillary Clinton is so late to tonight's rally. You can see the media is quickly trying to get off this plane, and Hillary still has not gotten off the plane yet. So we're just waiting for them to get off the plane. Here is, let me pull up for you guys. This is the rally right now. Everyone's seated. Everyone is ready to see her. This is at Arizona State University in Tempe. But again, we're just still waiting here for her to get off the plane. Again, if you guys are just joining us, this is a live image right now of that Hillary Clinton plane. You can see over on the right there. It just landed in Arizona. And we've been waiting for her to take the stage here at Arizona State University. We're unsure why she is so late to tonight's rally, but everybody's late sometimes, right? Let me give you guys a look at the crowd right now. This is the crowd that's waiting for her to arrive. At Arizona State University. Now, we do have a clip I want to show you guys of a 13-year-old girl who wants to be the first female president, and she took the stage at a Donald Trump rally on Saturday and had a few choice words to say about Hillary Clinton. So let me put that in the upper right-hand corner for you guys, and you guys can let me know what you think. Oh, and I also want to show you guys the procession happening right now. Heading to ASU. My producer just told me, look at that procession. Could you imagine going anywhere and needing that many cars with you? What a way to arrive, right? Now again, I'm going to put in the upper right-hand corner, I want to show you guys this clip. 13-year-old girl took the stage at a Donald Trump rally on Saturday and had a few choice words to say about Hillary Clinton. So let's play that clip for you guys.
My name is Faith Graham. I'm a 13-year-old girl. I'm educated, and I support Donald J. Trump. I support Mr. Trump because I want a chance to be successful like my parents, and I believe he will help me achieve my dreams. I dream about going to BYU, being a well-known political news anchor, finding a cute boy so I can get married, and having a wonderful big family. I imagine being happy, being safe, and being free. In social studies, my teacher, Miss Y, had us as teams rewrite the Declaration of Independence in our own words. This has been a great assignment for me to work with my friends and learn what the Declaration is all about. The Declaration was written because King George III was trying to take over the colonists' lives by abusing his power. Who does this sound like? Like King George, there are tons of examples where Hillary Clinton has lied to us or attempted to rob us of our precious freedom. She lied to the parents of the men killed in Benghazi. She lied about her emails. She lied about her record to create jobs in New York, and she uses words like bigot and racist to attempt to take away our religious rights. Hillary Clinton intends to further change the fabric of the country we love. I read a meme the other day, and it happened to read, quote, I bet if Donald Trump had a brick for every lie Hillary Clinton has told, he could build 2 walls. In all seriousness, kids in this country actually care. We want to live happy lives, and even though most kids will tell you we hate school, kids know that an education is important. We want to be safe, live in a loving home, and have the same opportunities as our parents. We want freedom. Every person in our country is entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. My mom and dad say that actions speak louder than words. That is why I'm so amazed that anyone would think of voting for Hillary Clinton. As a 13-year-old, even I know Hillary Clinton is working for her own success and ways to control my life, my family's life, and your lives. She wants to make it Hillary's America, not the people's America. Mr. Trump has been successful in business, he has a beautiful family, and I know he is working to make America great again. He is and will be a great leader. It is your job to vote. Vote now. We, the children of the United States, need you to make the smart choice. Vote for Mr. Trump. Do you want to know why Hillary Clinton will not be the first woman president of the United States? Because I will be the first woman president. Now raise your hand in the air. Make a fist. Vote for Trump. Vote for Trump. Vote for Trump. Thank you, Arizona. May God bless you, your family, and the United States of America.
All right, you guys, I just wanted to show you that clip from yesterday, or Saturday, I should say. Again, we always clip moments like that at all the rallies, so if you guys are looking for more videos like that, just go to the video section on our YouTube page and check out some of the moments that we clip during these rallies. Again, though, you were just seeing the procession to Arizona State University. Here is a live look at the rally right now where the crowd is patiently waiting for Hillary Clinton to take the stage. Now, former Miss Universe Alicia Mercado introduced Hillary Clinton at the last rally that she held. Let me show you guys that video in the upper right-hand corner when she introduced Hillary Clinton. This is former Miss Universe Alicia Mercado.
All of you, my name is Alicia Machado. Es un honor estar con ustedes hoy en día. You know, I was at home with my mom and my daughter watching the first presidential debate when I was absolutely surprised to hear Hillary Clinton say my name. It was such an honor. During the debate, Hillary said about me that, and I quote, "She has become a U.S. citizen, and you can bet she is going to vote this November." Well, she's right. Like, thank you. Okay, I lost my speech. Like all of you, I'm excited to be voting in this election. And you know what? I could not be prouder to cast my first presidential vote for Hillary Clinton. Estoy muy orgullosa de votar por primera vez en este gran país y votar por Hillary Clinton. I was the first Miss Universe after Trump bought the pageant. I was such a gift, an honor to represent my country, Venezuela, and to be Miss Universe 1996. But I was only 18 years old, a little girl with 18 years old. And there was still so much I didn't know. Trump was overwhelming. I was scared of him. He made fun of me, and I didn't know how to respond. He told me that I looked ugly, and I was massive. He even called me names. He said to me, Miss Piggy, Miss Housekeeping, Miss Eating Machine. Soon, it became a joke. Alicia Machado was the fat Miss Universe. It was really painful for me. He was cruel. For years afterwards, I was sick, fighting back eating disorders. Yo solo tenía 18 años, le tenía mucho miedo, siempre fue muy agresivo y cruel conmigo y constantemente se burlaba de mí llamándome con calificativos para hacerme sentir mal, para ridiculizarme delante de la gente, con sus bromas de Miss Piggy o Miss Housekeeping. Se burlaba de mí, me decía que yo era la Miss Gorda, la Miss Fea. Eso me hizo mucho daño. Por muchos años después, sufrí de desórdenes alimenticios y de problemas de autoestima. It's clear, it's really clear that he does not respect women. He just judges us on our looks. He thinks he can do whatever he wants and get away with it. Well, now I'm standing here on behalf of women and Latinos across the country. Americans who have been horrified with his dangerous ideas and vision of America. And together we are going to say loudly and clearly, no, Trump is not getting away with it. Hillary's been fighting for women, children, and Latinas, just average people like me and you, her entire life. When she was still a student, she traveled across Texas to register Latino voters and make sure they were able to make their voices heard. When she was First Lady, she organized the first ever White House conference on Hispanic children. And when she was in the Senate, she fought for comprehensive immigration reform with a path to citizenship.
All right, you guys, I just wanted to show you that clip. That was former Miss Universe Alicia Mercado introducing Hillary Clinton at her rally yesterday. Again, we're still just waiting here for Hillary Clinton to arrive. Here is the live look of her procession still. They're on their way. You can see all of those police motorcycles there guiding her on the way to Arizona State University. So still on her way. Here is a live look. A little glitchy, but we're still there. We're still inside that rally room right now at Arizona State University in Tempe, Arizona. Unsure why this happened so late tonight, but maybe she'll tell us. when she takes the stage. You never know. It could be anything. Now, earlier this month, we showed you the Al Smith dinner, which is traditionally for candidates to come and make fun of themselves and also make fun of their candidate in a light-spirited manner. Now, Hillary Clinton stood up in front of the dinner to make some lighthearted jokes about Donald Trump. I'm going to put that in the upper right-hand corner for you guys so you can see what she said.
Thank you. Thank you. Your Eminence, Your Excellencies, members of the clergy, Alan Nance Smith, Donald and Melania, and all the distinguished guests. You know, earlier tonight, Al reminded me that when the first Al Smith ran for president, he chose as his running mate the progressive senator from Arkansas, Joseph T. Robinson, who was one of my husband's political heroes. This work that you do through the dinner, Al, you've done it now for 30 years, is such a labor of love. You've been a hero for both the children of the Archdiocese and for the city of New York. And I think we all owe Al Smith a great, great round of applause. This is such a special event that I took a break from my rigorous nap schedule to be here. And as you've already heard, it's a treat for all of you too, because usually I charge a lot for speeches like this. But for me, it was kind of ironic thinking about a fiery populist, Al Smith. If he were here today and saw how much money we've raised for needy children, he'd be very proud. And if he saw this magnificent room full of plutocrats celebrating his legacy, he'd be very confused. It's a special honor to be here with Your Eminence. Now, I know, Your Eminence, you were criticized for inviting both Donald and me here tonight. And you responded by saying, if I only sat down with those who were saints, I'd be taking all my meals alone. Now, just to be clear, I think the Cardinal is saying I'm not eligible for sainthood. But getting through these 3 debates with Donald has to count as a miracle. So I guess I'm up against the highest, hardest stained glass ceiling. But Your Eminence, you do deserve great credit for bringing together 2 people who've been at each other's throats. Mortal enemies, bitter foes. I've got to ask, how did you get the governor and mayor here together tonight? Now, I've got to say, there are a lot of friendly faces here in this room, people that I've been privileged to know and to work with. I just want to put you all in a basket of adorables. And you look so good in your tuxes, or as I refer to them, formal pantsuits. And, you know, because this is a friendly dinner for such a great cause, Donald, if at any time you don't like what I'm saying, feel free to stand up and shout wrong while I'm talking. You know, come to think of it, it's amazing I'm up here after Donald. I didn't think he'd be okay with a peaceful transition of power.
And Donald, after listening to your speech, I will also enjoy listening to Mike Pence deny that you ever gave it. You know, I've had the privilege of being at the Al Smith dinners in years past, and I always enjoy it. But remember, if you're not happy with the way it comes out, it must be rigged. And it's always a special treat for me to be back in New York, a city that I love and which I think truly embodies the best of America. You know, don't you think? People look at the Statue of Liberty and they see a proud symbol of our history as a nation of immigrants, a beacon of hope for people around the world. Donald looks at the Statue of Liberty and sees a 4. Maybe a 5 if she loses the torch and tablet and changes her hair. You know, come to think of it, you know what would be a good number for a woman? 45. But I digress. Now, I'm going to try my best tonight. But I understand I am not known for my sense of humor. That's why it did take a village to write these jokes. People say, and I hear them, I know, they say, I'm boring compared to Donald. But I'm not boring at all. In fact, I'm the life of every party I attend, and I've been to 3. And when the parties get out of hand, as occasionally they do, it's important to have a responsible chaperone who can get everyone home safely. And that is why I picked Tim Kaine to be my vice president. Now, you notice there is no teleprompter here tonight, which is probably smart because maybe you saw Donald dismantle his prompter the other day. And I get that. They're hard to keep up with, and I'm sure it's even harder when you're translating from the original Russian. But every year, this dinner brings together a collection of sensible, committed, mainstream Republicans, or as we now like to call them, Hillary supporters. Now, some of my critics, and I hear that too, yeah, they think I only say what people want to hear. Well, tonight that is true. And here's exactly what you want to hear. This election will be over very, very soon. And look at this dais. We got Charlie Rose and Maria Bartiromo and Chris Matthews and Gayle King and Norah O'Donnell and Katie Couric. This counts as a press conference, right? It is great also to see Mayor Bloomberg here. It's a shame he's not speaking tonight. I'm curious to hear what a billionaire has to say. And look else at the dais. We've got the Honorable Chuck Schumer, the Honorable Andrew Cuomo, the Honorable Mike Bloomberg, the Honorable Bill de Blasio, the Honorable David Dinkins, and so many other wonderful elected officials. And we have Rudy Giuliani. Now, many don't know this, but Rudy actually got his start as a prosecutor, going after wealthy New Yorkers who avoided paying taxes. But as the saying goes, if you can't beat him, go on Fox News and call him a genius. So as I've said, we've now had our third and thankfully final debate. Sharing a stage with Donald Trump is like, well, nothing really comes to mind. There is nothing like sharing a stage with Donald Trump. Donald wanted me drug tested before last night's debate.
And look, I got to tell you, I am so flattered that Donald thought I used some sort of performance enhancer. Now, actually, I did. It's called preparation. And looking back, I've had to listen to Donald for 3 full debates, and he says I don't have any stamina. That is 4.5 hours. I have now stood next to Donald Trump longer than any of his campaign managers. Now, look, I have deep respect for people like Kellyanne Conway. She's working day and night for Donald, and because she's a contractor, he's probably not even going to pay her. But I think the good news is that the debates finally allowed Republicans to unite around their candidate. The bad news is it's Mike Pence. And it's been a long, long campaign. That should be one of our highest priorities, shortening the campaigns. And whoever wins this election, the outcome will be historic. We'll either have the first female president or the first president who started a Twitter war with Cher. And if Donald does win, it'll be awkward at the annual President's Day photo when all the former presidents gather at the White House, and not just with Bill. How is Barack going to get past the Muslim ban? Now, Republicans in particular seem frustrated with their nominee. Paul Ryan told the Republican members of the House, you don't have to support the top of the ticket. Don't worry about anyone besides yourself. Just do what's in your own best interests. So I guess Donald really has unified his party around his core philosophy. And I don't understand their unhappiness. They say Donald doesn't have any policies. He has no policies. I keep hearing that. I'd actually like to defend him on this. Donald has issues, serious issues, really, really serious issues. And I worry about Donald's go-it-alone attitude. For example, at his convention when he said, "I alone can fix it." You know, in the 90s, I said the same thing about America's health care system, and it didn't work out so well for me either. But speaking of health, Donald has been very concerned about mine, very concerned. He actually sent a car to bring me here tonight. Actually, it was a hearse. But I kind of want to just put the information out there so everybody can draw their own conclusions and you can judge our relative health. We've each released our medical records. My blood pressure is 100/70. His is unbelievably great. My cholesterol is 189. His is presidential. My heart rate is 72 beats per minute. His is the most beats ever, or the least beats ever, whichever sounds best. But Donald really is as healthy as a horse. You know, the one Vladimir Putin rides around on. But I can say without fear of contradiction tonight that I will be the healthiest and youngest woman ever to serve as president. But this has really been a strange campaign. You saw it last night, you saw it again tonight. Donald has attacked me for a life in public service, and I didn't get that at first. I kind of get it now. As he told Howard Stern, he doesn't like it when women have been around for more than 35 years. But Donald, we have so much more in common than actually you may realize. For example, I've tried to inspire young people by showing them that with resilience and hard work, anything is possible, and you're doing the same. A third-grade teacher told me that one of her students refused to turn in his homework because it was under audit. And here's another similarity. The Republican National Committee isn't spending a dime to help either one of us. So tonight,
let's embrace the spirit of the evening. Let's come together, remember what unites us, and just rip on Ted Cruz. I hope you enjoyed my remarks tonight. I said no to some jokes that I thought were over the line. But I suppose you can judge for yourself on WikiLeaks in the next few days. Donald will tell us after the benediction whether he accepts that this dinner is over. He has to wait and see. But there's nothing funny about the stakes in this election. In the end, what makes this dinner important are not the jokes we tell, but the legacy that we carry forward. It is often easy to forget how far this country has come. And there are a lot of people in this room tonight who themselves, or their parents or grandparents, came here as immigrants, made a life for yourselves, took advantage of the American dream and the greatest system that has ever been created in the history of the world to unleash the individual talents, energy, and ambition of everyone willing to work hard. And when I think about what Al Smith went through, it's important to just reflect how groundbreaking it was for him, a Catholic, to be my party's nominee for president. Don't forget, school boards sent home letters with children saying that if Al Smith is elected president, you will not be allowed to have or read a Bible. Voters were told that he would annul Protestant marriages. And I saw a story recently that said people even claimed the Holland Tunnel was a secret passageway to connect Rome and America to help the Pope rule our country. Those appeals to fear and division, can cause us to treat each other as the other. Rhetoric like that makes it harder for us to see each other, to respect each other, to listen to each other, and certainly a lot harder to love our neighbor as ourselves. I believe how we treat others is the highest expression of faith and of service. Now, I'm not Catholic, I'm a Methodist, but one of the things that we share is the belief that in order to achieve salvation, we need both faith and good works. And you certainly don't need to be Catholic to be inspired by the humility and heart of the Holy Father, Pope Francis, or to embrace his message. His message about rejecting a mindset of hostility, his calls to reduce inequality, his warnings about climate change, his appeal that we build bridges, not walls. Now, as you may know, my running mate, Tim, is Catholic and went to Jesuit schools, and one of the things he and I have talked about is this idea from the Jesuits of the Magus, the more, the better. Well, we need to get better at finding ways to disagree on matters of policy while agreeing on questions of decency and civility. How we talk to each other, treat each other, respect each other. So I've taken this concept of Magus to heart in this campaign as best as one can in the daily heat, the back and forth of a presidential campaign, to ask how we can do more for each other and better for each other. Because I believe that for each of us, our greatest monument on this earth won't be what we build, but the lives we touch. And that is ultimately what this dinner is all about. And it's why it's been such a great honor to join you all again. Thank you.
All right, you guys, well, that video that we just showed you was Hillary Clinton roasting Donald Trump at the Al Smith dinner. And right now, we're just waiting for Hillary Clinton to take the stage at this live rally in Tempe, Arizona, at Arizona State University. Earlier, you did see her plane had landed, and she was in her car on the way to this rally. So just in a few moments, she will take the stage. This is her, let me see here, second rally of the day. Earlier, she was in Las Vegas, Nevada. So this will be her second rally of the day. Again, we're unsure why this is starting so late. It was supposed to begin at 9:30 Eastern Time, but hopefully she'll take the stage soon. The crowd has been patiently waiting for quite some time now. But this is quite a crowd. We appreciate you watching with us. If you're enjoying watching these live rallies with us every day, please hit the subscribe button on our YouTube page if you want to, or hit the like button on our Facebook page. That way you can always see these live rallies, live moments that happen across the U.S. every day. We're always streaming the news. Now, Donald Trump also roasted Hillary Clinton at the Al Smith dinner. It's only fair to show you both. So let me play that for you guys right now while we wait for Hillary Clinton to take the stage.
Thank you, Al. Wow. That was good. This is a hell of a dinner. Well, I want to thank Your Eminence. This is really great to be with you again. We love it. Governor Cuomo, our great senators. Hi, Chuck. He used to love me when I was a Democrat, you know. Mayor de Blasio, wherever you are. Where's Mayor de Blasio? Huh? Hello, Mayor. Come on. See, in the old days, I would have known him very well, but I haven't been doing so much of the real estate anymore. And I want to thank Al and Nan Smith. Just a fantastic job you do with the dinner, and congratulations on a record. Over $6 million, right? Is their record. And a special hello to all of you in this room who have known and loved me for many, many years. It's true. The politicians. They've had me to their homes. They've introduced me to their children. I've become their best friends in many instances. They've asked for my endorsement, and they always wanted my money. And even called me really a dear, dear friend. But then, suddenly, decided when I ran for president as a Republican that I've always been a no-good, rotten, disgusting scoundrel. And they totally forgot about me. But that's okay. You know, they say when you do this kind of an event, you always start out with a self-deprecating joke. Some people think this would be tough for me, but the truth is, the truth is I'm actually a modest person, very modest. It's true. In fact, many people tell me that modesty is perhaps my best quality. Even better than my temperament. You know, Cardinal Dolan and I have some things in common. For instance, we both run impressive properties on Fifth Avenue. Of course, his is much more impressive than mine. That's because I built mine with my own beautifully formed hands. While his was built with the hands of God, and nobody can compete with God. Is that correct? Nobody, right? That's right. No contest. It's great to be here with 1,000 wonderful people, or as I call it, a small, intimate dinner with some friends. Or as Hillary calls it, her largest crowd of the season. Ah, this stuff. This is corny stuff. I do recognize that I come into this event with a little bit of an advantage. I know that so many of you in the Archdiocese already have a place in your heart for a guy who started out as a carpenter working for his father. I was a carpenter working for my father.
It's Hillary Clinton, if you guys can see closely. There she is in a blue pantsuit, it looks like, getting ready. She's giving someone a hug right now. She's getting ready to hit the stage.
Smith dinner is that even in the rough and tumble world of a really, really hard-fought campaign. In fact, I don't know if you know Hillary, but last night they said that was the most vicious debate in the history of politics, presidential debate, the most vicious. And I don't know, are we supposed to be proud of that, or are we supposed to be unhappy? But they did say that, and I'm trying to think back to Lincoln.
I'm just going to take that video down momentarily because we can see Hillary Clinton now behind the stage. Looks like she might have been hugging a student, taking a picture with a student. There she is, you guys. Shaking hands and taking photos. Again, this is live in Tempe, Arizona at Arizona State University. We are getting a live behind-the-scenes look right now of Hillary Clinton taking some photos with some lucky students here. Well, that was pretty cool, you guys. A behind-the-scenes look of what it's like before a candidate comes out on the stage, taking pictures and shaking hands. Hopefully she'll come out soon and deliver her speech. Again, this was supposed to happen at 9:30 Eastern time.
Romance, we're going to party, caramba, fiesta, forever.
It looks like they're still getting that podium ready. She's going to be taking the stage soon at Arizona State University. Again, we appreciate you guys watching with us. Let us know in the comments section or the live chat section, where are you guys watching from? Again, this rally's in Tempe, Arizona, but we're live streaming this, so you could be watching from anywhere. So let us know in the comments section, where are you guys watching this rally from? Sonia says that she's watching from Mesa. Thanks, Sonia, for letting us know where you're watching this from. These people have been waiting at this rally for quite some time now. Again, this was supposed to begin at 9:30 Eastern Time. Kelly Lee says she's also watching from Mesa, Arizona. Terry says he's watching from Ireland. That's cool, Terry. Ireland. Looks like some people are coming out now. Let's turn up that volume. Hopefully we'll get a speaker here in just a few seconds.
Hola, buenas noches. Yo soy Ana Scott, soy la mamá de Damián. Estoy aquí para honrar la memoria de mi hijo Damián López Rodríguez. Gracias.
Hello, everybody. This is Anna. She's Damian's mother. She's here to honor our son's life. I am Rafael. My name is Rafael. I'm here. I'm Damian's father. I'm here because I support Mrs. Hillary Clinton. Because Mrs. Hillary Clinton support Latinos. Because my son died. Because my son died protecting our town we love, our country we love. I just want to tell Mr. Trump he's really wrong about Latinos. Oh, Latinos Unidos. So I just want to tell him, Latinos, we are a good people. We are good workers. We work for our families. We are hard workers. We work for this country we love. We are Americans. We are un-Americans, señores. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Mrs. Clinton.
Good evening. My name is Gary Crane, and for 30 years I had the privilege of teaching American history at Pueblo Magnet High School in Tucson. Pueblo has a population of Hispanics that exceeds 90%. Each and every day I had the opportunity to teach, coach, and interact with dreamers. Students who weren't born here, but whose desire to build a better future, a better life, was as American as it gets. I was fortunate to have Damien in class. I will never forget him. He was special. He was as respectful and optimistic as any student who ever entered my classroom. When he graduated from high school, he enlisted to serve in the military of his adopted country. We will never forget the pain and the shock when we learned of his death in Iraq. We feel that pain each and every day. We all heard what Donald Trump had to say about immigrants coming from Mexico, that they were rapists and criminals. But unfortunately, Donald Trump never met Damien. I did. It is heroes like Damien who prove each and every day that America is great. Donald Trump may not get it. He may not want to get it. But I know somebody who does get it. And her name is Hillary Clinton. Tonight, Anna, Raphael, and I are proud to introduce a woman who has fought for people like Damien and so many others her entire life. She has been a tireless advocate for the voiceless, for women, for children, for military families, for minorities, for the LGBT community, and for dreamers. And in the White House, she will continue to fight for all of us and the values we share. So it is our extreme pleasure to introduce to you tonight the next President of the United States, Hillary Clinton.
You can't imagine how happy I am to be here with all of you. I have to thank Anna, Raphael, and Gary from the bottom of my heart for sharing Damien's story. A young man who loved our country so much, he enlisted to defend and fight for us. He lost his life, his parents, his teacher. We're here tonight to remind us that Damien, who gained his citizenship after his death, was a true patriot. I certainly know that he will be on my mind and in my heart, and I hope on yours as well. Because what makes us great is we are the country that has taken people from everywhere in the world, and we all become Americans, and we love America, and some even fight and die for America. I want to thank everyone for being here, but there are a few people I want to mention particularly. One, a dear friend of mine who served the people of Arizona with dedication and grace, the wonderful Gabby Giffords. I'll tell you, she has been by my side along with her wonderful husband, Mark Kelly. I am grateful for her strength and her support. She turned an evil deed, an act of senseless, hateful violence, into a clarion call for us to stand up against that kind of behavior, those sorts of actions, join together to help save lives and prevent further deaths and injuries. And I am particularly pleased to be here at this great university. There is so much to admire about ASU. The world-class education, the student body that reflects the diversity and talents of our great country. I'm told that the class of 2020 is ASU's most diverse class ever. And listen to this, more than a third of the students here are the first in their families to go to college. You are proof that the American dream is alive and big enough for everyone. On a personal note, I have to say my husband and I were sad to hear of the passing of your former governor, Rose Mofford. Now, Rose will be remembered for her passion for public service and also for that great beehive hairdo. It was larger than life, just like Rose. And speaking of great Arizona governors, I want to mention someone who's not here tonight, but who's been campaigning for me across the state, your former governor, Janet Napolitano. And it's a great pleasure to be here with Congressman Ruben Gallego. And I will have a little more to say about her later, but it's also exciting to be here with someone who I hope will be your next senator, Congresswoman Ann Kirkpatrick. And thanks to all the other elected officials, and that includes those who represent the Navajo Nation and the Gila River community. You know, my friends, there are just 6 days left in what may be the most important election of our lifetimes. So let me ask you this. Are you ready to vote? Are you ready to volunteer? Are you ready to elect Ann Kirkpatrick to the United States Senate? She will be the independent voice that Arizona families deserve. And unlike her opponent, she's never been afraid to stand up to Donald Trump. Are you ready to elect Paul Penzone? I think it's time you had a new sheriff in town, don't you? I think you know that Paul will serve and protect all the people of this county, and he will follow the law, not his own ideological agenda. And are you ready? Are you ready to choose our next president and commander-in-chief? Now I gotta say, I'm not exactly new to all of this. You know a lot about me. I've spent my career fighting for children and families. When I was First Lady, I helped create the Children's Health Insurance Program, which takes care of 8 million kids every year. As a senator, I worked to rebuild New York City after the 9/11 attacks, to make us safer in our country and to provide health care for the brave first responders. And as your Secretary of State, I traveled to 112 countries, negotiated ceasefires, reduced the threat of nuclear weapons, stood up for human rights, women's rights, LGBT rights around the world. And everything I've done has only been because I'm willing to listen to people. People with all kinds of points of view, different experiences and expertise, those who agree with me and those who don't agree with me. Because I think when you're in public life, you should try to find common ground in order to solve problems together. I am not interested in perpetuating gridlock. I believe we've got some great opportunities in America that will give us the kind of future that all the young people and students here tonight deserve to have. I really believe that's the only way we're going to get things done. That is the way a democracy is supposed to work. And if you elect me next Tuesday, that's exactly the kind of president that I will be. I will get up every day in the White House and work my heart out for you. I will bring people together, not just those already in Washington, but people from across America, people who have ideas from the private sector, from labor, from academics, from the professions. I want to know what works, and we're going to do more of it in America. From the first day of this campaign, I've been putting out the ideas that I have. about how to help you and your families get ahead and stay ahead. And I truly believe you deserve a candidate you can vote for, not just someone to vote against. But if we're going to make this choice next Tuesday, we need to be clear on what the choice is. Because, one way or another, come January 20th, America is going to have a new president. And some people say, well, what they want is change. Well, let me tell you this. Change is certain. We will have change. The question is, what kind of change are we going to have? Are we going to build a confident, optimistic, inclusive America that will make us stronger and fairer and better? Or are we going to hunker down, afraid of each other, afraid of the future, and go backwards instead of forwards? That is the question about change. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to ask your friends, your family, your neighbors to just think for a few minutes. Imagine it is January 20th, 2017. And imagine it is Donald Trump standing in front of the Capitol. Now, you know, this is a thought exercise. Imagine he is taking the oath of office. And then imagine what it will be like to have him in the Oval Office making the decisions that affect your lives and your futures. Imagine having a president who demeans women, mocks the disabled, insults Latinos, African Americans, Muslims, POWs, who pits people against each other instead of pulling us together. Someone with a very thin skin who lashes out at anyone who challenges him, who praises adversaries like Vladimir Putin and picks fights with our allies and even insults the Pope. You know, the fact is, we really don't have to imagine what it would be like, because everything he has said and done, both in his career and in this campaign, is a pretty good preview of what's